Beauty Anna flashes a smile to sell some top-tier hydration masks for that perfect skin glow. Bayan Hodgel stares up at a massive city billboard advertising that becoming a lawyer is his only chance to change his life forever. And he realizes he finally found his new mission. He walks through the streets with a cocky grin while hiding a knife in his jacket. Next thing you know, it actually worked, and he is standing in a suit and tie. He stands there in total disbelief, because he actually managed to pull off the impossible and become a licensed lawyer. Our boy thinks this is way easier than his old killer training. He does not have to risk his life anymore since pushing a pen is a sweet deal. He starts dreaming about owning all the money in the country with his new law office. Fast forward 5 months, and reality hits hard because he is living in a pile of trash. He is wondering how he could not get a single case in all this time. Bayan Hodgel is literally crying on a bridge while trying to act tough on a phone call. He is promising a potential client that he is the #1 lawyer in the game. A gloomy correctional facility sits under a dark sky, waiting for him to enter. A guard leads him down the hall to meet a very dangerous man in the visitation room. The story goes back to a busy street to explain the events leading up to today. He begins to recount a story about a struggling old man who just wanted to be treated to a warm meal. Meet Joe Duchin, and he is a total monster with 18 prior offenses on his record. He is a syndicate captain who has done everything from murder to assault. He looks down at our boy with a gaze that would make most people run for their lives. This brute mocks the lawyer and tells him he should have come sooner if he wanted money. Bayan Hodgel tells the bastard to take that back right now or else. He can barely contain his fury as he stares down the piece of trash sitting across from him. Joe Duchin just keeps that arrogant smirk on his face like he is untouchable in here. Our boy snaps and slams a pen right through the gangster's hand and into the table. He lunges across the table and grabs the massive prisoner by the throat with one hand. Hodgel gets real close and whispers that he spent his life slitting throats of punks just like him. Hodgel finally lets his inner predator out to play, and the result is absolutely chilling. The big guy starts sobbing in pure desperation as he feels the weight of a true killer's presence for the first time in his life. Our protagonist keeps his eyes locked onto his target with a gaze that promises nothing but certain death. He wants to make sure this criminal understands exactly who is in control of his fate before the conversation continues. The prisoner is left gasping for air as Hodgel reveals his secret connection to the mysterious Glory Club. Duchin thinks back to the days when he was a free man walking the streets and acting like he owned the city. He was so arrogant back then that he never realized his every move was being watched by the law. Joe Duchin recovers his ego and asks what the lawyer is going to do about it. Hodgel flashes a chilling smile while casually promising that he's going to be the one to kill this bastard. He flips back into professional mode to discuss the legal details of the case. Hodgel explains the situation is a total disaster because CCTV caught everything that happened. The hit and run and the body disposal were all recorded clearly by the cameras. He starts to panic as he realizes his syndicate connections won't be enough to make these charges go away. Hodgel claims no other way exists, but the prisoner thinks he found a secret loophole. The prisoner calls him a son of a bitch and asks if he'd ever actually sign a deal like this if the roles were reversed. Our boy walks through a decrepit neighborhood, feeling like he is back on the old battlefield. He leans against a wall, exhausted and wondering who would settle with a cold-blooded murderer. He pumps himself up by remembering his 15 years of survival in dangerous war zones. Jihu returns home only to find a total stranger standing in his living room, leaving him completely caught off guard. A woman from the syndicate shows off some brutal combat skills in a dark alley. Our boy looks at the scene with a very skeptical expression on his face. Hodgel gets down on his knees to beg the kid to sign a settlement deal. He is trying to convince him that this is the best move for his future survival. He holds up the settlement agreement with a look of pure desperation for a signature. A family photo sits nearby reminding everyone that Jihu has to find a way to live. The boy puts the lawyer on the spot and asks how he would personally feel if he were forced to make this kind of decision. An appliance in the room starts making noise and catches his attention during the talk. Jihu breaks down in tears and asks if our boy could ever forgive the killer. It is a heavy moment that makes the lawyer stop and think about the ethics of his job. The weight of the situation is finally hitting home for everyone involved in this room. Our protagonist is stunned and does not even know how to answer that heavy question. A heavy gate or door gets kicked open with a loud and violent crash. Suddenly, these syndicate thugs burst in and demand their money immediately. Hwang Chenjil and Wu Tishik are out for blood and want this debt settled right now. Our protagonist realizes his life is turning into a total cliché, but that doesn't make the situation any less dangerous. The thugs grab Jihu and demand the security deposit for the house as immediate payment. Someone is standing their ground firmly as the tension reaches its absolute peak. He is finally stepping up and preparing to end this cliché mess once and for all. A group of syndicate thugs surround our hero, thinking they have the advantage because of their numbers and C-rank status. They have no clue that they are actually the ones being hunted by someone far above their skill level. The lead enforcer tries to use his massive size to intimidate Hajil, looking down on him with pure contempt. He thinks he's dealing with a weak office worker who will crumble under the slightest bit of pressure. Hajil plays along with the goons by throwing his hands up and putting on a fake show of cowardice. He laughs nervously to sell the act, waiting for these idiots to lower their guard just enough for him to end the fight. The entire gang starts mocking Hajil and calling him a total moron for his strange behavior. They are so busy enjoying their supposed victory that they completely miss the deadly intent hiding behind his clumsy performance. Jihu looks on in total disbelief as the gang continues to mock Hajil's bizarre behavior. He is starting to realize that this act isn't intimidating anyone and fears that he might be in way over his head. Meanwhile, Hajil is out on the street acting like a complete lunatic while trying to flag down a taxi. He's shouting into his phone and waving his arms around like his life depends on it. He continues his bizarre monologue about opening hearts while desperately trying to get inside the cab. His confidence is absolutely off the charts, even though he looks like a total mess. Back in the room, the mood shifts instantly as these two menacing goons stare down their prey. They've lost all patience and are ready to get their hands dirty. Faced with no other choice, the neat-haired kid pulls out a blade to try and defend himself. He's standing his ground, but you can tell he's absolutely terrified of what comes next. One of the thugs slides the bolt into place to make sure no one can interfere or escape. The trap is officially shut, and the situation just became a nightmare. The massive enforcer towers over the kid and promises to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. It's a total David versus Goliath situation, and Goliath looks hungry. The brute grabs him by the hair and pulls back a fist to end the fight before it even begins. Just when things look hopeless, someone decides to crash the party. Hajil suddenly appears at the window bars like a complete weirdo to ask for his forgotten paperwork. He completely kills the tension by acting like he's just stopping by for a quick errand. The entire gang loses it and chases Hajil out of the building at full speed. He leads the angry mob on a wild sprint through the site, turning the whole situation into a high-stakes marathon. While leading the mob away, Hajil spots a poor student getting bullied by some suits inside a room. This massive thug is basically crushing the kid's skull while telling him to scram. The student desperately reaches for the window, looking for any way to escape this terrifying situation. He's cornered like a caged animal and is praying for a miracle to save him from these thugs. Panic really starts to set in as he fumbles with the window frame, but the bars won't budge an inch. He's trapped with no way out, and the brute is closing in for the kill. Suddenly, things get bloody when the kid manages to land a sharp strike on the thug's arm. It's a clean hit that definitely leaves a mark on the big guy. The student finally snaps and tells these jerks that they are the ones who need to leave his space. He stands his ground with a makeshift weapon while the goon clutches his bleeding limb in shock. Unfortunately, bravery doesn't win every fight, and the thug sends the poor kid flying with a brutal kick to the chest. He hits the floor hard, completely winded from the impact. The massive goon towers over him like a final boss, ready to finish the job once and for all. It is a total nightmare scenario for the kid who is just trying to survive the day. The enforcer is absolutely fuming after being humiliated by a mere student. He's clearly never had anyone stand up to him like this before, and he's about to make sure it's the last mistake this kid ever makes. Just as the kid looks up and braces for the worst, A shadow looms over the entire scene. Something tells me the tables are about to turn in the most epic way possible. Boom! Hodgel smashes through the bars with a legendary flying kick that connects right with the thug's jaw. Our protagonist officially crashes the party to save the day. Hodgel sticks the landing after that brutal kick, leaving the lead thug groveling on the floor in pain. The room goes silent as the other goons realize they aren't dealing with a normal intruder. Instead of just fighting, our hero starts reciting the penal code for illegal trespassing like a total boss. He warns them that breaking into someone's home can lead to years of prison time or a massive fine. He doesn't stop there and lists off the specific laws regarding harassment and causing mental distress to debtors. The thugs are clearly shaken as Hodgel explains exactly how many laws they just broke. One of the guys can't take the lecture anymore and snaps, lunging forward with a sharp blade. He screams at Hodgel to shut his mouth while aiming a deadly strike at his chest. The rest of the crew sees an opening and tries to swarm him to keep him from moving. They shout for each other to pin him down so the knife wielder can finish the job. A goon manages to grab Hodgel from behind, thinking he finally has the upper hand. The main attacker brings the knife down with everything he has, sure that this is the end for our protagonist. Hodgel shows off his insane reflexes by slipping through their grasp and countering with a flurry of strikes. He makes these seasoned fighters look like absolute amateurs as he dismantles their formation. With one powerful movement, he sends a devastating blow right into the gut of the lead attacker. The impact is so strong it practically lifts the man off his feet and sends him flying backward. He locks onto his next target with terrifying precision, showing the goons that he is officially done playing games with them. He delivers a final, bone-crushing strike that shuts down the confrontation for good. The thug doesn't even see it coming before his lights are completely blown out. Just when the cleanup crew thinks they are hauling away a corpse, the guy in the bag suddenly sits up to let them know he is still alive. The workers don't even seem surprised, only complaining that he should have spoken up before they wasted their time bagging him. The lucky survivor wastes no time getting out of there, cruising through the city on his electric scooter now that the danger has passed. Back at the office, Hodgel isn't finished yet and prepares to drop the hammer on the last man standing. A powerhouse in a business suit delivers a brutal, double-fisted hammer strike that looks like it could break concrete. He slams his opponent into the floor with enough force to end the fight right then and there. The suited fighter stands tall over the wreckage with an aura of absolute dominance. He looks down with a cold, judging expression that makes it clear he is way out of everyone else's league. The young student watching the carnage is left completely stunned and wide-eyed. He can barely process the fact that someone who looks like a professional could be such a terrifying monster in a fight. Despite his overwhelming victory, the man in the suit just rubs his head in pure frustration. He seems more annoyed by the inconvenience of the situation than the actual physical struggle. Hodgel doesn't even break a sweat as he stands over the unconscious thugs, calmly fixing his sleeves amidst the absolute wreckage of the apartment. Our protagonist decides to collect a little tax for his hard work by reaching into one of the unconscious thug's pockets. He pulls out a fancy designer wallet that definitely belongs to someone with more money than sense. He greedily flips through his newfound loot, clearly satisfied that his little tax collection was a total success. The student is still in shock as Hodgel casually holds out a thick stack of 50,001 bills for him to take. It is a life-changing amount of money handed over like it is just some loose pocket change. Hodgel decides to play the hero and hands over the pile of cash, telling the boy to give his father a proper funeral and to start looking after himself. Instead of being grateful, the kid starts shouting and refuses to accept what he sees as pity money. Hodgel gets visibly irritated because he was just trying to do something nice for once. The student screams that he will not take the handout, causing Hodgel to lose his cool and yell right back at him. It turns into a total shouting match in the middle of the cramped apartment. Things get hilariously chaotic as they both start flailing their arms and panicking about the situation. The vibe shifts instantly from a heavy drama to a ridiculous slapstick comedy routine. Hodgel takes a deep breath and pinches the bridge of his nose to keep from losing his mind. He is clearly reaching his limit while dealing with this incredibly stubborn high schooler. Something the kid says catches Hajil completely off guard and leaves him staring in pure shock. He never expected this level of defiance from someone who is in such a desperate situation. The weight of the situation finally hits the boy as he realizes he's holding a life-changing fortune in his own hands. Hajil refuses to take a single cent back, standing his ground and insisting the boy keeps the money to build a better future. Our protagonist Byon Hajil is not playing around anymore. He is planning to take out that bastard Joe Duchin, and he looks ready for war. This poor guy is beaten to a pulp and covered in bruises. The threat is clear that if he shows his face one more time, things will get even worse. The gang leader is just sitting there smoking like he owns the city. He has no idea that his world is about to be turned upside down. This absolute scumbag is making disgusting comments about our boy's little sister. He is laughing now, but he won't be laughing for long. One of the henchmen rushes in looking completely shaken up. He warns the boss that an unexpected visitor arrived and insists he see the guest for himself. A room full of hardened criminals is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious delivery guy. These thugs are about to realize that their private dinner party is the worst place they could possibly be right now. Our protagonist considers himself a master of disguise who can blend into any environment like water. He is banking on these elite skills to keep him hidden as he infiltrates the lion's den. Standing right in the middle of the lion's den, our boy realizes that picking a Chinese restaurant for a hideout was a classic mistake. He has to stay calm and pray they fall for his delivery act, or things will get ugly fast. These two idiots are looking at him with these creepy smiles. They think he is just a regular delivery kid they can mess with for fun. One of them grabs the delivery box and notices something is off right away. He realizes the weight is all wrong, and it does not feel like food inside. The boss starts to get suspicious and tells his guys to rip that helmet off. He wants to see exactly who is hiding under there. Our boy sweats bullets under his visor because the number of thugs in the room far exceeds his expectations. He wonders why they decided to eat in one giant group instead of staying in their separate cells. The thug reaches out to unmask our protagonist while treating him like a complete joke. Hajil is starting to lose it because being exposed right now will destroy his chance at a massive payday. His mind is racing as he tries to find a way out of this mess. When you do not know what to do, you just have to improvise and hit hard. The helmet comes off, and the violence starts immediately as our boy launches a devastating strike. He connects with a massive punch that sends the first guy reeling while the room erupts into total chaos. A huge impact sound echoes through the room as the first thug goes down hard. This is the official start of the beatdown. Byon Hajil is a blur of motion as he starts taking out everyone in his path. He is swinging for the fences, and these guys cannot keep up. The boss screams for his men to get him as a wave of tattooed thugs charges down the red carpet. Our boy just stands his ground and gets ready to welcome them. He is outnumbered, but he is definitely not outmatched in this fight. He executes a perfect flip and lands a brutal kick that sends another guy flying through the air. His movements are sharp and precise like he has done this 1,000 times. He is turning this restaurant into a total disaster zone for these criminals. Without skipping a beat, he follows up with a devastating punch that lands square on the big guy's jaw. The boss is absolutely stunned as he watches his entire crew get wiped out by one guy. He is left speechless by the raw power on display. Bodies are scattered all over the floor as our boy stands victorious in the middle of the room. He is adjusting his gear like it was just a light workout. The boss is shaking with rage and fear as he realizes he is the only one left standing. He cannot believe this kid is talking down to him after what just happened. The boss is left trembling in pure terror as he realizes he is the last man standing against a monster. His confidence has completely evaporated now that he knows his life is hanging by a thread. Our boy flashes a confident grin, making it clear that he is just getting started and is about to make this guy regret every life choice he ever made. He flips the bird with a mocking look, because he knows the police won't have enough evidence to touch him, trapping these criminals in a legal nightmare of his own design. Now Kim Ji-hoo looking at a stack of cash with a very conflicted expression. He knows taking this money means getting involved with someone dangerous. Jihu is caught off guard when he is handed a handkerchief to clean himself up, feeling the weight of the strange situation he just walked into. Hajil flashes a smug look as he reveals himself to be the lawyer Jihu was sent to find, though he looks much more dangerous than a typical professional. Jihu stands outside the building and wonders if he truly has the right address, as the place looks more like a tower of despair than a legitimate law office. Jihu wanders through the dark and oppressive hallway while the memory of his father weighs heavily on his soul. He wonders if he is really prepared to step into the world of violence to find the answers he needs. A shadow moves behind the frosted glass, and it sounds like a literal murder is happening. Jihu is frozen in place, wondering what kind of monster works here. He is sweating and looks like he wants to run away as fast as his legs will carry him. This is definitely not a normal legal consultation. Jihu decides he needs to bail immediately before he gets caught up in whatever violence is happening behind that door. The creepy atmosphere of the office sends a chill down his spine as he realizes he is way over his head. He is convinced this guy is just another low-life criminal and regrets ever thinking this was a good idea. The panic finally takes over, and he prepares to run for the exit as fast as possible. He quickly pulls out his phone to call the emergency services before anyone else gets hurt. His heart hammers against his ribs as he waits for the police to pick up the call. Suddenly the door flies open, and the lawyer himself stands there looking completely baffled by Jihu's shouting. Hajil stares back in total confusion, wondering why on earth this kid is screaming for help outside his office. Realizing he just made a massive fool of himself, Jihu awkwardly ends the call and tries to explain the misunderstanding. Hajil welcomes him inside and treats him with unexpected hospitality, making the earlier chaos feel like a fever dream. The lawyer shows off a massive stack of cash to prove that his line of work is extremely lucrative for those who can handle the heat. Jihu hands over a stack of money to Byon Hajil as a down payment for his services. This desperate transaction marks the beginning of a dangerous alliance that will eventually shake the foundation of the city. Byon Hajil catches up to him and tries to calm him down with a grin. He asks if Jihu is curious about how to flip an impossible situation around. Hajil starts acting like he is the star of an action movie, perching on top of the furniture to make his big entrance into the conversation. Jihu stares at the cup of instant coffee he was just handed, wondering how his life-or-death situation turned into a casual coffee break. Hajil leans back and sips his own premium coffee while lecturing the kid on why a student needs a sugar rush to handle the stress of a legal battle. The lawyer suddenly kills the lights to set a dramatic mood, leaving Jihu completely baffled by his flair for the theatrical. He gets a cold and focused look in his eyes, ready to finally reveal the plan to take down a monster like Joe Duchin. Hajil declares war on their enemies, his energy shifting from an eccentric weirdo to a man who is ready for a fight. Jihu hesitates as he prepares to step into the center of the office, feeling the heavy atmosphere of the serious business ahead. They are up against a total beast who has been committing violent crimes and leaving a trail of destruction behind him without a second thought. Hajil slams his hands down on massive piles of evidence he has been secretly gathering to bury their opponent. Jihu is absolutely stunned to see that his lawyer has already done an insane amount of research into every single detail of the criminal's life. Fired up by the evidence, Jihu is ready to charge out and bust the villain right now, but Hajil has to tell the kid to calm down. Hajil starts losing his mind because his master plan to score a double retainer is already hitting a massive snag. But then our boy starts screaming and pulling his hair out because the plan is falling apart. He realizes that even with a settlement, they cannot stop the criminal charges. A CCTV camera sits high up on a pole recording every single step of the crime. It is the one piece of evidence that they cannot get around. He is panicking because not even the president could get someone out of this mess. His perfect double retainer plan is already falling apart at the first step. He grabs Jihu's hands with an intense and manic energy to seal their pact, proving this unhinged lawyer is officially ready to break every rule in the book. The legal war officially begins at the High Court, where the stakes are now higher than ever before. Hajil steps out of the court with a massive client who looks more like a mob boss than a man who just won a legal battle. This mountain of a man flashes a disgusting grin completely unbothered by the outrage surrounding him. The public is in a total frenzy, screaming that the police must have been paid off to let such an obvious criminal go free. Our boy Hodgel plays it cool with a mock surrender, showing he isn't bothered by the heat one bit. He sports that signature smug look because he knows he is still 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Meanwhile, Jihu thinks he can settle things by bringing out a thick stack of cash. He looks dead serious, but he clearly has no idea what kind of monster he is dealing with. Even when a mob starts pelting him with eggs in a fit of rage, Hodgel just stands there smiling like a total psychopath. He understands that in a courtroom, public emotion does not mean a thing compared to cold, hard evidence. He breaks down the reality of the Korean legal system and how everything strictly boils down to what can be proven at trial. It sounds fair to the average person, but Hodgel sees it as a massive loophole waiting to be exploited. His logic is simple. If you can make the evidence disappear, you can get away with literally any crime. That creepy grin says it all because to him, the law is just a game he has already mastered. This is where his double life truly shines as he balances being a professional lawyer and a dangerous operative. He isn't just defending his clients in court. He is the one making sure there is no trail left for the police to find. Whether he is rappelling down skyscrapers or hacking into secure police databases, destroying evidence is just another Tuesday for him. He makes the most difficult tactical heists look like a complete piece of cake. After finishing his midnight sabotage, he walks away with a carefree whistle like nothing happened. He is completely satisfied with his handiwork and ready to face the world with a perfectly clean slate. But then, a new player enters the scene looking like the ultimate high society Boy Scout. This guy radiates an aura of self-righteousness that immediately clashes with Hodgel's dark world. This new rival just returned from the States and refuses to stop yapping about the sanctity of justice. Hodgel can already tell this guy is going to be an incredibly annoying pain in his neck. This glasses-wearing rival tries to get the last word in by warning Hodgel that even he isn't above the law. It's a classic high-stakes standoff, where both men are basically measuring their legal muscles. Hodgel doesn't seem intimidated at all and gives the guy a sarcastic salute as he walks away. He clearly thinks this new threat is a total joke and treats the warning like a minor annoyance. Of course, Hodgel ruins his cool exit by realizing he's trying to sneak out a window for no reason. He tries to play it off and act like he totally intended to be this awkward in front of his audience. Hodgel runs his scrappy law practice out of a shady office building sandwiched between loan sharks and massage parlors. Back at the office, his assistant bursts in with some massive news that could change everything. Hodgel is just trying to relax after a long day of legal battles when the peace is shattered. The kid is completely losing his mind and demands they go take down the murderer Joe Duchin right now. He thinks the time for justice has finally arrived and won't stop shaking Hodgel until he agrees. Hodgel has to physically stop the kid from vibrating out of his shoes with a well-placed poke to the head. He needs his assistant to calm down so they can actually plan their next move. He turns his attention to his laptop to see what all the fuss is about. He's skeptical about why this specific case is suddenly resurfacing after all this time. He starts scanning the dashcam footage of the hit-and-run and realizes the evidence is far more suspicious than he anticipated. He finally has the perfect leverage to nail Joe Duchin, and he is more than ready to make this hunt get messy. We jump back to the grainy footage of the hit-and-run that started this entire mess. It is the dead of night when a luxury sedan slams right into a delivery bike, leaving a chaotic mess of spilled food and shattered plastic on the asphalt. Just 5 seconds pass in the footage, but those few moments hold the key to the entire mystery. Every detail in this frozen moment of time is about to be dismantled by our genius lawyer. Back at the office, Hodgel and his buddy are glued to the screen, meticulously scanning every single frame of the recording. They know they have found something the police missed, and the tension in the room is electric. He realizes the entire accident was a calculated setup, and prepares to dismantle the lies that protected a murderer for years. Hodgel is practically celebrating already, acting out exactly how the culprit thought they were being clever with a double-layered cover-up. He is totally convinced He has the whole thing wrapped up in a nice little bow. Wait, hold everything because Hajil just spotted a massive red flag in the car's mechanics. He realizes the way the car sits on its suspension tells a completely different story than the one the culprit told. He drags his friend back to the screen to point out a specific sign in the background of the crash. This is not just a road marker. It is the definitive proof that something is seriously wrong with the footage. His friend finally sees it too, and his jaw practically hits the floor. The realization that they have been looking at a staged scene this whole time sends chills down his spine. They zoom in on the road sign near the wreckage, comparing it frame by frame to see how the car's position shifts ever so slightly. This one small detail is about to blow the lid off the entire conspiracy. It all clicks when they realize the compression of the car's weight changed right under everyone's noses. They have officially caught the bad guys in a lie that no amount of money can fix. Hajil and his clients sit down to review the evidence one more time. They are looking for that one tiny detail everyone else missed during the initial investigation. Hajil drops a massive truth bomb by suggesting the person who killed the boy's father wasn't actually Joe Duchin. It turns out the scene at the crash site was way more sinister than anyone previously suspected. Hajil makes sure the weight of his words really sinks in because he is dead serious about this new lead and has no intention of letting it go. The poor kid is absolutely stunned and can't believe what he is hearing. His entire world gets turned upside down as he processes this impossible revelation. Hajil is already 3 steps ahead of the culprit and knows exactly where they need to go next to uncover the real truth. They realize there was a hidden double meaning behind the signs at the scene of the crime. A specific location finally starts to stand out as the key to the whole mystery. The client beats himself up for missing such an obvious clue for all these years, wondering how he could have been so blind to the evidence right in front of him. They head back to the law office to put their plan into high gear and finally bring the true killer to justice. Hajil heads straight for his bookshelf to find a secret he has been keeping for a rainy day. He searches for a specific spot hidden between 2 very strangely titled books. He presses on a hidden trigger disguised as a red book to activate a secret mechanism. It is time to grab the specialized gear he needs to finish this fight once and for all. Hajil puts some serious muscle into it and slides the massive bookshelf aside to reveal his hidden sanctuary. Even though he's about to get down to business, he can't help but complain about what a disaster the place has become. Jihu is completely stunned when he sees what is hidden behind the bookshelf, his jaw dropping at the lawyer's secret. This guy's secret hideout is literally packed to the gills with every kind of high-grade weapon and explosive imaginable. Despite the impressive stash of firepower, he still thinks the setup is way too basic for a pro like him. Back in the office, he keeps the kid at arm's length with a single finger to make sure they can have a serious conversation. He needs some personal space before he drops the next bombshell in their discussion. Hajil maps out the criminal organization on a whiteboard, though his depiction of the boss, Joe Duchin, as a literal pig makes the whole thing look like a joke. The kid is completely losing his mind and can't believe the sheer audacity of the plan Hajil is suggesting. He looks like his entire world has been turned upside down by these latest revelations. Hajil starts prepping his gear and reminds everyone that he's been a veteran in this dangerous line of work for over a dozen years. He has the experience and the cold focus required to handle whatever comes next. He picks up his equipment with total confidence, explaining that his greatest strength is his ability to adapt to any environment. He knows how to stay invisible when necessary and move through obstacles without leaving a trace. He continues his deep monologue about flowing through problems like a liquid force of nature. Nothing can stop his momentum once he decides to strike. Hajil lays out his master strategy to secure the settlement money for Jihu first, before turning around to defend the pig-faced criminal in court, just to collect those massive legal fees. His plan involves playing both sides, acting as a greedy lawyer to the criminals, while secretly ensuring the kid gets every penny he is owed. The scene shifts to a high-end Chinese restaurant, where the criminal underworld is celebrating a major victory. The dining room is filled with tattooed thugs, who are all wondering how their boss managed to avoid a life sentence. Joe Duchin sits at the head of the table in a flashy shirt, laughing off the idea that he had to use threats to get his way. He lets out a boisterous laugh, clearly enjoying the power he holds over his victim. The boss and his lackey sit back and mock the guy, laughing about how he is throwing away a lifetime of savings just to feel like a provider. He looks at his phone with a greedy grin, thrilled by the endless stream of suckers waiting to give him their money. His eyes widen as he finds something even more amusing to entertain himself with. He looks down at the battered man and mocks his status, while his subordinate brown-noses him for his clever jokes. The victim looks absolutely pathetic with his face swollen and bloody, but the thugs just keep taunting him about the money they took. The thugs loom over the half-naked man, treating his suffering as nothing more than a casual background for their smoking break. 9 strong gangsters against 1 dried anchovy. This fight clearly looks unfair for the little guy. Our boy Byun Hajil sits there looking way too confident for someone about to get jumped. He looks at some internet broadcast on his laptop, and his name appears right there in the chat. His buddy asks how a simple stream could lead to all this madness. Hajil connects the dots while his friend looks like his brain is about to melt. A mysterious woman appears in the shadows, and everything starts making sense. Our boy has that devious grin that says things are about to get really ugly for these thugs. He asks them if they have any idea what kind of hellish training he actually went through. He says all that pain served one single purpose: to beat their collective asses. Flashback time. Glory has this insane tear gas training that looks like a straight-up nightmare. Everyone screams for help and chokes on the fumes while they try to find an exit. The toxic air quickly turns the room into a suffocating death trap, where every breath becomes a desperate struggle to stay alive. He refuses to let the blinding gas win, and claws his way forward with the last of his strength. Hajil endured that absolute nightmare every single day until his body was forged into something unbreakable. He's already survived the worst Glory has to offer, and these thugs are about to find out they picked a fight with a monster. Back in the room, and the gangsters close in on our boy like a pack of wolves. Hajil tells Joe Duchin that everything is ruined now. He drops a canister on the floor and thick white smoke starts filling the entire room in seconds. The thugs are caught completely off guard as the atmosphere changes instantly. He activates something on the floor while the smoke continues to billow out. He can't help but smirk because he knows he is about to deliver the finishing blow. He flashes a completely unhinged grin as he prepares to turn the entire restaurant into a war zone. A cylinder goes flying through the air, right into the middle of the group. Showtime. A massive flash of light consumes the entire room as the device detonates, and Hajil stands tall in the center of the blast like a total boss. He finds his inner peace right in the middle of all this beautiful chaos. Get this, he brought a flashbang instead of the tear gas. He screams about the mistake, but you know he did that on purpose to maximize the damage. This guy clutches his face and cries because his retinas just got fried. This guy is totally disoriented and can barely even process what just happened. The boss man fuming, but he cannot see a single thing in front of him. It is absolute chaos in here. These cowardly thugs are literally fighting each other and hitting the walls because they are totally blind. Hajil just turned their numbers against them, and it is the most satisfying thing you will see today. Hajil rubs his eyes, but he remains the only one with a plan. Even the big boss is reduced to tears from the intensity of the flash. Kill him, the boss man screams out the order, but his men are just flailing around like idiots. They are swinging at shadows and tripping over furniture while our boy just watches the comedy show unfold. The boss tries to pull himself together and focus on the man who just humiliated him. Look at the drip. Hajil stands there in his delivery vest looking like the final boss of the service industry. The boss glares with pure rage, unable to believe a delivery guy is putting up this much of a fight. The thugs lose their cool and charge at Hajil from both sides at once. The boss realizes he is in deep trouble and screams for them to wait. Hajil delivers a heavy blow to the first guy's jaw, showing these amateurs what a real fight looks like. Our boy stands over a pile of groaning bodies and calmly states he will be proven innocent. The surviving thug wonders what kind of nonsense he is hearing after getting his world rocked. A massive tattooed guy charges at Hajil with everything he has left. Hajil does not even blink as he delivers a devastating counterpunch right to the guy's solar plexus. The impact is so heavy it looks like the big man's soul is leaving his body. Our protagonist is not playing around anymore. Another thug swings a wooden chair at Hodgil's head, hoping to end the fight right then and there. A massive brute grabs Hodgil in a bear hug from behind, thinking he finally has the upper hand. With Hodgil pinned, another thug lunges forward with a club to land a cheap shot. He looks completely bored with how easy this is becoming. Hodgil doesn't even seem bothered by the restraint and starts reciting the specific laws against extortion. He schools them on the 20 million won fine they will be facing once he is done with them. He casually recites the exact fines for assault while wearing a smirk that says he has already won. The thugs realize too late that they have messed with someone way out of their league. Hodgil tears through the remaining gangsters with surgical precision, treating the entire fight like a simple cardio session. A massive impact shakes the room as he continues his relentless path of destruction. He drops down with enough force to shatter the floor and the gangsters' spirits at the same time. Hodgil stands tall in the middle of the wreckage, completely unfazed by the chaos he just created. The leader begins to sweat as the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in. He stares down at his fallen men in disbelief, unable to process how one delivery guy did all this. He recalls the days when survival was the only thing that mattered and success was measured by how hard you could fight. He clenches his fist, signaling that the games are officially over. Hodgil taunts his enemies with a twisted, mocking expression to let them know he hasn't even broken a sweat. He reaches out to deliver his final terms to the terrified survivors. Hodgil finishes his speech with a middle finger and says it will all be declared insufficient evidence. The action moves to a high-end restaurant where the atmosphere is thick with secrets. This seems like the perfect place for some heavy-duty interrogation to go down. Hodgil immediately takes control of the room with a powerful gesture that demands silence. He is not here to play games or negotiate with these criminals. Joe Duchin immediately starts shaking in his boots and bends down like he is meeting royalty. Hodgil does not even have to raise his voice to make this guy realize he is in deep trouble. The thug is so desperate to stay on Hodgil's good side that he shouts his compliance at the top of his lungs. He is ready to do whatever it takes to avoid another beatdown from our delivery man-turned-legend. Hodgil sets the ground rules for the talk and warns the thug that he better be speaking the absolute truth. The power dynamic here is completely one-sided as the criminal grovels on the floor. Hodgil demands to know who is pulling the strings, but the thug starts to stall when he realizes that snitching will put a massive target on his back. Hodgil stands over his defeated opponent, clearly annoyed by how much time this guy wasted. He needs to find the person pulling the strings, and this thug was just a speed bump in his investigation. Our protagonist wastes no time and starts digging through the guy's pockets for clues. He searches the unconscious man's vest, hoping to find a phone or some kind of ID that points to his boss. Hodgil successfully retrieves a smartphone, but he is immediately greeted by a flashy lock screen. The background features a girl in a bunny outfit, giving us a pretty clear idea of what this guy spends his time looking at. Hodgil jokingly offers an apology to the girl on the screen before he starts swiping. He is ready to break into the device to uncover whatever secrets are hidden inside those folders. He scrolls through the gallery and finds a group photo of the whole gang posing together in a locker room. These guys are all covered in tattoos and look exactly like the kind of trouble Hodgil is looking for. The photos show the crew living a wild lifestyle, blowing through money at expensive clubs and bars. Hodgil is disgusted by how they flaunt their ill-gotten wealth while innocent people suffer. Even with all this new info, Hodgil stays focused on his primary objective. He needs to identify the specific individual who was sitting next to the target on that one crucial day. Hodgil spots a hidden lead in the data that might finally take him straight to the heart of the conspiracy. He discovers a shady group chat used to run a massive stock market scam with a fake 500% profit guarantee. This reading room is the engine behind their entire operation and the source of their dirty money. The mastermind behind the chat is living a life of extreme luxury, showing off high-end watches and driving a Porsche. While they run their scams from the driver's seat, Hodgil is now one step closer to ending their joyride. Hodgil dives deep into the world of shady investment group chats that promise impossible 500% returns to desperate people. He knows these scammers are just using flashy hashtags and fake promises to bait their next victims into a trap. As he scrolls through the evidence, something on the screen makes him freeze in pure shock. He spots a detail that completely changes his perspective on the entire investigation. He realizes that one of the people involved in this mess has a face he recognizes from his past. This discovery turns a simple fraud case into something much more personal and dangerous. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes he finally has the upper hand. He knows exactly how to use this connection to tear the whole scam apart from the inside. The story shifts to a weathered building covered in signs for loan sharks and questionable businesses. Right in the middle of the chaos, Hodgel runs his law firm from a modest office on the 3rd floor. Inside his cluttered workspace, Hodgel waits impatiently for his partner while complaining about the lack of respect he gets. He keeps pushing for the younger guy to finally start calling him Big Brother instead of being so formal. Jihu finally walks through the door with a fresh cup of coffee in hand, looking a bit overwhelmed by the summons. He is totally unaware that Hodgel has just uncovered a massive lead in their current case. Hodgel acts like a proud barista as he mixes up a special blend of instant coffee for their meeting. He tries to keep the mood light, even though he is about to drop some heavy news on his associate. The playful energy vanishes instantly as Hodgel tells Jihu to listen carefully, because he is only going to explain the plan once. Jihu gets visibly freaked out by the sudden shift in his boss's intensity. Hodgel reaches out to reveal the documents and notes he has been preparing for their next move. It is time to stop joking around and start the real work of hunting down the mastermind. Jihu stares in total disbelief as Hodgel unveils what he calls his top-secret research. He can't help but feel like he's being punked after waiting so long for this big revelation. It turns out the master plan is just a bunch of scribbles that look like they belong on a refrigerator. Jihu immediately roasts Hodgel for trying to pass off a kindergarten drawing as a serious organizational chart. Hodgel tries to act like he has no idea where the drawing came from, but his bright red face gives him away instantly. Jihu keeps poking fun at his partner's hidden artistic side, while Hodgel dies inside from the embarrassment. Our boy quickly realizes he needs to hide the evidence and crushes the paper into a ball before anyone else sees it. He demands they get back to business and ignore his lack of talent because the clock is ticking on their mission. Hodgel begins explaining how the low-level enforcers are just the tip of the iceberg in this criminal food chain. These guys think they are the big bosses, but they are actually just pawns being manipulated by someone much smarter. He shows Jihu how these scammers use a fake high-end lifestyle to bait unsuspecting victims into private chat rooms. They post photos of expensive cars and luxury watches to make their fraudulent investment schemes look legitimate. Hodgel tosses the trash aside and tells Jihu to lock in because the next phase of the plan is actually dangerous. He's done playing around and wants to make sure Jihu understands the gravity of the scam they are uncovering. Jihu starts to realize the massive scale of the operation and thinks about how many innocent people have fallen for this trap. He begins to see the dark reality behind the glamorous facade the group presents online. Hodgel leans in and breaks down the connection between the physical locations and the digital fraud happening behind the scenes. He is convinced that the two main figures from his drawing hold the keys to dismantling the entire operation. He points out that identifying the person behind the pig avatar is their best shot at finding the source of the stolen money. If they can track the digital trail back to the real location, the whole organization will crumble in an instant. Our tech-savvy friend starts scouring the phone for any digital footprint left by the pig avatar. He knows that unmasking this user is their only real shot at finding the person pulling the strings. As he scrolls through the data, he realizes just how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. Every piece of information he finds confirms that they are dealing with a professional criminal organization. Hodgel explains the psychological trap of these stock-tip chat rooms that promise impossible returns. He describes it as a calculated lure designed to exploit the desperation of ordinary people looking for a way out. This mastermind acts like a puppeteer, manipulating every move and emotion of the investors from the shadows. To him, The victims are nothing more than tools to be used and discarded for a profit. These investors are lured toward a fake gateway to wealth, thinking they've finally made it big. They run headfirst into the trap, completely unaware of the strings attached to their every move. The entire fantasy shatters in an instant, leaving the victims with nothing but debt and despair. These thugs corner the delivery man, making it clear that he has stepped into a territory he won't be leaving easily. Hearing about the brutal reality of these gangs leaves Jihu completely speechless. He jumps out of his seat in a rage, demanding to know why the police haven't shut down such an obvious scam yet. Hajil calmly explains that since the operation is based overseas, it is nearly impossible for local authorities to lay a finger on them. Hajil's friend listens intently as the gravity of their situation finally starts to sink in. They are deep in the middle of a dangerous game, and every word counts now. Hajil suddenly realizes they've been chasing a ghost, and suspects their current target is just a decoy meant to lead them astray. Our protagonist is convinced that catching this one guy is the key to everything. He explains that taking down this small fry is the only way they'll ever lure out the bigger fish running the show. The investigation gets incredibly twisted when they find a painting that doesn't even look human, making Hajil realize just how dark this trail is becoming. Hajil refuses to let a single detail escape him as he prepares to make his next big move. Hajil pulls up a hidden photo on his phone that leaves his partner speechless, as another major piece of the mystery finally clicks into place. This mysterious woman is the real mastermind behind the entire web of lies, and she is far more dangerous than she looks. Hajil lays out exactly how this woman is connected to the case, and proves that she's the missing link they have been searching for all along. The revelation hits Hajil like a ton of bricks as he processes the new information. He can hardly believe that the truth was staring him in the face this entire time. His friend identifies the woman as the legendary ghost, a figure shrouded in myth and shadow. Now that her identity is out in the open, the stakes of the hunt have reached a whole new level. Her reputation is so legendary that all sorts of terrifying rumors about her true nature crawl through the underworld. The investigation hits a dead end when they realize not a single person from her past can even prove she ever existed. Hajil is locked in and ready to drop a massive bombshell on everyone. Hajil treats this call with extreme importance because he knows exactly what is at stake. He tells whoever is on the other line that someone special needs finding. Talk about a man on a mission. The streamer is busy entertaining her thousands of fans while wondering if a special someone will ever enter her life. Little does she know, she has already become the primary target of Hajil's secret mission. The sidekick wonders if Hajil has finally lost his mind after seeing that creepy look on his face. The sidekick tries to make sense of the situation while watching Hajil work his magic on the laptop. Hajil shouts back to make his buddy understand that he actually has a plan behind his supposed madness. Crystal has the entire internet under her spell by perfecting the ultimate combination of being both sexy and cute. Our boy tells his buddy to forget the cute stuff. He has a much bigger plan in mind than just watching a stream like a regular fan. The banter between these two is gold. Hajil just wants to get back to work while his buddy keeps complaining about the whole situation. Meanwhile, in another office, some guys bow down and apologize to prosecutor Han Youngwi. Things are definitely getting heated in the legal world away from our main duo. Hajil starts explaining the real secret to making money through streaming, and it is way more calculated than anyone would expect. His buddy laughs at the idea of a top streamer being generous enough to donate her entire income. The sidekick finds the whole theory hilarious and laughs at how ridiculous Hajil sounds right now. He is completely losing it because the idea of someone being that selfless with their money makes absolutely no sense to him. But then the real truth comes out. This girl isn't just a streamer, but a third-generation keyball who is basically corporate royalty, supposedly hiding her identity to stream as a hobby while living a life of total luxury. Hajil is deep in thought now. He's connecting the dots and realizing more exists to this girl than meets the eye. He looks at the chat logs and those weird drawings. Why would someone with that much money be so desperate for attention in a stock market reading room? His buddy is just stunned. The sheer scale of this girl's life is starting to sink in for him and it is a lot to process. Our boy stands up with that fire in his eyes. He asks how exactly Thayer's supposed to pull off a meeting with someone that high profile. Finding a way to meet this woman is going to be nearly impossible, especially since she operates in a secret world far above their own social status. Hodgel isn't worried at all, though, because he's already formulated a plan to track her down despite the impossible odds. As a jack-of-all-trades lawyer, Hodgel is used to handling everything from messy divorces to criminal cases, and he is not about to let this mystery slip away. He gets back to the keyboard and starts typing like a madman. He is determined to reach her no matter how hard it gets. The sidekick watches him work late into the night. He always thought our boy was just a talker, but now he sees the serious side of the lawyer. Looking at the screen, the sidekick suddenly remembers hearing about a specialized investigation technique that could be the key to their search. He starts to realize that he might have underestimated the lawyer, as the man seems much more capable than his lazy personality suggests. Despite Hodgel's questionable reputation, it is clear he is actually a master at his craft when the situation gets serious. Hodgel explains that they can pinpoint the girl's exact location by using the position of the setting sun and the specific buildings visible in the background of her stream. Even though they are working out of a rundown office that looks like a total dump, they finally have a lead that might actually work. The team is absolutely crushing instant coffee packs just to survive the long night of planning. They are desperate to find a breakthrough and won't stop until every lead is exhausted. The sidekick finally hits his limit and passes out right there in the office. He suddenly jolts awake with a scream as the morning sun hits his face. Hodgel jumps for joy and screams at the top of his lungs because he finally reached the finish line. His sidekick rushes over to check the results after seeing his buddy lose it. He stares at the screen in total disbelief as he processes what he is seeing. Hodgel is absolutely losing his mind because he actually won the lottery for a date with the star. He is so hyped up that he looks like he is about to pop a blood vessel from the excitement. Even the sidekick has to admit that while the path was weird, it actually worked out. Hodgel looks back at his friend with a newfound sense of confidence, now that the impossible has happened. They take a moment to stand there and let the reality of their crazy plan finally sink in. A smug smile creeps across his face because he knows he just beat the system. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke starts pouring into the office out of nowhere. Soon enough, it is time for the big meeting at a beautiful park fountain. The local crowd is completely stunned when they see who just showed up in the park. Crystal sits by the fountain looking like a total goddess while she waits for her mysterious date to arrive. Gossip spreads through the office faster than a virus as everyone wonders what kind of chaos Hodgel is cooking up this time. Even the low-level clerks can tell that something big is about to go down in the prosecution office. Back at the office, the rumors are starting to spread like wildfire. Everyone is whispering about the latest development with the case. She looks around and wonders if the person she is supposed to meet is actually going to show up. The guys nearby are already making wild guesses and assume she is waiting for a wealthy prince from overseas. Suddenly, a tall man in a suit approaches her and calls out her name to get the plan started. Our target is caught completely off guard when a mysterious, smooth voice suddenly calls out to her in the park. She was expecting a prince to appear, but this guy definitely knows how to make a vocal entrance. Hodgel watches from the sidelines and nervously gulps as he sees the first phase of the plan finally go into motion. Everything rests on this one interaction going perfectly without any hiccups. The sidekick completely roasts her fashion choices to break the ice and catch her off guard. It is a risky move, but he knows exactly how to manipulate the conversation to get her full attention. The two start walking and talking like they have known each other for years as the charm offensive begins to work. It looks like the fortress she built around herself is finally starting to crumble. Hodgel watches them leave and wonders if his ridiculous plan will actually work on a woman who is usually a total fortress. They head to a luxury restaurant to continue their date, while Hodgel keeps a close eye on them from a nearby table. The sidekick gets into character and prepares to use his foolproof strategy for winning a woman's heart. This weird guy in the suit is trying way too hard to impress his date with a shocked and over-the-top expression. He is putting on a total performance to keep her engaged while they sit at a fancy restaurant. Hodgel watches them like a hawk from across the room, while the co-workers back at the office lose their minds over the latest gossip. The date takes a turn for the bizarre when the man leans in and accidentally asks if he can chew her food for her. He quickly tries to save face by saying he meant cutting it up nicely, but the vibe is already ruined. His eyes lock onto the steak with a level of intensity that would make a professional killer nervous. Something inside him just snapped, and he is about to go into full beast mode on that defenseless plate of food. Instead of just cutting the meat normally, he starts hacking away with enough speed and power to create a shockwave. It looks less like a dinner and more like a high-speed combat sequence right in the middle of the dining room. He serves up a literal pile of shredded meat with a proud bow, leaving his date completely speechless at the mess. In the background, Hajil watches from another table and realizes this guy is even more unhinged than he first thought. The group moves to an arcade where the suit guy wins a mountain of plushies and laughs like a total maniac. Hajil follows them closely through the crowd, convinced that this strange man is definitely hiding a dark secret behind his goofy behavior. Even at the amusement park, the man continues to lose his mind with joy in front of the giant Ferris wheel. Hajil watches from the side and realizes with a shock that this guy isn't even acting anymore and is genuinely having the time of his life. As the sun begins to set over the city, the scene moves to a beautiful fountain area located just outside the park. The atmosphere turns a bit more quiet as the day winds down and the light begins to fade. The man strikes a dramatic pose while talking to the woman by the water, trying his best to maintain his mysterious persona. Hajil keeps his distance and watches their every move, waiting for the perfect moment to finally uncover the truth. Hajil's dream girl from his favorite online game bows out gracefully while wishing him the best of luck in his real life. This dramatic virtual farewell is the last thing he sees before reality comes crashing back in. Hajil finally snaps awake in his messy office, only to find his assistant waiting to roast him for his laziness. The kid mocks him for drooling so much that he practically flooded the entire neighborhood while he was passed out. The assistant is at his absolute breaking point and demands to know what they actually achieved after wasting so much time and money. He's tired of seeing all their hard work go down the drain for nothing. Hajil completely ignores the lecture and starts striking ridiculous poses, acting like he is some kind of main character while his assistant watches in total disbelief. The assistant is fuming because they didn't just lose. They lost to a total amateur who hasn't even learned the ropes yet. The situation makes absolutely no sense because every single record and piece of evidence they gathered has vanished, as if it never existed. A sudden realization hits them both as they lock eyes, sensing that they are dealing with something much more dangerous than a simple legal case. He listens in total disbelief as the lawyer explains the sheer magnitude of the web they've tangled themselves in. His mind races to process the information because he realizes there is no turning back from this point on. Hajil keeps his gaze fixed and steady, proving that he is already 3 steps ahead of their enemies. This kid is absolutely losing his mind after hearing the latest update on the case. He can barely contain his excitement as the pieces of the puzzle finally start coming together for them. Hajil calmly breaks down the situation, questioning how the big sister could have rejected the offer so easily. He suspects there is a much deeper motive at play and wonders if someone is just trying to curse him. Our protagonist locks in and starts connecting the dots with a terrifyingly sharp focus. He is not letting a single detail slip past him while he analyzes the timeline of events. Crystal enjoys her drink and laughs with her companion, never suspecting that she has already walked straight into a deadly trap. Hajil recalls the specific cup of coffee Crystal was holding during their encounter. He realizes that a passing remark she made might actually be the smoking gun they need. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks as he stares intensely through his glasses. He is now absolutely certain that a specific mastermind is pulling all the strings from the shadows. He starts tracing the evidence back to a specific scent that stood out during the entire ordeal. Every sense he has is screaming that he has finally found the trail he was looking for. Hajil pulls up a map on his laptop to pinpoint the exact location where everything went down. The two of them huddle around the desk as the search for the truth reaches a fever pitch. Their jaws hit the floor when they see exactly what is hidden at those coordinates on the screen. It is a massive breakthrough that changes the entire direction of their investigation. The young assistant is completely speechless and can only cover his mouth in pure horror. The truth behind the scheme is way more twisted than either of them could have ever imagined. Hodgel warns his young companion that jumping in without a solid plan is a total death wish. He needs the kid to understand that they are dealing with people who play way too dirty. These criminals are experts at erasing their tracks and will torch a mountain of cash just to make sure the cops find nothing but ashes. Hodgel paces around the room while explaining the grim reality of their situation. He knows exactly how these thugs operate, and the level of risk involved is starting to weigh heavily on him. Just as he thinks he's made his point, the kid says something that catches him totally off guard. Hodgel stops mid-thought and demands to know exactly what this crazy new idea is supposed to mean. The young assistant just gives a confident smirk and claims that the solution is actually much simpler than they think. He seems completely unfazed by the warnings and is genuinely excited to prove his worth. He pumps himself up and gets hyped about the idea of finally taking these guys down. It looks like he has found the internal spark needed to face the danger head-on without any hesitation. Hodgel and his partner lock eyes in a tense moment as the gravity of the mission finally sets in for both of them. The dynamic between them shifts as they prepare to execute a gamble that could change everything. Hodgel tries one last time to drill some sense into the kid because he is being completely serious about the danger. He needs to be absolutely certain they are on the same page before they lose their only chance at success. He lets out a frustrated sigh and rubs his eyes, feeling the massive headache this whole situation is starting to cause. It is clear that dealing with such reckless energy is almost as exhausting as the actual mission. Finally, Hodgel cracks his knuckles and decides that if they are doing this, he is going to guide the way with force. He knows his own strength and is more than ready to show these thugs what happens when he starts throwing hands. Hodgel leans in close to get the lowdown on the secret plan from his teammate. They have to keep their voices down to make sure nobody else in the building catches wind of what they are plotting. The guy whispers the final piece of the puzzle that Hodgel was missing this entire time. It's a massive revelation that explains exactly why everything has been so chaotic lately. Hodgel completely loses his cool and falls backward in absolute terror after hearing the truth. He screams out in disbelief, because the plan he just heard is way more dangerous than he ever imagined. This mysterious blonde beauty is the one behind the madness, and she wants to make sure Hodgel keeps his mouth shut. She is playing a dangerous game and expects our boy to follow her lead without question. He clenches his fist in pure rage, ready to beat down whoever is making all that noise. He kicks the door open and demands to know which idiot is making a scene so early in the morning. The massive thug steps out looking for a fight, while his target has no idea how to handle the situation. Hodgel steals his resolve and gets ready to pull off a move that is either pure genius or complete suicide. Hodgel reveals his ultimate beauty trap, and the transformation is actually incredible. He knows that if he slips up even once during this infiltration, he's a dead man. Jihu looks at his friend and immediately starts questioning if they've made a huge mistake. Jihu holds up a photo of a top model and tells Hodgel that he needs to match this energy perfectly. Jihu stares at the picture in disbelief, asking if he is seriously supposed to look like a girl for this mission. Jihu panics and shouts that passing as a woman is impossible for a guy like him, and they will definitely get caught. He insists that with a bit of padding in the right spots, it would be absolutely perfect for the disguise. Hodgel gives him a terrifyingly sweet smile and tells Jihu that it is time to get started whether he likes it or not. Hodgel grabs Jihu by the chin to start the makeup, while the poor guy looks like he is about to have a heart attack. Jihu screams that he absolutely refuses to do it, but we all know he is running out of options. The results are finally in, and the idol-level look is working out even better than anyone could have dreamed. Jihu strikes a pose, and Hodgel tells him they need to start practicing the act right now before they leave. The main thug back at the warehouse is fuming and asking how anyone dares to mess with his territory. Hodgel is internally crying as he stands there in the wig thinking There is no way this plan actually works. To his absolute shock, the thug buys it and screams for his men to escort the lady inside quickly. He realizes the plan actually worked, but he decides if things get too weird, he is just going to kill them all. Jihu asks why he's bothering to whisper, when they are the only two people in the room. He tells Jihu to pipe down and quit talking, so he can actually focus on the job. Hajil plays the part and claims that rumors said coming here would turn him into a top-tier streamer. The thug is grinning like a complete creep, thinking he just scored a major win with a girl this pretty. They walk through a junkyard towards a massive warehouse, where the thug brags about making stars for a living. He swings the doors open and announces to the entire crew of rough guys that a newbie has arrived. He realizes this massive industrial space is actually a giant illegal broadcasting hub. He scans the floor and realizes they've converted the entire warehouse into a massive production center for their illegal streams. Hajil whispers into his hidden mic, asking Jihu if he managed to sneak into the facility successfully as well. A group of thugs start surrounding him, and one creep even offers to take his measurements, which is super gross. He tries to ignore the gross comments and keep his composure while the thugs continue to surround him. He plays up the persona with a wink and a peace sign, making sure the thugs are completely sold on his act before he moves any further. He continues to strike poses for the guys on the couch, keeping them totally mesmerized so they don't think to ask any difficult questions. Jihu is losing his mind watching the feed, but Hajil realizes the thugs are actually falling for the act. He figures the mission might be a lot easier than he expected, though he knows better than to get overconfident in a place like this. Hajil watches the back of the massive leader while trying to map out the entire interior of the warehouse. The big guy looks back with a cold glare that almost makes Hajil think the disguise has been compromised. Hajil's heart starts thumping as he wonders what his next move should be if the thug starts asking questions. The leader looks him over with a suspicious eye, and the tension in the room is off the charts. Jihu is watching the whole thing through his phone and starts panicking that Hajil is about to get caught. He decides to use some suggestive posing to keep the leader's eyes busy, making sure the guy is too distracted to notice anything suspicious about his face. He doubles down on the cute act by emphasizing his hip joints and winking at the terrifying leader. Jihu watches the screen in disbelief, terrified that Hajil is going to get caught while he continues to shamelessly flirt with the gang leader. Hajil puts on a bubbly voice and apologizes, saying he should have mentioned something earlier to keep the guy distracted. While walking through the facility, a desperate scream and a loud thud echo from behind the containers. Hajil realizes he's running out of time and needs to find the victims before things get even uglier. He looks at the shipping containers and wonders where on earth the actual broadcasting room is hidden in this place. The thug leans in with a nasty smile and tells Hajil that this is going to make things very easy. A greasy thug thinks he finally has the upper hand and starts gloating about how easy this job just became. He gets way too comfortable and invades her personal space, assuming she is just another helpless target. Our girl isn't about to let some creep touch her, and she quickly dodges his hand with lightning reflexes. She makes it clear that he's overstepping his bounds, and she isn't intimidated by his tough guy act at all. She is hit with a wave of realization and guilt, wondering how she could have been so blind to the truth for so long. The weight of the situation finally starts to sink in as she struggles to process her own ignorance. The thug tries to bait her by mentioning a senior who can help, but his choice of meeting location is clearly sketchy. She takes one look at this shady warehouse and immediately wonders why a professional would ever want to meet in a dump like this. The other girl is clearly at her limit and looks completely drained from all the constant drama. She watches the situation unfold with a weary gaze, looking like she's just one bad move away from snapping. The two of them are left alone in a room where the air is practically vibrating with tension. Neither of them knows how to break the ice, leading to an agonizingly long silence that makes everything feel 10 times worse. The thug realizes he might have bitten off more than he can chew as he starts to sweat under the pressure. He can feel the situation slipping out of his control and desperately tries to think of a way to salvage the plan. They sit there in total silence, with neither girl willing to be the first one to speak up. It is a battle of wills to see who can handle the suffocating atmosphere the longest before someone finally cracks. The atmosphere in the room becomes impossibly thick as the two girls sit in a crushing silence. One of them is internally screaming for anyone to just say something and break this painfully awkward tension. She reminds herself that to catch the real culprit, she first has to win this girl over and become her friend. Luckily, diving deep into people's inner thoughts and secrets is exactly what she does best. The girl on the floor finally loses it and calls her out for being a total nutcase. Instead of getting defensive, she just lets out a huge laugh like it's the best joke she's heard all day. She desperately tries to explain that she was only looking for some common ground to bond over. Even though she plays it off with a smirk, the sweat dripping down her face shows she's actually panicking. Her eyes sharpen as she focuses everything on the girl sitting across from her. She knows she needs to find a way in before her cover is completely blown. Hajil shouts into the phone that they are going about this all wrong. He realizes that this girl doesn't need more lies. She needs someone to give her some actual, sincere words for once. She feels a sudden pang of guilt after hearing Hajil's advice over the phone. She realizes she was so caught up in the mission and her own lies that she completely forgot this girl is a real person who actually needs some honesty for a change. She bites her lip and steels her resolve, deciding it is finally time to stop the act and show her true feelings. She flat out refuses to go along with the deception any longer, deciding she is done playing these games. Hajil is panicking on the other end of the line, sweating bullets as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. She finally drops the act and lets out a smile that is actually real for once. It is clear she is starting to feel comfortable enough to be herself around the group. She gets super excited and grabs her friend's hands to show her appreciation. Hajil has no idea how to handle the sudden change in atmosphere and just gives a confused shrug. She dives headfirst into the VR game, showing off some seriously impressive moves while her friend watches in total awe. She can't help but burst into laughter after seeing just how intense and competitive her friend gets during the game. Even though she is completely exhausted and covered in sweat, she can't wipe the genuine smile off her face. She takes a second to brush the hair and sweat out of her eyes as she tries to catch her breath. The story shifts to a massive industrial facility, hidden away in a secluded location. She is totally wiped out from the workout, gasping for air as the adrenaline starts to fade. She gets sentimental and admits that even though they haven't known each other long, it feels like they've been friends forever. She realizes she needs to quit stalling and find a way to get information about the hidden boss without blowing her cover. She turns on the charm and begs for help to reach the top of the streaming world, hoping this desperate fan act will get her what she needs. Suddenly, the girl drops to her knees and reaches out for a hug, as if she is finally surrendering to the moment. This sudden move catches Hajil completely off guard and leaves him wondering what is going on in her head. He pulls her in close, but he is secretly panicking because he has no idea if they just started a relationship or something. This mission is taking a weird turn, and he is just trying to keep his cool while being hugged by his target. While they are locked in an embrace, the girl's face turns pale with a look of pure desperation. She leans in close to whisper a chilling warning that shatters the friendly atmosphere they were building. She tells him to get out of there as fast as he can because the whole idea of becoming a star streamer is a complete scam. It turns out she is just as much of a victim in this shady operation as anyone else. Hajil sees the genuine terror in her eyes and knows for a fact that these villains are involved in some dark business. Even though it is dangerous, he decides he has to stay and finish the job since he already went through the trouble of dressing as a girl. Someone starts pounding on the walls in a total frenzy, screaming about how the entire situation has gone absolutely insane. The peaceful facade of the building is officially dead as chaos erupts in the hallway. Hajil jumps back in surprise as the sudden noise echoes through the room and ruins their secret conversation. He has to react fast before whoever is making that noise bursts through the door and catches them. A mug gets knocked off the table and sends coffee splashing everywhere as the room starts to shake. Everything is spiraling out of control, and Hajil is officially standing at the center of a total disaster zone. Hajil takes a nasty spill as hot coffee drenches his shirt and sends him into a total panic. This sudden accident leaves him scrambling on the floor in complete shock while trying to process the mess. Her friend rushes over immediately to check if the boiling liquid scorched her skin. Both of them are freaked out as they realize the white shirt is completely ruined. Brown hair bolts across the studio to find a solution for the sticky disaster. She leaves her friend sitting on the rug wondering how a simple coffee break turned into such a chaotic scene. She shouts back that she is grabbing some company-provided clothes since those are the only spares available in the office. Anything is better than walking around soaked in caffeine for the rest of the day. The replacement outfit turns out to be a tiny red piece of fabric that leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination. Hodgel stares at the skimpy apron and seriously contemplates if just stripping everything off would be less embarrassing. The girl returns looking dead serious about making this wardrobe change happen right now. Hodgel can only laugh nervously while sweating bullets at the thought of actually wearing that outfit. Brown hair takes a deep breath to compose herself before taking total charge of the situation. She is clearly not taking no for an answer and prepares to deal with the stubbornness. She lunges forward and grabs her friend, determined to force this makeover no matter what. The poor girl screams in terror, realizing she can't escape this fashion nightmare. Hodgel finds himself caught in a wild setup where he has to balance being a total heartthrob while trying not to blow his cover. This situation is the ultimate test of his nerves as he navigates a world where every move could be his last. This girl is convinced they are just two best friends and tries to drag him into the shower, completely unaware she is about to expose his secret to the world. The struggle is real as she pins him down on the floor. She is determined to give him a good wipe down, and she has no idea why he is fighting her so hard. He is panicking internally while trying to find an excuse to get her off him. His brain is working overtime because he knows one wrong move means his secret is out. Here is the kicker, everyone. This is actually our protagonist Bjorn Hodgel, and he is deep undercover. If anyone finds out he is actually a man, his entire plan turns into a total disaster. The girl reaches out and grabs his collar with a determined look. He can feel his heart racing as the fabric starts to give way under her grip. The truth finally starts to sink in, and she is left paralyzed by the shock of what she just discovered under his clothes. Let us take a trip down memory lane to see how we got here. A cold-blooded killer wearing a bandana stands over a body with a smoking gun in his hand. This guy is a total monster who served his boss with a level of loyalty that is honestly terrifying. He is the reason why our boy had to go to such extremes in the first place. The once peaceful study is now stained with the aftermath of a brutal and unexpected murder among the law books. The psycho begins spraying bullets everywhere without a single care for the lives he is ending in his pursuit of total madness. The sound of gunfire echoes through the halls as bullets find their targets. It is an absolute bloodbath, and he is just getting started. The monster revels in the chaos he created, showing his total contempt for his victims with a vile and mocking expression. The judge calls for the killer's final statement, as he finally stands trial to face the consequences of his horrific crimes. Prisoner 214 stands before the bench with an eerie calmness, looking completely unfazed by the gravity of the situation. The prisoner says something so chilling and unexpected that it leaves the judge completely stunned, while the entire courtroom freezes in fear. He mocks the judge, asking if he wants to know what it feels like to wear a prison uniform. It is a level of insanity and disrespect that leaves the entire courtroom speechless. The judge is absolutely staggered by the sheer disrespect being displayed in his own courtroom. He can hardly find the words to respond to such a blatant mockery of the entire legal system. Everyone present is frozen in pure horror at the sight before them. Disgust is written all over their faces as they process the prisoner's madness. The judge's anger turns into a sinking feeling of dread. He realizes this isn't just a sick joke anymore. The situation has taken a turn for the absolute worst. Chaos erupts as the guards realize the prisoner just bit his own tongue off. They desperately scramble to stop the bleeding while screaming for an ambulance to get there immediately. The scene shifts to the Bronx Perrin Health Hospital, where the criminal was rushed for emergency treatment. It looks like a standard medical facility from the outside. Inside the darkened room, his condition remains critical, and he has not woken up yet. The doctors and guards are calling him a crazy bastard based on the rumors. Two guards stand watch outside the door to make sure he does not go anywhere. They look bored and have no idea what is about to happen. One of the guards gets a weird feeling that something is missing. He tells his partner to wait because he suspects something is very wrong. He's been awake this whole time, just waiting for the right moment to strike. The predator is finally ready to make his move. The guards charge into the room only to find an empty bed and broken handcuffs. The madman has already escaped through the open window and vanished into the night. The guard is in total disbelief as he looks at the empty room. He cannot figure out when the prisoner managed to pull this off. They race to the window and stare down in total disbelief. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that he actually jumped from this height. Hodgel actually went through with the unthinkable and leaped straight out of an 8th-story window to make his getaway. He leaves a smashed car and a trail of blood behind him as he disappears into the Seoul night. The city lights of Seoul glow under the dark night sky. It is a beautiful view, but a dangerous killer is now loose in those streets. He manages to steal a resident registration card to hide his identity. He looks at the blood-stained card and thanks the dead man for the new life. Through identity laundering and plastic surgery, he becomes a whole new person. It does not take long for him to build an even bigger and deadlier criminal organization than before. He is back in the game and more dangerous than ever. She tries to explain the gravity of the situation to her friend, but the stress of the secret is clearly starting to get to her. She mentions that she heard some very bad news directly from the CEO. Her face is filled with a deep sense of dread and anxiety. The situation turns dire as she comforts her friend, who just received soul-crushing news directly from the CEO. They are stuck in a nightmare where corporate secrets are guarded at all costs, and no one is safe from the fallout. She recalls the terrifying moment she was cornered, and told that if she ever spoke up, her entire family would be slaughtered. Her friend screams in horror after hearing that their lives are on the line, and that the company is willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. She looks up with a sad expression as she remembers the fear of that moment. The trauma is clearly still haunting her every day. She tries to force a smile to show she is okay, but it is clear she is breaking inside. She just wants to protect the people she loves. Suddenly, a loud bang at the door makes them both jump in surprise. The tension in the room shoots through the roof instantly. They both freeze and stare at the door as the sudden intrusion catches them completely off guard. She peeks outside to see what the commotion is and notices the gangsters are acting incredibly weird. She begins to worry that the big boss has finally arrived to clean up the mess. Prosecutor Han Jeong-ui strolls into the room with complete confidence while the gangsters desperately try to hide their nerves. This guy is a total shark, and his presence means trouble for everyone. She starts to panic because the prosecutor's arrival was the last thing she expected. She is convinced someone must have snitched on her location and decides she needs to get out of there immediately. The prosecutor looks around with a sharp and calculating gaze. He is not fooled by the gangsters acting like everything is normal. He keeps a sharp eye on the perimeter to make sure no one is acting out of line, because he refuses to let even the smallest detail slip past him. She throws on a ridiculous headscarf and some shades to sneak past the guards, but she almost runs headfirst into the prosecutor. She starts sweating bullets while wondering if the prosecutor actually recognized her, or if she's just being paranoid. She tries her best to play it cool and hope her disguise holds up even though she is absolutely terrified inside. Just as she thinks she managed to sneak by, a hand suddenly taps her on the shoulder and makes her heart skip a beat. She spins around in a total panic because getting caught right now would be a complete disaster for her mission. She stares back in silence while trying to process the situation and figure out if she needs to run for her life. She warns her friend to stay alert because catching the wrong person's eye in this industry can lead to a literal death sentence. They have to be incredibly careful about who they notice when the stakes are this high. A simple finger heart becomes a chilling and unexpected signal in the middle of this high-stakes confrontation. It serves as a bizarre reminder that even the smallest gestures can hide a much more sinister meaning. She is absolutely losing her mind over the sheer insanity of the moves being played against her. She finally realizes that the monster Crystal warned her about is much closer than she ever imagined. This terrifying revelation hits her like a freight train as she connects the dots to a known face. It turns out the person behind all this madness is none other than prosecutor Han Jeong-ui. Finding out a man of the law is actually a criminal mastermind is a total game changer that flips the script on everything. Our girl is completely reeling from the shock and can barely process the horrific truth. Her world is spinning as she stares at the evidence of a betrayal she never saw coming. Meanwhile, the mood shifts as another girl looks down in silence, clearly struggling with a heavy secret. She prepares to reveal something that has been haunting her for a very long time. She decides to stop hiding and finally exposes the brutal scars that have haunted her life for years. She finally stops hiding her past and shows her friend the scars from the nightmare she lived through. This smile is her way of finally being honest about the hell she survived. Seeing the evidence of such suffering, her friend doesn't hesitate for a second and pulls her into a desperate embrace. They sink to the floor together as the weight of the moment becomes too much to handle. She holds her friend tightly, offering silent comfort and a safe place to finally break down. This is the kind of support that proves she is no longer alone in her fight. The poor girl finally lets her guard down and begins to cry as the relief of being understood washes over her. All the years of hiding her pain are finally coming to an end in this emotional breakthrough. Back at his desk, Hajil lets out a long sigh as he tries to wrap his head around the sheer insanity of the situation. He knows that with these new truths coming to light, the real battle is only just beginning. The focus shifts from Hajil's internal struggle to a gritty interrogation room where a new legal battle is about to erupt. The criminal loses his mind and throws a massive tantrum while locked in handcuffs. He clearly has no respect for the law and is furious about being detained. He starts pointing at his face and screaming at the officer to bring his boss in immediately. The guy acts like he owns the precinct despite being the one currently under arrest. As the door finally swings open, he doesn't miss a beat and starts cussing out the newcomer for taking so long. He thinks he is about to get his way and expects his demands to be met right now. The thug's plan backfires when a high-ranking official walks through the door instead of the lackey he was expecting. The man calmly apologizes for being late and instantly takes control of the room. The criminal is struck with pure terror when he recognizes the man standing in front of him. He knows he is in deep trouble now that he is face-to-face with the legendary prosecutor Han Jeong-ui. Without wasting a single second, the prosecutor sits down and commands Joe Dutchin to start talking. He demands a full explanation of the circumstances and leaves no room for backtalk. Joe Dutchin suddenly loses all that bravado and starts sweating bullets as he tries to calculate his next move. The reality of his situation is finally sinking in as he realizes he can't scream his way out of this one. The prosecutor begins flipping through the case files with a cold, calculated precision. Every turn of the page feels like another nail in the coffin for the criminal sitting across from him. He locks eyes with the suspect, letting the silence do the heavy lifting. It is clear that he already knows the truth and is just waiting for the guy to trip over his own lies. The suspect is absolutely terrified and admits that Hajil is way too good at his job. He can't even stop shaking after experiencing that level of power firsthand. An investigator starts questioning why a simple lawyer would possess such insane combat skills. He knows something doesn't add up about this man's suspicious background. He digs through the files and finds a photo of Hajil, realizing the official identity is just a mask. The hunt for the truth about who he really is officially begins. He stares intensely, determined to figure out what kind of scheme our protagonist is running. He won't stop until he uncovers every hidden detail of the plot. Meanwhile, this girl is full of energy and tries to show off a trendy new pose. She's convinced this is the key to finally becoming a viral sensation. Her friend totally kills the vibe by telling her that the trend she practiced all night is already outdated. It looks like all that hard work just went down the drain for nothing. The mood shifts as her friend gives her a stern warning to stay far away from the CEO. Dealing with that man is a gamble she definitely shouldn't take if she values her safety. She completely ignores the red flags and asks about the man's personal taste instead. She's looking for any lead to get closer to him despite the obvious risks. Her friend tells her to listen up because the situation is getting incredibly dangerous. She needs to understand that this isn't a game they can play around with. She warns her that this CEO is a literal monster who shouldn't be trifled with. Getting on his bad side could end her career or result in something much worse. Hyorin tries to comfort her friend, who is visibly shaken just by the thought of this man. It becomes obvious that the CEO isn't just scary. He's a living nightmare that haunts anyone who knows the truth about his past. Hyorin listens in stunned silence as she finally begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. She realizes that getting involved with this man isn't just a career move. It's a gamble with her very life. It turns out this man arrived in Korea over a decade ago and completely scrubbed his history. He laundered his identity to become a legitimate entertainment mogul, but his roots are as dark as it gets. Before the suits and the fame, he was leading an army of the most dangerous thugs imaginable. These guys weren't just street punks. They were professional killers who worshipped him. The sheer scale of his influence sends a visible shiver down her spine. Knowing that a man with this much blood on his hands is now a public figure is beyond haunting. Her friend stares into the distance, haunted by the memories of what this man is truly capable of. The secrets she's holding onto are clearly a heavy burden to carry. He was known as a monster hiding behind a human mask, using his appearance to camouflage the predator underneath. He isn't just a criminal, he's a hunter who finds joy in the chase. Back in his territory, the laws of the land didn't apply because even the police were too terrified to intervene. He controlled every corner of the street through a gang that showed no mercy to outsiders. Every person in the neighborhood lived in a constant state of fear, whispering his name like a curse. He climbed over a mountain of bodies within the Vipers to claim his throne at the top. The most insane part of his legend is that he became the undisputed boss when he was only 15 years old. He was a master of violence before most kids even finished middle school. This legendary kid didn't just stop at taking over one gang. He immediately started gobbling up every surrounding territory like it was nothing. At just 15, he was already building a criminal empire that most adults couldn't even dream of. It wasn't long before the Vipers grew into an absolute monster of an organization, claiming the title of the biggest gang in the entire state. With an army of hardened soldiers at his command, he became the king of the streets in record time. Just when it looked like they were on top of the world, a brutal tragedy struck that would change everything forever. A gruesome murder sends shockwaves through the underworld as blood stains the sanctuary of the most powerful gang around. The victim was none other than the boss's right-hand man, a guy known for being the ultimate loyalist to the Viper cause. He lived and breathed for the organization, making his sudden downfall a massive blow to their inner circle. They found him with 46 gunshot wounds in an act of overkill that sent the entire gang into a total frenzy. This wasn't just a murder. It was a loud and clear message that turned their world completely upside down. The mystery of who pulled the trigger was about to blow the lid off the entire underworld. This wasn't just a random hit. It was a betrayal by the last person anyone would have suspected. The dingy atmosphere of this cramped hideout makes it clear that things are about to get incredibly ugly. Hodgel isn't showing any mercy as he crushes this tattooed thug under his boot and starts binding his hands. He mocks the guy's pathetic moaning while making it clear who's actually in charge of this fight. The thug is paralyzed with fear as he realizes he is staring into the eyes of a man who is on a completely different level. Hodgel switches into his classy persona and starts chatting up this sleazy gangster, while a girl in a red hood plays it cool in the background. Hodgel gives him this look that says, "I see right through every lie you are telling me." The thug tries to play it off and tells his boss they are doing a great job here. Our boy walks away like he owns the place, while reminding them that he is always watching. The girl in the red hood is sweating bullets and hoping she did not get caught by that monster. Hodgel stops dead in his tracks and lets out a casual yes that sends chills down her spine. He towers over her, and the tension is high enough to snap a wire in this room. She is freaking out inside and praying that he does not recognize her face. Hodgel just stands there looking like the most dangerous man she has ever met. A firm grip latches onto her arm and stops her cold before she can even think about making a run for it. Suddenly, another woman steps in, and warns the girl to stay away from him because he is way too dangerous. Our girl in the hood is not backing down, though, as she looks determined to see this through. They head into a dark warehouse that smells even worse than they imagined it would. This place is a total dump, filled with sketchy people hiding in the shadows of the containers. She immediately recognizes that the man in front of her is the exact person Crystal warned her about, and she struggles to keep her composure. Hodgel is back in his suit and looking sharp as a razor while thinking about everything Crystal told him. He is wondering if this place is already under someone else's thumb. He looks like a wolf in a sheepskin suit right now, and he is ready to bite. A gentle touch between hands happens in the dim light of the warehouse. She tells her friend that she will be back soon, so she should not worry. She steals her resolve and marches straight into the lion's den, fully prepared to risk everything to see this mission through. Her friend is left standing there completely stunned by the situation and worried sick. Things are about to get really messy in this city, and we are just getting started. This woman looks like she is ready for business and won't take no for an answer. Hodgel is sitting at a table waiting for her to speak, while looking totally unimpressed. They start talking about her wanting to be a streamer here in this shady building. The tension spikes as the mystery man leans over the girl and reveals his true identity as a feared prosecutor. She looks absolutely stunned because her simple plan to become a streamer just turned into a legal nightmare. He closes his eyes and waits for her reaction to his little reveal. Suddenly, he grabs her bag with lightning-fast reflexes that catch her off guard. He starts digging through her stuff without even asking for permission first. A smug grin creeps across his face because he found something very interesting. Back at the base, his hacker friend is losing his mind because he knows if Hodgel looks in that bag, it is game over. The girl panics and tries to grab it back while yelling at him for being so rude. He holds up the ID with a smug look, proving he already found exactly what he was looking for. The hacker is literally shouting in terror at this point because they are exposed. He knows they are finished if the secret gets out to a man like Hodgel. Hodgel takes a long, hard look at the ID card in his hand. It is the ID for Bjorn Hyorin, and the truth is finally out in the open. The hacker just collapses into his chair like he just saw a ghost. Hodgel tells her that trust is the most important part of any conversation between two people. She looks up at him with pure shock in her eyes as her world falls apart. She tries to laugh it off and tells him he is way hotter than normal prosecutors these days. A memory of a brutal hit-and-run accident flashes through her mind as the past returns. Hodgel strips down to reveal a body covered in intimidating tattoos, proving he is way more dangerous than any ordinary prosecutor. He leans in close and tells her that she cannot run away from him anymore. He checks his phone and sees something that catches his attention for a second. She needs to figure out exactly what kind of dangerous people are connected to him before she makes her next move. The creep leans over to snap a photo of her ID card so he can track her every move. He gets right in her face and makes it clear that she has absolutely no hope of running away from him. The guy on the phone can't wrap his head around why a former prosecutor would willingly dive back into a life of crime. She hides in the bathroom stall and tries to catch her breath as the realization hits that he's been leading a secret criminal organization. She knows they need evidence, but wonders if there is even anything left to find in this place. The hacker admits that the guy's level of meticulousness is pathologically insane, leaving them with no obvious way to win. Despite the desperate situation, a confident smirk creeps onto her face because she knows the game isn't over yet. Hodgel recalls the time he successfully infiltrated a police station just to destroy evidence and exonerate a criminal. The situation has become so twisted and insane that even a fictional comic book villain would think it's too much. They uncover shocking CCTV footage of a massive thug dragging a limp body away from a car wreckage in the dead of night. He grits his teeth and exerts every ounce of his strength to slam on the brakes as a reflex. The previous attempt at gathering evidence may have failed, but the entire situation has finally shifted in their favor. She steps through the door with a determined look, ready to face whatever comes next. Hyorin is completely fired up and shouts out her agreement with more energy than anyone expected. She playfully asks these tough-looking guys what they want from her and gets a suspicious invitation to a welcome party. Even though they look dangerous, she is not picking up on the bad vibes at all. Hyorin starts literally jumping for joy because she is so excited about being included. She is practically vibrating with happiness, while the massive dude next to her stays completely silent. The big guy just stands there like a stone wall while she keeps bouncing around him like a kid. She really thinks she is about to have the time of her life with her new friends. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and grabs her shoulder to stop her in her tracks. This definitely is not the playful touch she was expecting from the group. Her older companion steps in and tells Hyorin to go take a break immediately. She claims she has some serious business that she needs to discuss with these guys in private. Hyorin happily waves her goodbyes as her friend leads the muscle-bound group away into the back. She has no idea that she is being sidelined for something much more intense. Nearby, a mysterious figure in a red hood tries to sneak through a door to avoid being seen. Someone catches them completely off guard and questions if this is their first time meeting face to face. While Hyorin keeps acting like everything is sunshine and rainbows, her friend looks absolutely miserable as the guys lead her off. The mood takes a dark turn as the real meeting begins behind closed doors. The tensions continue to rise as the plot thickens for our main characters. Don't go anywhere because the story is about to get even more chaotic. This creep thinks he is in charge and demands that everyone wait for him like he is some kind of big shot. He clearly has no respect for anyone else's boundaries in this place. A terrified woman stands guard at the door, trying her best to stay calm while facing down a literal monster. She knows exactly what kind of trouble is standing right in front of her. The thug demands to know if his target is actually inside, putting immediate pressure on the woman blocking his path. He is not planning on taking no for an answer today. She desperately tries to make excuses for Hyorin by claiming she is too sick to see anyone right now. She offers to take a message instead, hoping to keep the danger away from her friend. This guy does not buy the act for a second and reminds her that they have been through this dance many times already. He is tired of the games and wants what he came for. Realizing that the situation is spiraling out of control, she panics because Hyorin is completely unaware of the danger lurking outside. She has to find a way to end this before it gets even worse. Desperation takes over as she drops to her knees and begs him to leave the innocent girl alone just this once. The thug just looks down at her with pure disgust while she clings to him for mercy. Instead of showing an ounce of pity, he violently tosses her aside like she is nothing more than trash in his way. She hits the floor hard as his true malicious nature finally comes out in full force. He towers over her while she struggles to recover, making it clear that his plans have now expanded to include both of them. Nowhere left for her to run now that he has lost his patience. The creep leans in with a terrifying grin and suggests that maybe he should just deal with both girls at the exact same time. Things just went from bad to a total nightmare for our main characters. He moves in even closer and reaches for her, clearly taking pleasure in the fact that she has no way to escape his grasp. Right on cue, Byon Hyorin strolls into the room like she is just showing up for a casual hangout. The girl on the floor is absolutely horrified and desperately wonders why Hyorin would walk straight into this trap. Hyorin admits she just could not help her curiosity after being told there was something important to discuss. She even tries to keep her cool, reminding herself not to lose her temper or start cursing just yet. She plays it completely innocent, acting like she has no idea what kind of danger she just stepped into. It is almost painful to watch her act so oblivious while the stakes are this high. The thug cannot believe his luck and flashes a disgusting grin, thinking he has hit the jackpot with 2 victims. He is clearly feeling himself now that he thinks he has total control over the situation. He starts getting way too comfortable, reaching out to touch Hyorin hair while pitching a creepy partnership. He claims that if they get intimate, it will actually help them perform better in their line of work. While Hyorin stands there looking confused, the other girl is paralyzed with fear watching the scene unfold. It is a total nightmare scenario where one girl is clueless and the other knows exactly what is coming. To make matters even worse, the guy points out that they are currently locked inside a completely soundproof container. He wants to make sure they realize that no matter how loud they scream, help is not coming. He starts stripping off his jacket, fully intending to take things to a dark place now that they are isolated. He mocks them with the fact that not even the sound of an ant could escape these walls. But just as he is about to make his move, Something catches him off guard and wipes that smug look right off his face. It looks like someone or something is about to crash his little party and change the vibe real quick. Hyorin decides to play along with his sick game and leans in with a smirk of her own. She asks him if he is really suggesting they get intimate, making the creep believe she is actually considering his twisted proposal. Outside the room, a woman is thrown to the ground as the heavy door locks into place. She is left completely helpless as the situation turns into a total nightmare. She desperately beats against the door, crying out for Hyorin and praying she isn't too late. The fear of a past tragedy repeating itself drives her into a state of total desperation. The massive thug smiles with pure malice, impressed by the supposed girl's feisty attitude. He thinks he has finally found a new favorite toy to break for his own amusement. He corners Hajil in the dungeon, claiming he knows exactly what has been going on this whole time. He suggests a private interview, completely unaware of the deadly trap he is walking into. The villain starts stripping down, eager for a fight after being deprived of action for 3 days. He is way too confident for someone about to face a monster in disguise. Hajil starts to panic, realizing that if he keeps this up, the thug might actually recognize his face. He desperately tries to figure out a way to keep his identity hidden while dealing with this creep. The thug watches intently, completely focused on his target as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Hajil finally decides to drop the act and tosses his disguise aside. He realizes there's no point in pretending to be a girl anymore if he's going to end this guy's life. He stands tall and reveals a body covered in battle scars and lean muscle. It's clear to anyone with eyes that this isn't just some helpless girl, but a seasoned killer. Hajil mockingly lists off his own body parts, throwing the thug's threats right back in his face. He's letting the villain know that every part of him is a weapon ready to be used. He makes the most disgusting face possible while taunting our protagonist with his tongue out. It is obvious this guy is a total psychopath who enjoys playing with his food before the kill. Standing there in nothing but tiger print underwear and tattoos, the massive thug prepares for a showdown in the middle of this dungeon. He honestly believes he has the advantage because of his size compared to Hajil. The lunatic grabs a baseball bat and makes it very clear that Hajil is the first person he plans on sending to the afterlife. He is completely unhinged and thinks a simple weapon is enough to win this fight. He charges forward like a wild animal while screaming at our boy to stay put. This big guy swings the bat with all his strength, fully intending to crush Hajil right then and there. Hajil is officially done playing games and starts considering the fastest way out of this mess. He seriously contemplates murdering everyone in the building just so he can finally leave this annoying place behind. The tattooed thug misses his mark completely as Hajil pulls off a smooth dodge that defies gravity. Our protagonist moves with such speed and precision that the massive swing only hits empty air. The attacker's confidence evaporates the moment he realizes his target has vanished into thin air, leaving him wide open for a counterattack he never saw coming. Hajil manages to flip the script and uses a rope to gain the high ground while mocking his opponent. The big guy finds himself in a pathetic position and starts begging to be let down immediately. Our protagonist decides to grant that wish in the most brutal way imaginable by slamming the guy straight into the floor. He uses the man's own weight against him to deliver a finishing blow that definitely leaves a mark. Hajil keeps the thug pinned to the floor with a heavy boot to the face, making the guy so desperate that he starts begging for a chance to talk his way out of the beating. The big guy thinks he's in total control as he strips down and brags that no one outside will hear a single scream. Our boy is making this dude look absolutely ridiculous. The tiger print underwear on his head is just the beginning. Hajil is clearly having the time of his life as he watches the big guy suffer through this humiliation. Meanwhile, outside the building, Jihu is just sitting there waiting in the dark. She's looking completely drained and defeated. Her eyes are full of sadness as she stares at nothing. She has no idea what is about to happen next. Suddenly, the door swings open and she jumps back. Someone is coming out of that nightmare room. She's completely stunned and can't believe her eyes when she realizes someone else is finally coming out of that pitch-black room. It is Hyalin, and she looks like she's seen better days. She slowly walks out of the darkness and towards Jihu. Hyolyn is visibly traumatized and looks like she's about to burst into tears at any second. Jihu doesn't waste a second and lunges forward for a hug. She's just so relieved to see her friend alive and well. Jihu tells her they need to get out of there as fast as possible. They can't stay in this creepy place for another minute. As they walk away together, Hyolyn is still sobbing her heart out. This night is definitely going to leave some scars. Back inside, the guy is curled up in a ball and crying like a baby. He is completely broken after what our boy did to him. Hajil is busy snapping photos of the guy in his ridiculous tiger mask. He is making sure he has all the blackmail material he needs. Hajil laughs as he promises to make him a nationally known pervert, so the whole world can see what a piece of trash he really is. Hajil leans in with a terrifying grin and tells the guy he's about to become a nationally known pervert as the real humiliation begins. The poor guy can only weep through his underwear mask, realizing his life is basically over as he calls Hajil every name in the book. With the first stage of the humiliation handled, it's time to get the water running and prepare for the next phase of the plan. Hajil knows that if he can just get a DNA sample and find a match, he'll finally have all the proof he needs to end this. He is sitting on the bed and laughing because everything is going perfectly. He tells the person on the other end that Byon Hajil always has a plan. But then things get serious when the topic of getting blood comes up. How are they going to get a sample from their target without raising suspicion? Hajil gets this devious look in his eyes. He is already thinking 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. He lets out a devious smirk, telling the person on the other end of the phone that he already has a much more subtle plan in mind. Suddenly, the bathroom door slides open as the target finally finishes her shower and prepares for the night. The target walks out in nothing but a white towel, and Hajil has to try his best to act natural despite being completely overwhelmed by the situation. He starts making these weird faces and covering his eyes like a total weirdo. He is trying to play the part of a shy girl, but he is definitely overdoing it. He starts shouting about how they can't do this because they are both girls. The target just laughs and says that is exactly why it is okay. Hajil is peeking through his fingers and his face is turning bright red. This is definitely not what he signed up for when he started this mission. The target climbs onto the bed and tells him it is so soft. She has been sleeping on the hard ground and wants to know what a real bed feels like. Hajil is still hiding his face while she gets comfortable. He is thinking to himself that his bad sleeping habits might be a problem. She lets out a terrified scream as she's caught completely off guard by the sudden noise. Someone starts pounding violently on the door, creating a massive commotion that echoes through the room. Hajil puts on a playful act to lower the girl's guard while she lies back completely unaware of the danger. He pretends to be worried about his own messy sleeping habits just to buy more time and get closer to his target. He gets close to her on the bed, and the tension is through the roof. He needs to find an opening to get that blood sample soon. He keeps the act going by gushing over how soft her bed feels compared to the cold ground he's used to sleeping on. His focus is broken when a phone on the nightstand starts vibrating and lighting up the dark room. He grabs the phone and freezes when he sees a notification that forces him to change his entire plan on the fly. The girl wonders if the police have arrived already, and Hajil realizes this chaos actually plays right into his hands. After finishing up there, he marches straight toward his next objective with zero hesitation. He's heading deep into the facility toward a room with a super sketchy name that definitely spells trouble for anyone inside. He keeps a cool head and stays focused as he marches toward the next phase of the operation. He knocks on the door and waits for someone to answer. He knows he is walking right into the lion's den with this one. The door opens, and Hajil puts on his best innocent girl smile. He is ready to infiltrate the room and finish the job. Hajil enters the room and finds a guy who looks way too comfortable in this weird environment. This new target starts acting all sophisticated, but our hero knows he is just another creep hiding behind an expensive suit. This guy looks like a real piece of work. He starts talking about how he is secretly a very clingy man to his guests. Hajil is thinking about how he needs to collect this bastard's DNA. He is surrounded by cameras and equipment, but he isn't scared at all. She laughs while lounging on her bed, completely unfazed because she knows Hajil already has a secret plan in place. The door is being kicked in, and everything is descending into pure chaos. Jihu calls out for Hyalin as the scene ends on a cliffhanger. She freezes up as the realization of what is happening finally hits her. The sudden intrusion catches her completely off guard, leaving her heart racing in the middle of the escalating chaos. Hajil realizes that he needs a physical sample to prove this guy's true identity once and for all. He eyes the target's head, knowing a single strand of hair is the key to unlocking the evidence he desperately needs. The pressure is on because one tiny mistake will blow his entire cover and end the mission instantly. He carefully calculates his next move, trying to figure out how to bridge the gap without making the suspicious Han Jiangyui even more wary. He decides to go for a bold distraction by getting up close and personal to catch the man off balance. By playing the role of a flirtatious girl, he creates the perfect opening to reach for what he is actually after. The target seems to fall for the act and starts pouring a drink, completely distracted by the sudden attention. This gives Hajil the perfect chance to position himself right where he needs to be to strike. The man offers a glass of expensive whiskey, trying to act like a total gentleman while he is being played like a fiddle. Little does he know, he is basically handing over everything Hajil needs to take him down. Our girl isn't falling for the smooth talker's cheap tricks and immediately calls him out for trying to spike her drink. She makes it crystal clear that even holy water wouldn't make her trust a jerk like him. As they sit in front of the camera, the guy starts prying into her personal life by asking about her family relations. She casually brushes it off with a fake smile, acting like everything at home is perfectly fine and dandy. The suit-wearing investigator keeps up his polite facade, but that suspicious smirk reveals he thinks he has the upper hand. He is clearly plotting his next move while watching her every reaction. The tension in the room skyrockets as he leans in dangerously close, dropping the friendly act to show his true, cold nature. He wants to see if she'll crack under the pressure of his intense gaze. Instead of being intimidated, she starts boasting about her physique and how her specific measurements make sharing clothes impossible. She is definitely using her charms to keep him distracted and off balance. She laughs off the awkward moment and tells him to just pretend he didn't hear her little brag. It's a total power move to keep him guessing about her true intentions while they continue this weird game. The playful act vanishes in an instant as she flashes a terrifyingly dark smile, announcing that it is finally her turn to take the lead. You can tell she is finished playing nice and is ready to show her real teeth. She shifts her weight and prepares to strike, with the sudden movement of her feet signaling that the talking is officially over. The atmosphere turns lethal as she readies herself for a physical confrontation. A dark memory of being pinned down and helpless against a mysterious attacker flashes through her mind, fueling her current rage. This past trauma is exactly what drives her to never be the victim ever again. In the blink of an eye, she flips the script and tackles the guy straight to the floor, pinning him down with terrifying intensity. The predator has officially become the prey as she looks down at him with total dominance. Even though she just had the upper hand, she realized this guy has a seriously twisted personality. Dealing with him is going to be way more exhausting than she initially thought. He looks up with a chillingly calm expression and asks if she is having fun yet. Without breaking a sweat, he tells her it is time to stop playing around and get off of him. As she backs away, he regains his composure and prepares to flip the power dynamic. He is fully convinced that everything is going exactly according to his plan. He reveals that he managed to snag a few strands of her hair during the scuffle. Since his drink is ruined, he decides it is time for them to sit down and have a real conversation. The atmosphere turns deadly serious as a handgun is placed right on the table. The stakes for this meeting just hit an all-time high. She looks at the weapon with a mix of mock surprise and genuine annoyance. She questions if they are actually on good enough terms to be bringing out the heavy hardware already. He sits down across from her with total confidence, resting his hand near the pistol. He is playing a dangerous game of intimidation and loves every second of it. He slowly grips the firearm to show her exactly who is in control of the situation. This is his area of expertise, and he wants to make sure she feels the pressure. With a smug smirk, he prepares the weapon as if he is about to demonstrate his deadly aim. He really thinks he is the main character in an action movie right now. She is totally unimpressed and starts mocking his tough guy act with some sarcastic fear. She can barely keep a straight face while he tries so hard to look intimidating. This smug guy in the suit isn't just a lawyer. He reveals with a chilling smile that someone met their end on the road not long ago. He flaunts his weapon like a trophy, making it clear he is way more dangerous than he looks. She listens closely as the weight of his confession starts to sink in. Every detail of his dark secret is being burned into her memory during this tense moment. While one girl plays it cool and mocks him, another person is on the other side of the glass losing her mind in a fit of rage. The soundproofing is so effective that her desperate screams and banging go completely unnoticed by anyone else. She sits there in total silence, trying to process the absolute insanity of the situation. The tension in the room is thick as she waits to see what this monster will do next. The horrific truth finally clicks in her mind, as she realizes this man has been playing a much deeper and more sinister game than she ever suspected. This absolute maniac starts prepping his gun right in front of her without a single care in the world. He clearly views her as nothing more than a witness he can easily dispose of whenever he wants. He finally drops the act and admits he actually enjoys the sensation of hurting others, proving he's completely lost his humanity to his own bloodlust. Hodgel is frantically trying to get through on the phone, sensing that things have taken a turn for the worse. He needs to coordinate his next move quickly before his target causes any more damage. Instead of backing down in fear, she leans in and challenges his twisted logic with a defiant question. She refuses to be intimidated by his power trip and demands to know the reasoning behind his madness. He stands tall and uses his official title to try and crush her spirit, reminding her that he represents the Ministry of Justice. He thinks his high-ranking position makes him untouchable, but the confrontation is far from over. This arrogant suit thinks he can just flex his title and intimidate her into submission. He has no idea that his little power play is only making her more dangerous. She isn't fazed at all and focuses on using the evidence she found to link Han Jiang-Yui to the murder. Once she proves he killed Jihu's father, she plans on ending his life personally. Even with her revenge in sight, a major complication named Crystal suddenly derails her train of thought. This new variable makes her mission much more difficult than she originally anticipated. Crystal is left sitting alone in the dark, looking completely broken and hopeless. She is trapped in a miserable situation with seemingly no way to escape the cycle of abuse. Our Lady is determined to snap the leash her captors have placed on her and flee this nightmare once and for all. She refuses to remain a pawn in their twisted games any longer. This guy is clearly fuming, because he knows that Hyalin is still being kept in the dark about how dangerous their current situation has actually become. A sudden realization hits her like a freight train, as she finally discovers the missing piece of information that changes her entire perspective. A chillingly joyful expression crosses her face as she figures out the easiest way to solve all her problems. She can't believe she didn't see such a simple shortcut right in front of her. Down in the basement, Hodgel starts sweating as he worries about Hyalin's lack of experience with this kind of brutality. He knows things are about to get incredibly violent and hopes she can handle it. Hodgel completely loses it and starts swinging his weapon with manic energy. He has this massive tattooed thug tied up and hanging from the ceiling like a piece of meat, while he delivers a brutal beatdown. This thug finally realizes he messed with the wrong monster and starts pathetically begging for his life. Hodgel's unhinged energy is so overwhelming that the guy is willing to do anything just to survive another second. Jiu stared ahead in pure shock because this was not what she expected at all. Escaping this dump isn't going to be a challenge at all, and she watches him walk away with a look that says she's already 3 steps ahead. Memories of being trapped and powerless come flooding back, reminding her of exactly why she needs to succeed. Hodgel desperately tries to come up with a genius plan to get Crystal out of this nightmare. She starts picturing herself as the legendary hero who saves the day in a dramatic movie scene. She starts dreaming of the moment she can finally rescue Crystal and be her ultimate hero. Suddenly, a brilliant idea hit her, and she couldn't believe she didn't think of it sooner. This was going to work perfectly. Hodgel realizes the solution was staring her in the face the whole time. And now, she's ready to cause some major trouble. She is about to turn this entire situation around with a plan that is as crazy as she is. She watched Han Jiang-Ui and prepared to make her move with total confidence. This dude had no idea what was coming his way as he turned his back on her. She started mocking him about his expensive car to bait his male ego. She knew exactly which buttons to push to get a reaction out of him. She rattles the keys in front of him to trigger his deep-seated urge to show off. Most people would try to sneak out of a place like this, but Hajil knows that is a losing game. Getting past all these guards and obstacles seemed impossible to anyone else. But Hajil is built different, and she was already walking through the facility like she owned the place. She played on his instincts and told him he must be desperate to brag about such a nice car. She really knows how to mess with someone. The man asked why he would ever do that, but she could see him starting to crack under her pressure. Our girl realized this guy was stubborn, so she decided to use another trick from her sleeve. She put on her best innocent face. She complained about a vitamin deficiency from being stuck inside for too long. Surprisingly, he actually told her to follow him outside. He looked back at her and agreed to let her get some sun. Man, is he predictable and easy to manipulate. She kept up the act with a cute pose to keep him distracted while they moved toward the exit. They hopped in the luxury car and zoomed off onto the main road at high speed. She started acting crazy inside the car to make him feel completely uncomfortable and out of control. He didn't seem bothered by her wild behavior at all, and just kept a smug smirk on his face while focusing on the road. Our girl checked his reaction and saw that her psychological plan was working perfectly. He was losing his cool. She knew human nature made it impossible for anyone to hide every single expression forever. She noticed his ears were turning bright red, which meant he was totally flustered. Men are so easy to read when you know what to look for. She told him to head straight to the National Forensic Service office. She had that hair sample ready to prove the truth once and for all. She smiled to herself, thinking that this expensive car basically belonged to her now. She was totally winning. He kept his eyes fixed on the road and ignored her smile, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Our protagonist was winning the psychological war, and she wasn't even trying that hard yet. She asked to be dropped off at the forensic service, but he refused her immediately. Now she needed to find another way to reach Jai-Hu and deliver the evidence. She sent a quick message, telling her contact to meet her at the convenience store right next to the office. She knew she couldn't just jump out of a moving car, so she needed a natural excuse to stop. Then it hit her that luxury car owners have one specific weakness they can never ignore. A plan formed in her eyes. She put on a masterclass in acting by faking a sudden and violent stomach cramp that looked incredibly real. She claimed she was about to have a major bathroom accident right there in his expensive leather seats. She told him he had no choice but to stop the car immediately or suffer the consequences. She threatened to actually pee in his car if he didn't pull over right this second. Talk about a crazy move. The tires screeched as he slammed on the brakes to save his precious car interior from ruin. She bolted out of the car and ran toward the store, while he grumbled about her almost ruining his seats. Our girl dashed into the shop and startled everyone inside with her incredible speed and energy. She threw herself into a ridiculous pose to keep the clerk distracted while she prepared to hand over the goods. She met up with the kid and quickly handed over the baggie containing the vital evidence she gathered. The clerk was completely confused when she started talking about men's products while leaning on the counter. The clerk and the girl both put on a shocked performance to make sure the secret handoff went unnoticed by anyone else. The kid couldn't believe the sheer audacity and craziness of our main girl in this situation. She realized the car was still parked outside, and she needed to move fast before he got suspicious. They headed back toward the law office, where they thought they would be safe for a while. As soon as they walked in, they realized something was very wrong and stopped in their tracks. Two massive loan sharks were sitting in the office waiting for them to return. These guys looked like they meant serious business and had baseball bats ready for a beatdown. They were not leaving without getting what they came for today. Hajil looked at them with pure fire in her eyes and prepared for a confrontation. They hovered over the kid and told him they would chase their money even into the afterlife if they had to. This fat bastard was actually enjoying the fact that they found their target hiding in the middle of nowhere. The two thugs stood their ground with their bats, while our girl and the kid realized they were in for a serious fight. things just got a lot more dangerous. The boy stands his ground and tries to talk back to the massive loan shark. The loan shark just stares him down with a sadistic look, clearly enjoying the fear he is instilling. He leans in close to deliver a terrifying threat, promising to beat the boy until his heart stops. Hodgel refuses to just stand by and launches a surprise attack to take the pressure off the kid. Just as a punch is about to land, someone reaches in and catches the guy's arm with impossible timing. This person clearly has insane reflexes to stop a heavy blow with such precision and ease. The young bystander can't believe his eyes and shouts out in total shock at the sudden intervention. He definitely wasn't expecting a third party to jump into the middle of this heated mess. The big guy is completely stunned, staring down at his captured wrist with pure disbelief. He is used to being the strongest person in the room, so having his attack neutralized like this is a massive blow to his ego. Hodgel immediately begins analyzing the newcomer's movements, as she realizes this simple brawl just became a much bigger problem. A sharp-dressed man in a suit stands his ground, effortlessly holding the giant back while casually asking if he is a lawyer as well. Everyone else in the room freezes, caught off guard by the sheer audacity of this unexpected intruder. Hodgel is internally screaming because this is the last person she wanted to see interfering right now. She is completely at a loss for how to handle his arrival without accidentally blowing her cover. This man is far too sharp for Hodgel's comfort, and his presence alone threatens to expose the secret identity she's been trying so hard to hide. Realizing she needs to act fast, Hodgel forces a fake laugh and tries to play off the tension with a clumsy, innocent act. She hopes that by playing the part of a confused girl, she can deflect his attention away from her real skills. He calmly adjusts his glasses, clearly unimpressed by her performance and ready to dig deeper into the truth. This guy is playing 4D chess while everyone else is just trying to survive the next 5 minutes. The big bully is left completely humiliated and fuming after being totally dominated by a man he clearly underestimated. This guy isn't playing around anymore and stares down his opponent with total confidence. He's about to deliver a lesson that this bully will never forget. The realization that he's picked a fight with a total monster finally sets in, and the bully is left paralyzed with regret. Before the big guy can even react, he gets hit with a devastating blow right to the solar plexus. The speed and power behind the strike are absolutely insane for someone who looks like a total nerd. The kid is left speechless by the sudden display of power, while Hodgel remains completely focused on how this situation will affect her mission. The impact is so massive it practically shakes the entire room. This wasn't just a punch, it was a statement of absolute dominance that leaves the bully completely wrecked. With the threat neutralized and face down on the floor, the victor begins to lay out some chilling personal details. He makes it clear that he knows exactly where the bully lives and who he stays with to ensure he never acts up again. He reaches down and snatches up a mysterious black object that seems to hold a lot of significance. It looks like he finally found the specific item he was searching for this whole time. He is absolutely ecstatic as he secures the prize he's been hunting for, letting the pure thrill of the victory take over. He stops dead in his tracks as he catches sight of the nameplate on the floor, realizing he finally has the leverage he needs to take control of the situation. He hoists the plaque into the light and reads the legendary name of Bjorn Hodgel out loud, savoring the moment he finally uncovers the truth. This smug guy picks up the legendary nameplate from the floor to mock the situation. He knows exactly whose territory he is standing in right now, and he is not impressed. He stands tall in the middle of the wrecked office and demands to see the face behind all the rumors. Our team is backed into a corner while this guy controls the entire room with his presence. The young guy tries to play it off and act casual, but his stuttering completely gives away his nerves. Meanwhile, the suit guy just watches him with a cold, knowing smirk that says he sees right through the act. Out of nowhere, he lunges forward and snatches the phone right out of the guy's hand. It happens so fast that nobody can even react in time to stop his aggressive move. Our friend is left frozen in shock after losing his most important piece of evidence. He realizes he just let the enemy get the upper hand in the blink of an eye, and he is totally powerless. The suit guy stares him down and declares that a simple phone call is going to reveal all their secrets. He looks absolutely ready to tear their cover story apart and expose the truth. Panic starts to set in as the boy wonders what kind of twisted scheme this man is actually planning. He desperately tries to find a way to stop the call, but he is completely paralyzed by the pressure. He pushes his glasses up with a villainous vibe, acting like he has already won the game. He enjoys every second of the terror he is causing and feels completely in control of the situation. He holds the phone high in the air to keep it away from the frantic boy who is trying to jump for it. It is a total power move that shows just how much faster and more calculated he is compared to our heroes. He casually takes a seat and starts hunting through the contact list for Bjorn Hodgel's name. Even as the boy screams for him to give it back, the villain is already one step away from uncovering everything. The glasses guy finally hits the dial button, certain he is about to blow the lid off the entire mystery. He waits with a smug grin, expecting to hear a phone ring right there in the room. She watches in horror as the ringing phone threatens to expose them, desperately shouting out a lie to try and distract the villain from the truth. Han Jeong-ui desperately tries to snatch the phone away to stop the call from going through. He knows that if that phone keeps ringing, their cover is completely blown. He stares in total shock as the plan goes sideways in the most unexpected way. His heart is racing because he can't figure out why things aren't working like they should. Confusion fills the room as the signal seems to have disappeared into thin air. Han Jeong-ui can't believe the call didn't connect to the phone he expected. Hodgel suddenly lets out a devious smirk, knowing she has completely outplayed everyone in the room. She was expecting this exact move and prepared a counter-trap in advance. It turns out Hodgel used a clever trick to jam the signal by making a call at the exact same moment. Her quick thinking effectively neutralized the threat and kept her identity safe for now. The office falls into a heavy silence as their trap fails to trigger, while Hodgel stands by and enjoys the sight of them struggling for their next move. Before anyone can regroup, a heavy hand lands firmly on Han Jeong-ui's shoulder. He stops dead in his tracks, feeling the sudden shift in power in the room. He lets out a chilling smirk, knowing he's just found a new way to turn this entire situation to his advantage. He looms over the boy with a terrifying presence, pinning him down with a look that says he's in total control of the kid's fate. He reveals that they only met because of the boy's father, but he is confident the old man wouldn't even recognize him now. This guy is a total shark, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The boy realizes that if this psycho finds out he is actually working at Hodgel's office, things are going to get ugly fast. He looks over at our girl and feels a surge of panic because he needs to protect her from this monster. The raw fury in the room finally hits its breaking point, making a violent confrontation absolutely inevitable. Hodgel tries to play it cool and laughs it off, while physically pulling the glasses guy away to de-escalate the situation. She needs to get him out of there before he notices the bloodstains and chaos scattered all over the floor. The guy is not having it and violently throws her off, causing her to scream as she loses her balance. This jerk has officially lost his patience and does not care who he hurts to get what he wants. Before anyone can react, he reaches out and snatches the boy by his collar to trap him in place. It looks like the kid is about to face the full force of this man's terrifying temper. Time seems to slow down as his heart hammers against his ribs, and he cannot even blink. He is completely paralyzed by the sheer killing intent coming off the man standing right in front of him. He delivers a terrifying, silent threat that leaves the kid completely frozen, making him realize he finally has nowhere left to run. Glasses guy gets way too close to Bjorn Hodgel, as if he already won the mental game. Our protagonist is completely stunned that he remembers every tiny detail from their brief encounter in court. He leans in even further with this mocking expression that just screams he knows something we don't. Bjorn Hodgel is starting to panic, because if this guy knows the truth, everything is about to go sideways. He starts bringing up the past, and how girls in this place were treated like property and forced to clean up blood. This poor woman is on her knees, scrubbing the floor, while this massive brute watches her every move. The brute suddenly grabs her in a chokehold and warns her to fall in line, unless she wants to meet the same horrifying fate as her senior. She reveals the dark truth that her senior was actually sold off to some unknown place, showing just how hopeless this situation really is. But wait, because now we are diving back into the memories of when things seemed almost normal. Hyo-rin sits the girl down and starts acting like she is about to share a massive secret to gain her trust. She takes the girl's hands to make their bond feel official, before revealing that she is handing over her most prized possession. Our girl looks totally touched by the gesture, thinking she finally found someone she can trust in this mess. But get this, because when she looks at the ID card, it belongs to someone named Choi Bok-soon. She immediately notices the name on the card is totally different, and her internal alarm bells start ringing. Hyo-rin just keeps smiling like she is the most innocent person in the world, but we know better. Suddenly, a phone starts buzzing on the floor with a call coming in from the boss. Hyo-rin answers the phone only to hear some urgent news that catches her completely off guard. The location for the meeting is set at Hapjeong Station, which feels like a total trap. Our girl and Hyo-rin arrive at the meeting spot, where the creepy glasses guy is already waiting for them. Hajil realizes she just walked right into a deadly setup and can feel her heart sink. The pieces of the puzzle finally start falling into place as she sees the trap closing in around them. Han Jeong-ui stands there looking like a total villain as he welcomes them into his little trap. He starts talking about setting up the broadcast location and tells them to come inside. They follow him deeper into the train, as the heavy atmosphere makes it clear they are walking straight into a nightmare. Our girl reaches up and taps the subway handle, while her brain works overtime to find an escape route. She scans the empty car and realizes the only exit is blocked by Han Jeong-ui himself, leaving them with absolutely nowhere to run. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife, as she waits for him to make a move. Hajil clenches her jaw and prepares for the worst while watching his every move. She knows one wrong step here will be her last, and the pressure is starting to get to her. Before she can even react, the glasses guy pulls out a gun and points it straight at her head. This dude has the most punchable face as he laughs, while holding their lives in his hands. Byeon Hajil breaks out in a cold sweat, because one wrong move and it is game over for everyone. He stands there with this insane confidence as he explains that the room is perfectly isolated. It turns out he planned everything from the start, and now he has them exactly where he wants them. Hyo-rin completely loses it and screams in pure terror as she finally realizes the deadly situation they are in. The villain just keeps grinning like a madman because he knows he holds all the cards. He starts taunting them with a smug attitude, relishing the fact that he's the one in total control of the situation. She watches him in utter disbelief, paralyzed by the realization that they've walked right into a trap. The villain drops a massive bombshell about Hajil's former client that leaves Hyo-rin completely paralyzed with shock. This revelation changes everything and proves just how deep this twisted conspiracy actually goes. He finds it hilarious that a lawyer would be corrupt enough to represent both the victim and the suspect at the same time. Her eyes are wide with shock as the pieces of the puzzle finally start falling into place. The horrific realization finally sets in as she begins to understand the true scale of the conspiracy. It turns out this entire nightmare is being orchestrated by a mysterious mastermind who's been lurking in the shadows this whole time. He taunts them about the absolute mess of a legal case they are caught in while keeping them at gunpoint. He is loving every second of watching their hope drain away while he holds all the cards. He breaks down the cold reality of how they were lured into a trap and used until they were no longer needed. He leans in with a sickening grin to tell her that she was never anything more than a disposable tool. A heavy silence fills the car as the protagonist is forced to face the brutal truth of this betrayal. The villain just keeps smiling, thoroughly enjoying the fact that he's completely crushed their spirits. He prepares to end this once and for all, making sure they know there's no way out of this subway car. He stares them down with a cold, murderous gaze, just waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. The villain leans in close, whispering the cold truth into Hyo-rin's ear and making sure she knows exactly who betrayed her. Hajil's heart hammers against her chest as the magnitude of her secret coming out finally begins to set in. The glasses guy watches her reaction with a twisted sense of satisfaction, savoring every second of the chaos he's caused. Everything begins to blur for our girl as her mind, frantically, tries to process the weight of the situation. She looks back on all the quiet moments she shared with Hyo-rin, wondering if any of it was ever real. They used to spend hours lost in virtual games together, acting like their bond was the most important thing in the world. Hyo-rin's laugh used to be the one thing that made Hajil feel like everything was going to be okay. She remembers the warmth of their hugs and how Hyo-rin promised they would stay together no matter what happens. They shared their deepest secrets and dreams while holding hands on that bed, completely unaware that it was all built on a lie. The realization hits her like a physical blow, as she wonders what she could have possibly done to deserve this kind of betrayal. Hyo-rin begs her to say it isn't true, and that their friendship actually meant something. The mastermind stands over them like a victor, reveling in the fact that he successfully tore their friendship apart. Hajil can't even find the strength to look up, because the shame and guilt are finally starting to crush her spirit. She manages to choke out a hollow apology, but it's clear that words won't be enough to fix the damage she's caused. Hyo-rin continues to spiral into despair, desperately searching for a reason to believe this nightmare isn't actually happening. The pressure finally breaks Hyo-rin, and she screams at them to just stop the madness before someone gets killed. Meanwhile, the villain stands there enjoying the absolute chaos he has unleashed upon them. Driven to the edge, Hyo-rin actually points the weapon right at our protagonist in a moment of pure desperation. She is so far gone that she is ready to end everything right then and there. Han Jeong-ui lets out a terrifying laugh as he goads her to pull the trigger and finish the job. He is completely unhinged and proud of how he played everyone like a fiddle from the very beginning. Hyo-rin is sick and tired of being treated like a pawn in everyone else's games. She decides that from this moment on, she is taking back her life and refuses to be used by anyone ever again. She lunges forward and jams the gun right toward him, catching the villain completely off guard. He stumbles back in shock, never expecting her to actually snap and fight back like this. She squeezes the trigger with everything she's got, desperate to end this nightmare once and for all. But instead of a bang, all she hears is the soul-crushing sound of a hollow metallic click. Her heart drops into her stomach as she stares in pure disbelief at the weapon that just failed her. She realizes in an instant that something has gone horribly wrong with her plan. Han Jeong-ui just stands there with a smug grin, mocking her for not even noticing the weight of an empty gun. He has been playing her this entire time, and knew she didn't have a single live round in the chamber. He casually begins to prep his own weapon while looking down at her like she is nothing but a minor inconvenience. It is clear that he was never in any real danger from her desperate attempt at a revolt. The vibe turns absolutely chilling as he stares her down with a look that says her time is officially up. This psycho is done playing games and is ready to deliver his version of a final verdict. He levels the gun right at her head and tells her not to die, which is honestly the most terrifying thing he could say in this moment. She can't do anything but scream in terror as she stares death right in the face. Just as things look hopeless, a brave ally leaps out of nowhere to take the hit and shield her from the blast. This guy literally puts his body on the line to save her at the very last second. Her protector holds her close, while Han mocks them for their sudden display of friendship and loyalty. It looks like the situation just got way more complicated now that someone else has jumped into the line of fire. Han mocks the duo while aiming his weapon right at them and questions why Hajil is so eager to die today. He thinks he has the situation completely under control as he taunts his targets. Instead of panicking, Hajil begins to calmly look back at the villain with a hidden sense of confidence, as if he has everything under control. The prosecutor is visibly shaken, as he realizes his advantage is quickly slipping away. Instead of panicking, Hajil stays perfectly composed and starts shaving his own head right in front of them. The prosecutor loses his patience and points a gun directly at Hajil's head to end the games. He thinks he has the upper hand now, but he has completely underestimated who he is dealing with. Hajil just stares down the barrel of the weapon with a terrifyingly confident expression. Crystal can only watch in absolute terror as she realizes how close her friend is to being killed. In one fluid motion, Hajil launches himself into a handstand and kicks the gun right out of the prosecutor's hand. He can't help but smirk as he sees the sheer panic starting to set in on his opponent's face. This smug guy is just sitting there with a taunting look on his face like he is watching a comedy show. He thinks he is untouchable and is basically begging for someone to wipe that grin off. The prosecutor stays locked in, refusing to let the psychological warfare get to him. He is dead set on his goal and is clearly planning his next move to take control of the room. The villain keeps up his annoying act, resting his chin on his hands like a bored student. He is clearly trying to get under everyone's skin and stall for time. Things are getting desperate as our hero realizes the blood loss from his shoulder is reaching a critical level. He knows he has to end this fight immediately if he has any hope of saving Crystal. A cold smirk creeps across the enemy's face as he makes a sarcastic comment about the house's hospitality. It is clear that the talk is over and things are about to get much more violent. A massive group of thugs suddenly appears to back up the prosecutor, making the odds look impossible. Hodgel stands his ground against the small army, realizing he has walked straight into a massive trap. The prosecutor's calm facade finally cracks when something unexpected catches him off guard. He looks absolutely stunned as he fumbles with his glasses, realizing his perfect plan is spiraling out of control. Hodgel uses his current form to his advantage, grabbing the prosecutor and putting on a frantic act about the police arriving. He is playing the role of a terrified girl perfectly to create enough chaos for an escape. Behind that worried expression, Hodgel is calculating his every move because he knows an ID check by the cops would end everything. He realizes he needs to vanish instantly before the authorities lock down the entire building. As the tension peaks, Hodgel looks at the prosecutor with pure disdain, knowing they are both in a desperate situation. He realizes this supposed man of the law is just as crooked and violent as the people he is supposed to be arresting. The prosecutor decides to wrap things up and leave, but Hodgel can't help but throw some sarcasm his way. He's clearly playing mind games, but our protagonist isn't falling for the act for a second. Hodgel watches him walk away, feeling the heavy weight of the man's presence lingering in the hallway. This encounter confirms that they are dealing with someone who knows exactly how to manipulate the system. Seeing Kim Jae-hoo in the middle of this mess suddenly sparks a brilliant idea in Hodgel's mind. He realizes that this kid is the key to turning the entire situation to his advantage. The prosecutor prepares to orchestrate a twisted family reunion to further his own dark agenda. He thrives on this kind of psychological warfare and is ready to watch the fireworks. The tension breaks for a moment as the title sequence kicks in, signaling a major turning point in the narrative. Everything we thought we knew about the legal battle is about to be turned upside down. Hodgel speeds away from the scene in a high-performance sports car, trying to process the encounter. He knows he needs to move fast before his enemies can make their next move. Our protagonist realizes that Han Jeong-ui is a genius who thinks several steps ahead of everyone else. The terrifying realization that his secret identity could be blown at any moment starts to set in. Knowing that the current strategy is a one-way ticket to prison, Hodgel decides it is time to scrap everything and change the plan. He needs a new approach that even a mastermind like Han Jeong-ui won't see coming. Hodgel makes it back to Crystal, who is relieved that her friend has finally returned after disappearing. His main priority now is to get her to safety before the prosecutor's web closes in on them for good. Crystal starts frantically hitting her friend out of pure concern, terrified that Hyo-rin is going to get herself killed. Hodgel can only think about how the danger has already arrived, and they are barely staying afloat. Hodgel tries to stay calm and snaps back to get her attention, realizing his reckless behavior has driven her into a total state of panic. He needs her to listen before things get even worse. Crystal warns her friend that she has no idea how truly dangerous this place actually is. She begs Hyo-rin to stay safe because the stakes of this game are much higher than she realizes. When Hodgel asks why they can't just find a way out, Crystal completely freezes up. She struggles to find the words to explain the wall they are up against. Hodgel grabs her hands and makes a bold proposal for them to just leave this place together right now. He is tired of the secrets and wants to end this nightmare immediately. Internally, Hodgel realizes this is actually a perfect opportunity to make a move. He knows it is only a matter of time before his true identity is exposed, so a quick exit is his best bet. Crystal loses it and starts frantically hitting him again because she thinks he is being incredibly naive. She is drowning in despair and doesn't see a way out for either of them. The sheer weight of her situation starts to break her down as she looks away in total misery. She wants to believe him, but the fear of the consequences is holding her back. Her eyes fill with a deep sense of hopelessness as she remembers the horrors she has seen. She knows exactly what happens to people who try to defy the system here. Crystal remembers the tragic fate of a couple who tried to run away before them. They thought they could escape this nightmare together, but they were caught and silenced for good. She can't forget how girls are dragged away by these monsters. They treat people like objects, delivering them to whatever groom paid the highest price for them. The blonde girl is paralyzed with fear as the thug mocks her, blowing smoke right in her face to show her she has no power in this hellhole. In a dimly lit room stained with the blood of previous victims, the flickering lights only add to the suffocating atmosphere of despair. Desperation eventually drives the poor girl to do the unthinkable. Covered in blood and trembling, she grips a spiked club, realizing the only way out is through extreme violence. The guards find the whole scene entertaining, laughing at the girl's misery, as if her trauma is just a comedy show for their amusement. She stands over the body of the man she was forced to be with, having just killed him to protect herself. The thugs mockingly label her a self-made widow, finding joy in her ruined life. The thugs find it hilarious that the man died in such a pathetic way. They make sure to record the whole thing on camera, treating the brutal murder like viral content for their sick collection. Byung-Hajil finds himself trapped in a crowded subway car surrounded by thugs. The suit in the front thinks he's won and tells Hajil he was a capable lawyer, but now he's going to pay for it. This smug bastard really thinks the game is already over just because he has the numbers advantage. He shrugs it off and says this case is going to sink to the bottom of the ocean along with Hajil. The audacity of this guy is actually insane. The smug jerk thinks he has Hajil cornered and whispers threats about making him disappear forever. Little does he know that Hajil is already 3 steps ahead and calculating every move to turn the tables. Our protagonist stays calm and evaluates the situation while wondering how to get out of this mess naturally. With dozens of thugs and enemies outside, it seems like an impossible escape. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Byung-Hajil prepares to move. One moment he looks like a victim, and the next he is a predator ready to pounce. He whispers that he is way too resentful to just lie down in a coffin and die today. He's got plans, and none of them involve losing to these idiots. It is action time. Hajil reaches up and grabs the overhead handle with massive force while the lights begin to flicker. Hajil isn't waiting around for permission to start the fireworks. He launches himself into action by ripping down the handles and preparing to wreck the entire lighting system. Byung-Hajil smashes the light fixtures and plunges the entire car into pitch-black darkness. This is a masterclass in turning the environment into a weapon, and these goons are completely blind now as the panic sets in. In the dark, he strikes with surgical precision and targets their eyes directly. He taunts them by saying he can still see everything perfectly while they are flailing around. The thugs scream in agony as Hajil tells them to just take a rest and go to sleep. He is moving through the shadows like a ghost, and every strike is hitting a vital spot until this becomes a total massacre. Hajil maintains absolute cold focus and stays in total control of the situation, while the thugs completely lose their minds. This dude is howling in pain and wondering how the hell he just got stabbed in the eyes. He calls Hajil a cowardly snake, but honestly he should have been more prepared. He clutches his face and screams about how Hajil is specifically targeting their eyes. It is a smart play to take out their vision first, so they can't fight back. This angry bastard rants about being in this line of work for 10 years like that actually matters now. Experience won't help you when you are blind and terrified in a metal tube. He is yelling at his men to listen up because he thinks he has a plan to turn the tables. Good luck with that one, pal. He orders Chang Gi and the rest of the gang to pull out their phones and turn on the flashes immediately. It's a smart move, but our protagonist is 10 steps ahead. He laughs like a maniac and claims that technology is going to save them because it is the era of high tech. He thinks he is so clever for using a smartphone light to find his target, but he is about to learn that technology works both ways in a very painful way. Byung-Hajil just smirks at the idea of a common thug trying to use his head. It's almost cute how much he believes this is going to work. He stays completely calm, because he is not worried about a few cell phone flashes at all. As soon as they try to turn on the lights, our guy strikes again with even more brutality. He is moving faster than they can react and knocking them out before the screens even glow. The screams of the men echo through the car as Bjorn Hodgel continues his rampage through the dark. He is a force of nature, and these guys are just practice dummies for him at this point. The lawyer is absolutely stunned as he watches a single man dismantle his entire strike team in the dark. The lead thug is panicking now and wondering how the protagonist is picking them off so precisely. It makes no sense to him because it should be impossible to see anything at all. He is covering his face and trying to peek through his fingers, but the terror is already overwhelming him. He starts remembering some legend or technique he heard about a long time ago. He is trembling as he tries to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around him. He thinks to himself that there is a way to see and feel everything without even using your eyes. He imagines a world made of sound and vibrations, like a digital grid. The sound waves bounce off the walls and reveal the location of every single person in the room. This is the view of a true predator who has mastered their senses to the point of literal echolocation. He whispers the word echolocation like he is witnessing a miracle or a demon. He is staring into the void and seeing the silhouette of his doom standing right in front of him. He leans in close and mockingly asks what era he thinks it is as the hunter officially becomes the prey. He reveals his secret weapon and laughs at how these idiots forgot he has access to way better technology than they do. He makes it clear that his technology is far more advanced than their miserable future. He grabs the thug by the face and slams him down with the power of a freight train to begin the beatdown he deserves. He moves like a blur of motion and delivers a flurry of strikes that sound like thunder inside the train car. With one final graceful movement, he settles the score and proves he is the most dangerous person in the carriage. All of the thugs are left unconscious in a pile, while the last survivor begs for mercy from this monster. He struts through the wreckage he just created and mocks anyone trying to play dead in the shadows. He steps over the mountain of defeated thugs and promises to be lenient if his target just gives up. This guy clearly has some high-tech gear that lets him see everything even in the pitch-black car. The tension ramps up as he reveals that Hyorin is the one hunting for Hodgel. He taunts the darkness and expects an easy surrender from a cornered opponent. Flashback time to a much calmer moment where our girl is absolutely destroying a bucket of fried chicken. She listens to a lecture while barely coming up for air between bites. Her friend explains the psychology of sensation seekers who constantly crave intense stimulation and danger. It seems like a perfect description for the life Hodgel has been forced into lately. These extreme thrill-seekers will risk everything just to feel alive, scaling massive skyscrapers with their bare hands in a way most people would never dare attempt. She immediately rejects the idea that she's some kind of adrenaline junkie, making it clear she's just trying to survive the nightmare around her. Hodgel admits his brave face was just a front to keep the enemy guessing, realizing this new opponent is on a completely different level of dangerous. The woman explains the twisted logic of these psychos, who only feel alive when they're doing something insane, leaving her friend in total disbelief. It's a chilling reality check to learn these monsters are literally addicted to the rush, and without that life-or-death dopamine hit, they feel like their lives are empty. She explains that these junkies will go to any length for their fix, even seeking out lethal situations just to feel a single spark of excitement. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, she rushes over to comfort her friend, who is visibly shaking from the trauma, and demands to know what's really happening. Suddenly, the memory shifts to a chilling moment where a lighter clicks open. This small spark signals the beginning of a total nightmare on the subway. The clash takes a brutal turn as a man gets pinned through the shoulder by a metal pole, and while he avoids a fatal hit to his artery, he's losing blood way too fast. The suited psycho stands there with a demonic grin, holding the flame high while relishing the absolute chaos he's about to unleash. Without a second thought, the villain tosses the lit lighter toward the injured man in the VR headset. It is a total death sentence in such a cramped, confined space. The guy in the headset can only watch in horror as the flame sails through the air toward him. He knows he is completely trapped with no way to dodge the incoming disaster. The entire subway car explodes into a sea of fire as soon as the lighter hits the floor. Everyone gets blasted back by the heat, turning the train into a literal death trap in an instant. The woman desperately pounds on the sealed container door at Hapjeong Station, screaming for someone to open it. She is in a total panic as the situation outside turns dire and time starts running out. She pauses for a second to think about the person who stepped up to save her from certain doom. Now she is left wondering how she could ever repay such a massive debt, while everything is falling apart around her. Inside the subway car, things have officially descended into a nightmare as passengers scream in agony. The fire spreads instantly, leaving everyone trapped in a literal death trap with no way out. Hajil stands tall right in the center of the roaring inferno, looking like a total boss despite the heat. To anyone else, he looks like a complete madman for staying so calm while the world turns into charcoal. He shouts at Han Jiangwu, demanding to know what prompted him to trigger this level of destruction. He tries to get through to the guy and stop the chaos before it is too late for everyone on board. Han Jiangwu covers his face as he watches the very tower he spent his life building begin to crumble into ash. He is forced to face the reality that his carefully crafted world is being burned to the ground by his own hand. He suddenly stops panicking and lets out a chilling smile, clearly hiding a much darker motive than anyone suspected. A high-ranking official encourages the young prosecutor to follow his lead if he wants to climb the ladder of success and change his life forever. He calculates his next move with icy precision, realizing he only needs 10 more minutes to finish the job. Hajil leans back on the subway seat and laughs, genuinely curious to see how this chaotic situation will play out. The prosecutor plays along with the criminal's cocky attitude while looking down at his notes. He calmly acknowledges Joe Dutchin's taunts about the lack of a death penalty in this country and wonders if he should just handle the execution himself. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and the criminal realizes something is horribly wrong. His cocky smirk turns into a look of pure, unadulterated terror as the situation takes a dark turn. The prosecutor snaps and starts brutalizing the man while screaming for medical help to make the assault look like a desperate rescue attempt. He leans in close to his victim and mocks him with fake concern about being unable to protect him now. This guy is a total psycho who knows exactly how to manipulate the scene to look like a hero trying to save a life. After the chaos, he stares down at the mess he created with a chilling and detached gaze. It becomes clear that human life means absolutely nothing to him as long as he accomplishes his twisted goals. He remains cold and calculated as he prepares for the next phase of his twisted game, proving he has no soul left. Meanwhile, our protagonist is not impressed by any of the threats or weapons being used in this fight. He mocks the firepower of the guns being pointed at him and claims they are so weak they did not even make him flinch. He wipes away some sweat and delivers a savage burn to his opponent who is clearly struggling to keep his composure. If you are going to try and act like a tough guy, you should at least hide the fact that you are trembling in fear. Things get even weirder when the man being choked starts laughing like a total maniac instead of fighting back. He screams that his life is not even on the line because he has nothing left to lose anymore. Standing in the middle of a literal inferno, the madman finally admits that he has been waiting for a thrill like this his whole life. This encounter has finally made him feel alive for the first time since he laid eyes on his target. The young fighter is completely disgusted by the comparison and makes it clear that he is nothing like the piece of trash standing in front of him. The lunatic ignores the heat and reaches out to grab the door handle to ensure no one can escape the burning room. He leans against the exit with a psychotic expression, showing that he is enjoying every second of this life-or-death struggle. The atmosphere grows heavy as the group corners their target on the train, demanding to know exactly where the evidence for the hit-and-run case was hidden. Chaos erupts as the subway car turns into a literal death trap of fire and smoke. People are losing their minds and screaming for help while the flames lick the ceiling, turning a normal commute into a total nightmare. This creepy guy in the suit just stands there with a terrifying smile on his face. He recognizes our boy and says the name Byon Hajil like he has been waiting for this moment forever. Hajil is not backing down for a second and tells this psycho that he is not trash like him, You can see the pure disgust in his eyes as he faces off against this monster. Hajil curses under his breath as the situation goes from bad to worse. He knows he's in deep trouble and needs to find a way to turn the tables before the heat becomes too much to handle. Our hero feels his body giving out after losing way too much blood in the struggle. He realizes he has no strength left to keep fighting as his vision starts to swim. He lets out a desperate roar and tries to force his body to move one last time. This is a life or death struggle, and he refuses to go down without a fight. The masked psycho stares back with wide, unhinged eyes as he prepares for the final clash. He is loving every second of this chaos and wants to see who breaks first in this hellish inferno. The villain mocks our boy, demanding he bark like a dog just to stay alive. Hajil actually does it, letting out desperate woofs while they scramble for survival amidst the flames. As the heat intensifies, Hajil feels his consciousness fading and wonders if this is the end. He can only think about the life he is leaving behind, specifically that sweet lawyer career and his brand new apartment. Just when it seems like game over, a fire extinguisher comes crashing right through the window glass. It is a sudden burst of hope that shatters the cycle of despair inside the carriage. The heavy red canister sails through the air, narrowly missing the combatants as they grapple on the floor. Someone from the outside is finally trying to intervene and save them from the flames. Hajil can't believe his eyes when he sees the red canister skidding across the floor. This is exactly the weapon he needs to turn the tide and finally stop the monster in front of him. A woman stands outside the broken window and screams for the mister inside to catch the extinguisher. She is a total hero for stepping up when things looked completely hopeless. Hajil puts everything he has left into a massive blow that catches the villain completely off guard. The momentum is finally shifting as he fights back with newfound desperation. Hajil grabs the extinguisher and swings it like a club with every ounce of strength in his body. He is done being a victim and starts laying into the psycho to end this nightmare once and for all. Hajil wastes no time and grabs the extinguisher, pulling the safety pin as he prepares to fight back against the chaos. Hajil stands his ground with the extinguisher in hand, feeling a massive surge of adrenaline. He realizes his heart is racing way faster now than the time a girl once invited him to spend the night. The woman tells him to stop talking nonsense and just get out of there because it is way too dangerous. She does not realize our boy is about to go on the offensive. Hajil unleashes a massive spray of foam that cuts through the suffocating heat and smoke. He stares down Han Jiang-Ui and tells him that playtime is officially over for the day. The thick smoke begins to clear as the fire is suppressed, finally giving Hajil a clear view of his opponent in the middle of the dark tunnel. He tells the villain that it is time to go home and face the music for his crimes. Hajil is standing his ground with a look of pure determination. He tosses the empty extinguisher aside with a heavy metallic thud that echoes through the train. Hajil taunts the psycho by saying that his prison meal is probably getting cold by now. He is ready to send this escaped convict back where he belongs. The villain just smirks like he is enjoying every single second of this confrontation. He is not intimidated at all and actually looks excited for the brawl. The guy asks when they stopped serving beans with prison meals while he launches a lightning-fast kick. He moves with an agility that is honestly terrifying for a guy in a business suit. This is not going to be an easy win for our protagonist lawyer. Han Jiang-Ui locks onto his target with a cold and calculated gaze, searching for any weakness he can exploit to end the fight quickly. He starts babbling about becoming babies and making weird noises like he has completely lost his mind. It is a bizarre psychological tactic that makes him even more unpredictable. Hajil is genuinely confused by the weird talk, but he keeps his guard up. He knows he cannot let his guard down for even a fraction of a second. The two of them clash in the middle of the aisle with a flurry of strikes that move faster than the eye can track. Impact waves blast out as they trade blows in the cramped space. It is a high-speed dance of death where one mistake means game over. Hajil is stunned by the villain's incredible speed and starts to wonder if the guy is actually a professional boxer. The strikes are coming so fast he can barely see them, forcing him to rely on pure instinct to stay alive. He tries to gauge the level of his opponent and realizes this guy is far beyond a normal B-grade fighter. He is taking hits that feel like they are coming from a wrecking ball. Our boy is getting pushed to his absolute limits in this confined subway car. The villain is relentless, hammering Hodgel with a barrage of brutal strikes that send him reeling across the subway car. A massive blow sends our boy crashing toward the floor as he struggles to maintain his balance. The power behind these attacks is just not normal for a fist fight. Hodgel realizes his opponent is far stronger than he looks, but something feels off because a simple fist fight shouldn't be doing this much damage. Back in the thick of the fight, Hodgel is horrified to discover his leg has been completely shattered. He can barely process how things went south so quickly in this cramped subway car. He desperately tries to figure out what kind of trick the bastard is using to deal so much damage with every strike. Hodgel begins to suspect the psycho has hidden claws or some kind of secret weapon stashed up his sleeves. Hodgel is stunned when he realizes he's been sliced right across the face without even seeing the blade. The psycho villain disappears into a blur of motion as he readies his next deadly move. He is enjoying the sight of the lawyer's blood and wants more. Hodgel is sent reeling back into the seats of the subway as the force of the impact rattles his entire skeleton. He is coughing up blood and gasping for air. Our boy is on the ground and trying to wipe the blood from his mouth while he regains his focus. He knows he has to subdue these bastards to end the fight, but he is fading. The villain stands over him and brandishes a set of heavy brass knuckles that are stained with blood. This explains the massive damage, but Hodgel knows there is even more to it. He suspects the bastard is hiding something else even more dangerous than just knuckles. He is trying to spot the hidden gimmick before the final blow lands. Hodgel pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate counterattack, hoping to land a decisive blow. The psycho reaches for his secret weapon, ready to unleash the trick he's been hiding this whole time. The villain loses his mind and suggests a death match to decide who gets to walk away from this subway car alive. The legal battle has officially turned into a fight for survival, as the stakes reach a violent and deadly turning point. Fire consumes the subway car and forces the bystanders to flee for their lives, while Hodgel stays behind to finish what he started. Hodgel focuses all his energy on subduing the bastards in front of him, realizing he can't let them escape the chaos they created. He tries to turn the tide by throwing his entire body weight into a tackle, but it is like hitting a brick wall. The villain does not move a single inch, leaving Hodgel completely wide open. The beatdown gets absolutely brutal as the villain connects with blow after blow. Hodgel is getting tossed around like a rag doll, struggling to even see where the next strike is coming from. Every punch that lands feels way too heavy to be humanly possible. Hodgel compares the impact of those fists to a literal gun firing point blank against his body. Blood splatters everywhere as Hodgel realizes he is not just outclassed in skill. This guy is basically using his fists as lethal weapons, and our protagonist is rapidly reaching his limit. A look of pure shock washes over Hodgel's face as the pieces finally start to fit together. He has just realized something terrifying about the nature of this entire encounter. Above them, the train electrical system begins to fail, sending showers of sparks and loose wires everywhere. The chaos of the environment is quickly becoming just as deadly as the man he is fighting. Hodgel stands there gasping for air, clutching his battered body while the realization sinks in. He finally confirms that his gut feeling was right, and the situation is even crazier than he imagined. This psycho pulls out a trench knife and starts acting like a complete freak. Hodgel finally understands what he's up against as the villain prepares to strike with his hidden weapon. Our boy Hodgel isn't backing down and grabs a subway handle to use for leverage. He figures the guy was just hiding a blade this whole time and plans his next move around blocking it. Hodgel calls out his opponent for being pathetic and prepares to end this fight once and for all. Both fighters face off in the middle of the empty train car with everything on the line. He throws himself into the fray with a desperate lunge, using the strap to swing his body toward the enemy. It seems like a solid plan to close the distance until something completely unexpected happens. A sudden loud noise echoes through the train car and leaves Hodgel completely frozen in shock. He can't even process the sound as his eyes go wide with pure terror. Blood sprays everywhere as a bullet rips right through Hodgil's side. He realizes way too late that he wasn't just facing a knife, but a hidden firearm. The villain just stands there looking smug, while Hodgil tries to wrap his head around the situation. He finally sees that the weapon wasn't just knuckles or a simple blade this whole time. It turns out this monster is packing an Apache revolver, a crazy 3-in-1 weapon. The guy intentionally hid the gun barrel to lure Hodgil into a deadly trap. This multifunctional nightmare combines brass knuckles, a folding knife, and a revolver into one deadly tool. It is the ultimate dirty trick for a close-quarters brawl on a train. Hodgil starts to feel the effects of the blood loss as his vision goes blurry and his head begins to spin. He knows he's in deep trouble because dodging bullets at point-blank range is practically impossible. This psycho villain finally thinks he has gathered enough power to satisfy his sick hunger. He holds his weapon high, ready to end things once and for all. Jiang Yui gets a twisted look on his face as a dark thought crosses his mind. He is about to conduct a lethal experiment on our poor protagonist just for the fun of it. Hodgil freezes in terror when he hears the absolute madness coming out of this guy's mouth. The situation just went from bad to a straight-up nightmare. Without a second thought, the madman starts unloading his weapon to see exactly how much damage a human body can actually survive. To make matters worse, a massive explosion erupts, turning the entire area into a furnace. The heat becomes unbearable as a wall of fire surges through the subway car. Hodgil feels the oxygen disappearing while the flames trap him in a deadly corner. He desperately looks around for an escape and spots the only exit on the far side of the train. He knows he needs to reach that door immediately or he is finished. That bastard Jiang Yui blocks the only path forward while looking more deranged than ever. Hodgil realizes he can't possibly sneak past without facing the killer's wrath head-on. Hodgil looks down and realizes his injuries are even worse than he initially thought. The blood is pouring out so fast that his strength is rapidly draining away with every second. He does some quick mental math and realizes he is living on borrowed time. Between the deep wounds and the rising heat, he has a measly 3 minutes left before his body gives out. The flames engulf everything, forcing a desperate scream out of Hodgil as he feels the heat intensifying. If he doesn't pull a miracle out of his pocket right now, he is going to be grilled alive in this subway car. Hodgil stares into the heart of the inferno and realizes his options are quickly running out. He desperately searches his mind for that one final strategy that could actually turn this disaster around. This crazy guy in the suit actually starts complaining about the temperature like they are just in an uncomfortable sauna. He suggests they play nice and put out the fire since he is a cold-type person who hates the heat. Hodgil tries to appeal to the man's common sense by begging him to think rationally for once. He points out that staying in this burning wreckage is a total death sentence for both of them. The villain surprisingly agrees that ending things so quickly would be completely meaningless. He is clearly looking for a much more twisted way to finish this encounter than just letting the flames do the work. Then he flashes this absolutely terrifying expression that proves he is completely unhinged. You can tell right away that whatever he has planned next is going to be way worse than the fire. Hodgil forces himself to stay calm and focus while the sweat drips down his face from the intense heat. He tells himself there has to be a way out of this trap if he can just keep his head on straight. The antagonist stands amidst the crackling flames like he owns the place, completely unfazed by the chaos. He is just waiting for the perfect moment to strike while the world burns around them. Someone finally makes a move by pouring water onto a cloth to prepare for the thick smoke. This survival tactic shows that the real battle is about to shift into a whole new gear. Hodgil watches with total confusion, unable to process what his opponent is trying to achieve. He is left wondering if this guy is actually helping or just setting up a more elaborate trap. The villain ties the wet cloth around his face to protect himself from the toxic fumes and gets ready for action. He is officially done with the small talk and is moving in for the kill. Hodgil finds himself trapped in a literal furnace as the train car fills with deadly carbon monoxide. Even a tiny amount of this gas can be fatal, and our boy is running out of clean air fast. The toxic fumes finally take their toll, forcing Hodgel to collapse onto his knees. He struggles to keep his lungs working while the fire rages all around him. Seeing his opponent down, the villain starts gloating while Hodgel chokes on the thick smoke. It looks like the end of the line for our protagonist in this suffocating heat. The masked man moves in for the kill, confidently calling out Hodgel's name as if victory is already his. He thinks he has successfully cornered a dying man with no fight left. Hodgel lets out a sinister smirk, realizing that his act of playing dead worked perfectly to lure the villain within striking distance. Hodgel is caught completely off guard, as he realizes this opponent is on a whole different level of strength. He gets blasted back by a force so strong, it feels like his entire body is about to shatter under the pressure. He hits the deck hard, his vision swimming as he struggles to comprehend how the fight shifted so fast. The monster keeps the pressure on, driving Hodgel straight into the floor with a bone-crushing strike. Standing over his fallen opponent, the villain decides to have some fun and promises to deliver a special finishing move while Hodgel is still awake. The villain asks why he's even trying, looking down at the broken hero with nothing but contempt as he prepares the final blow. The monster easily pins him down, making it clear that Hodgel is completely outmatched when it comes to raw strength. This psycho in the suit stood there with a terrifying grin, holding a gun that had a literal blade attached to it. He flicks his forked tongue out with a disgusting smirk, treating this life-or-death struggle like a total game. Bjorn Hodgel realized he was not dealing with a normal person, and the vibe in this subway just got dark. The fight exploded instantly as they traded blows across the moving train car. This suit-wearing freak moved with insane speed, but our boy managed to dodge the lethal swings. Every move was a life-or-death gamble in this narrow space. He managed to block a heavy strike, but the strength behind it was unlike anything he had felt before. The killer landed a brutal punch that sent a shockwave through Bjorn Hodgel's entire body. The impact was loud enough to echo through the empty carriage as our boy struggled to stay on his feet. The killer looms over his prey, savoring the scent of blood as he mockingly enjoys his victory. He was a total coward for targeting the areas where our boy was already injured from previous fights. Every blow was calculated to cause the most pain possible as he tried to break our boy's spirit. This guy was enjoying the torture far too much. He stuck that disgusting tongue out again and told our boy to prepare for a very long trip to hell. Even while being crushed, Hodgel warns the bastard not to make him recall the dark memories he's fought to keep buried. He flashes back to a tragic accident on a lonely road where a luxury sedan crushed a delivery bike. While the driver is ready to just move on, his partner is already starting to crack from the guilt of the hit-and-run. The tattooed guy stares out the window in total shock when he realizes something is moving in the road ahead. Just as they think they are in the clear, the victim they left for dead starts gasping for air and crawling through the wreckage. The gravity of the crime finally sets in, and he frantically tries to convince his partner to help him move the body. He stared in pure horror as the weight of their crime finally hit him, and he started sweating buckets. The dying delivery man was desperately crawling on the ground, thinking about his son, who was still waiting for dinner at home. He lay there in agony as the realization hit that he would never make it home to have dinner with his family. The guy with the glasses just laughed maniacally, while his forked tongue showed he was the monster behind it all. Back in the present, Bjorn Hodgel was bleeding from his ears and told the killer to remember his name very clearly. The suit guy pinned him down on the subway bench and claimed that his fate was already sealed from the start. He looked up at the ceiling like he was offering a prayer of thanks for such an easy kill. He brought his hands together while holding his brass knuckle blade for the final execution strike. Kim Ji-hoo wailed in pure despair during the funeral service as the weight of his loss finally crushed his spirit. The killer stood over our boy ready to deliver the finishing blow and end the struggle once and for all. He leaned in close with a twisted expression and said he would take full responsibility for killing him. He thought the fight was over and he had already won the prize they were both after. The arrogance in his voice was sickening. The killer brought the blade down for a final lethal strike, certain that there was no way for his target to escape. But Hodgel found a sudden burst of strength and launched a powerful kick to intercept the attack at the very last second. The force of the collision sent the suited maniac reeling backward, while Hajil scrambled to maintain his momentum. He delivered a massive blow that sent the bastard crashing against the train doors like a rag doll. This is exactly how you handle a bully who thinks he is untouchable. The killer looked up in total shock, because he could not believe a kid was actually capable of this much power. Our boy closed the distance instantly and prepared to unleash a flurry of strikes on his stunned opponent. He was moving with a wild intensity that completely overwhelmed the killer's refined techniques. The true battle was just beginning. Hajil follows up with a heavy kick that sends the killer tumbling across the floor of the subway car. The assassin desperately tries to brace himself against the ground, completely caught off guard by the sudden change in pace. Hajil doesn't give him a second to breathe and immediately launches into another high-speed charge. He looks down at the man and mocks him, suggesting that a different mercenary group would have been a better fit for his low skill level. The killer senses a sudden surge of murderous intent and starts to panic as the pressure from the boy becomes overwhelming. In a last-ditch effort to save himself, the assassin throws a desperate punch to keep the kid at bay. Hajil finds the whole thing hilarious and continues to taunt the man while effortlessly slipping past his defenses. The killer tries to rationalize what is happening, convinced that Hajil is just using basic boxing moves he can easily predict. Hajil gets right in his face and mocks his supposedly perfect defensive guard, knowing he has already won. He reveals that his combat skills were not forged in a cozy gym, but in a wild and lawless environment where only the strongest survive. The sheer intensity of his power creates a blur of motion as he prepares to end the fight once and for all. The assassin is paralyzed with fear, finally realizing that he is not fighting a child but a true monster. Hajil lunges forward and crushes the man's throat in his grip, making it impossible for him to escape or even breathe. The arrogant killer is sent reeling from the impact, finally seeing the terrifying strength of the opponent he dared to underestimate. Hajil's calculated ruse worked perfectly, sending the killer crashing across the carriage and leaving him broken and humiliated on the cold subway floor. The villain gasps for air while his body screams in pain from the brutal beating he just received. The empty subway floor was the only witness to the total defeat of the man who thought he was a predator. The killer finally puts the pieces together, realizing Hajil used a fake boxing stance to bait him into a trap and leave him wide open. This strange green object shimmered with an eerie light as our boy held the prize he had fought so hard to keep. Our boy finally secures the shimmering green prize he risked his life for. This eerie object is the key to everything he has been fighting to achieve. Hajil stands victoriously in the middle of the subway car while his opponent slumps helplessly on the floor. He reflects on the life lost by Kim Ji-hoo and tells the villain that someone like him could never comprehend the weight of that sacrifice. Hajil stares down his opponent with a cold, murderous gaze, proving he is done playing games with this piece of scum. The fallen man starts coughing up blood and gasping for air as his injuries finally start to catch up with him. He seems to be struggling to accept the fact that his reign of terror is over. Back when he was a corrupt officer, he cared more about taking bribes from literal pigs than serving the law, letting his own greed run wild. He used his position as an excuse to brutally murder other criminals just to satisfy his own violent urges. He tried to justify his bloodlust by claiming that killing bad guys made him a hero, but we all know better. Hajil's sense of victory vanishes the moment he realizes this fight is far from over. The villain stands back up with a twisted smile and starts fiddling with his weapon. It looks like he still has one last desperate trick up his sleeve to turn the tide. Hajil suddenly realizes he has been lethally wounded, staring down at the massive hole in his gut, while the villain mocks him for not dodging every strike. Hajil breaks into a cold sweat as the reality of the situation sinks in. He knows that if even one more bullet had found its mark, he would be a dead man walking right now. Hajil stands tall over his fallen enemy, finally holding the evidence he needs to end this nightmare. The guy on the floor can only look up in terror as the tables have completely turned. Life is nothing but a series of hardships as he struggles to survive in a cramped room, eating plain rice just to get through another day. He carries the scars of a man who has seen way too much pain, but his resolve remains as sharp as ever. Suddenly, he lunges forward with a deafening roar, putting every ounce of his pent-up rage into one final strike. He is done playing games and is ready to tear everything down. He realizes he completely underestimated the situation, as things take a turn he never saw coming. Back in the office, Hodgel is losing his mind over the phone while leaning against his desk. He knows the person he is hunting deserves to die 1,000 times for the crimes they committed. The weight of the injustice hits him harder than any physical blow, as he realizes the law is completely powerless to stop such a monster. His blood starts to boil from pure frustration as he reaches his breaking point over the latest betrayal. He is finished trying to do things the right way and is finally ready to take matters into his own hands. The villain cackles with twisted joy, mocking the weak legal system that will only give him a slap on the wrist. He truly believes he is untouchable and that no one can actually make him pay for his crimes. Hodgel isn't about to let this trash walk away just because the law is weak. He grips a shard of glass, ready to deliver the kind of justice that doesn't involve a courtroom. This pathetic prosecutor thinks his status makes him untouchable and keeps laughing like a complete maniac. He has no idea that Hodgel doesn't care about his titles or his twisted games. The cocky prosecutor finally realizes he pushed the wrong guy too far and starts to feel a real sense of dread. Hodgel pins the guy against the train wall with a heavy boot to the chest, reminding him that a prosecutor should know exactly what comes next. He is flipping the script and making sure this creep feels every bit of fear he caused others. With a chilling smile, our protagonist decides he doesn't need to choose his path right this second. Whether he ends up a savior or a cold-blooded killer is a question for another day. He stares down at his prey, enjoying the moment of absolute control. The internal struggle between his past and his future is starting to lean toward a much darker resolution. Even with a foot on his chest, the villain tries to keep up his disgusting act. He is still trying to laugh it off, but his eyes tell a completely different story of panic. Hodgel leans in and asks if he has any clue about the suffering the women in this place endure. He is bringing up the victims to show this monster exactly why he is about to be erased. The horrifying reality of what these women go through behind closed doors comes to light. They are trapped in a cycle of abuse and fear with no one to turn to for help. These poor souls are forced into humiliating and dangerous situations every single day. Hodgel is tired of seeing them treated like objects and is finally stepping up to end their misery. Hodgel reminds this monster of all the innocent lives he has ruined just for his own twisted pleasure. He calls out the villain for preying on the weak and forcing them to suffer in cages like animals. The rage boiling inside Hodgel finally overflows as he points the finger directly at the man responsible for this nightmare. He is officially done talking and is ready to make this guy pay for every single victim. Instead of being intimidated, the villain just stares back with a look that proves he has completely lost his mind. This psycho actually enjoys being the target of Hodgel's hatred and finds the whole situation amusing. Hodgel scoffs at the villain's twisted claims, mocking the idea that a monster like him could ever truly understand a woman's heart. He reveals a small device, taunting Hodgel about how much power he can hold right in the palm of his hand. It does not matter what kind of building or life he destroys, as long as he is the one pulling the strings. Hodgel questions why this lunatic did not just finish things quickly with a weapon instead of dragging out this sick game. He realizes the villain cares more about the spectacle of suffering than an actual victory. The creep just smirks at the floor, savoring the moment before the real chaos begins. He clearly has one more trick up his sleeve to push Hodgel over the edge and into despair. A glimpse into his disturbing mindset shows how he treats his victims like patients in a twisted surgery. He tells them to hold on tight because the real treatment is about to start. Suddenly, the villain charges forward with tears in his eyes, claiming he would be too heartbroken to end things so soon. He is completely unhinged and ready to turn this subway car into a total graveyard. The two finally clash in a brutal exchange of blows as the environment around them starts to crumble. Hodgel throws everything he has into this fight to put an end to the madness once and for all. The villain starts monologuing about how the fight is a pity, but it needs to finish. Hodgel stands his ground, ready for whatever desperate move this guy makes next. This creep pulls out a concealed weapon and decides it is finally time to put our boy down for good. He flashes a psychopathic grin, thinking he has already won the battle. He unleashes a barrage of shots directly into Hodgil's chest at point-blank range. It looks like game over as the flashes light up the entire train car and smoke fills the air. Smoke starts billowing from Hodgil's clothes, right where the bullets should have pierced his vital organs. Something feels very off about the way he is just standing there taking it. The villain's smug face instantly vanishes when he realizes his lethal attack did not do a single bit of damage. He is completely losing his mind trying to figure out how Hodgil is still breathing. Hodgil just gives him a terrifyingly calm smile, like he has been expecting this the whole time. He is about to turn the tables in the most unexpected way possible. Before the bad guy can even blink, a massive blast of white powder hits him right in the face. He cannot believe his eyes as his sure-kill plan literally goes up in smoke. Hodgil leans in with a look of pure satisfaction, clearly enjoying the sheer panic on his opponent's face. He is finally the one in total control of this chaotic situation. Our hero grabbed a fire extinguisher to use as a perfect smokescreen and distraction. This clever move leaves the villain blinded and totally vulnerable to a massive counterattack. Desperate and flailing, the villain tries to spray more bullets through the thick cloud of chemicals. He is just shooting blindly now, completely losing his cool as Hodgil closes the distance. Hodgil analyzes the situation and realizes that weird weapon is only dangerous at point-blank range. This discovery gives him the perfect opportunity to stay out of the line of fire, while the enemy desperately wastes the rest of his ammo. Our hero lets out a chilling smirk as he realizes he has this psycho exactly where he wants him. With the enemy blinded and out of options, Hodgil is finally ready to stop playing defense and end this fight for good. Our boy Bjorn Hodgil got caught in the most awkward position imaginable while trying to fix his pants. He clearly didn't expect anyone to walk in while he was rocking those tiger print undies. Someone outside was absolutely livid and decided to plant a fresh egg right on Hodgil's forehead. This dude just called him a lawyer bastard while the yolk started dripping down his face. Instead of getting mad, our protagonist actually licked the egg and told them to keep him coming. Talk about a savage move to show he couldn't care less about their petty insults. The crowd outside the courthouse went wild as they cheered for the man who finally got the job done. Everyone was shouting that he was a great lawyer, and they were actually proud of him. Even though the crowd was hyped, some major problems were still lurking beneath the surface. The most critical issues remained unsolved while the autumn leaves began to fall. Bok-sun takes a moment to sit quietly on a brick wall and soak in the warm autumn sun while clearly lost in thought. Surrounded by the beautiful red trees, she finally finds a bit of peace after everything they have been through. She suddenly sensed someone approaching and turned her head to see who was disturbing her quiet moment. The way the light hit her hair made the whole scene look like a dream. It was Hodgil, of course, and he stepped up with that signature smirk to offer her his hand. He asked if she would allow him the honor of escorting her, which was surprisingly smooth for a guy like him. Our boy was looking extra confident as he stared her down with that playful glint in his eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was loving every second of it. The sun began to set over the mountains, creating a beautiful rainbow of colors across the horizon. It was the kind of view that made you forget all the legal drama for a second. Time really does fly when you are busy making moves because 3 whole months had already passed. It felt like just yesterday everything was falling apart, but things were finally starting to settle. Back at the office, Hodgil was keeping a close eye on the news while relaxing in his slippers. A major report flashed on the screen about a criminal who caused a massive shock to the public. The news report continues to reveal that this criminal was actually a former leader of a notorious gang in the United States. Even though the information is shocking, it seems like most people already suspected something was off about his past. Later on the stairs, Hodgil started pulling at his clothes to show off his high-tech thermal gear. He was bragging about staying warm while Bok-sun just stood there looking completely judged by his weird flex. He kept teasing her and calling her Bok-sun even though she specifically told him to stop using that name. He even joked about calling her Bebong-sun instead because he just loves pushing her buttons. She stares at him in absolute shock. her eyes widening as she realizes this massive dork is actually the one who just changed her life. He hands her the official ID card that will change her life and tells her it's finally time to stop hiding and start being herself. She's deeply moved as the weight of his words and his genuine concern for her future finally start to sink in. Hajil tries to keep the mood light by joking about selling her new ID card to a neighboring country for some quick cash. She asked him if they would ever be able to meet again after this. He gave her a blunt no while acting like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He started gesturing wildly and explaining that meeting again would only mean there was another legal case to handle. He told her that avoiding him meant her life was finally going well and staying peaceful. Bok-sun watched him rant with a tiny smile, realizing that this was his own weird way of wishing her the best. He really was a unique guy with a heart of gold under that spiky hair. She couldn't resist throwing a playful punch his way to tell him he should just go along with the sentiment for once. He dodged it while laughing because their bickering was basically their love language. They take one last moment to look over the city together before finally saying their bittersweet goodbyes. Hajil feels a sense of real pride as he watches her leave, knowing he successfully finished the job and set her on the right path. The news cycle shifted to another update about someone who entered the country illegally to escape punishment. It was a constant reminder that the world was still full of people trying to cheat the system. She starts her climb up the hill without looking back once. Her mind is set on reaching the top as the world continues to move on without her. She didn't look back as she started climbing the stairs toward the top of the hill. Her long hair was tied up neatly, representing her fresh start and new determination. She paused for a second to look back and tell him that they were friends. That one simple sentence carried so much weight after everything they had been through together. Hajil just stood there with a gentle smile on his face as he watched her go. He didn't need to say anything else because that look said it all. Bok-sun walked away with a new purpose, leaving word that she was going to study for her equivalency exams. She headed straight back to her hometown to rebuild her life from the ground up without the shadows of the past. Our boy watched her disappear into the distance, knowing that she was finally going to be okay on her own. Hajil stands there in the silence and reflects on the fact that a very long and difficult chapter of his life has finally come to an end. The seasons changed in a flash, and soon the trees were bare and covered in a light dusting of snow. Winter had arrived, bringing a cold and quiet atmosphere to the city. Jihu heads to a massive columbarium to visit the one person he misses the most. He finds his father's memorial niche and tells him that the long nightmare is finally over. He updates his dad on the fact that he safely received his high school diploma thanks to the help of a very strange man. Even though he won the fight, the weight of his father's absence still hits him harder than any punch ever could. He makes a silent promise to live a life his father would be proud of before finally turning his back on the past. Justice finally catches up to the man who caused so much misery as he is hauled away to answer for his crimes. Stepping back out into the cold, he feels a strange sense of relief mixed with a hollow emptiness now that his mission is done. He realizes that even though he is free, he has no idea how to actually live a normal life anymore. Suddenly, Hajil came charging out of nowhere like a complete lunatic while screaming at the top of his lungs. He was running so fast he looked like he was about to trip over his own feet. He skidded to a halt in front of Jihu and started making some wild claims about being legal. He was trying to cheer the kid up in the most chaotic way possible. Hajil literally started begging Jihu for something while bowing down with his hands out. He was acting like a total salesman trying to close the deal of a lifetime. Our boy pulled out his phone and showed Jihu a number that made his eyes nearly pop out of his head. He was talking about 10 billion won, which is an absolutely insane amount of money. He leaned against a pillar and tried to look cool while explaining how he survived the harsh winds of his life. He was being dramatic as usual, but you could tell he was trying to inspire the kid. After his grand performance, Hajil turned around and started skipping away through the snow while waving goodbye. He told Jihu to live well and joked that they should never see each other again. Hajil looks up at the winter sky, already dreaming of the spacious apartment he is going to buy with his hard-earned money. Jihu stood alone in the courtyard, watching the eccentric lawyer leave with a confused but lighter heart. He realized that maybe things weren't going to be so bad after all. The moon shone brightly over the quiet city as the night settled in. Everything was peaceful at last, and our characters were finally ready to face whatever the future held for them. The legal hammer finally drops as a long list of serious charges is read out in the courtroom. All those crimes, from trafficking to fraud, have finally caught up to the culprit. Jihu finds himself sitting alone on a park bench as the winter sun begins to fade, finally getting a chance to process everything in peace. He suddenly hears voices nearby and looks over his shoulder to see who is coming his way. A group of guys walks by, joking about the freezing weather and acting like the cold does not bother them. They are keeping the mood light as they head toward their next destination. One of them starts geeking out over a chicken craving while his friend teases him, both of them completely unaware of the heavy thoughts on Jihu's mind as they walk past. Jihu remains on the bench, watching the strangers disappear into the distance as he sinks back into his own thoughts. He remembers a happier time back in a tiny apartment where a surprise dinner was the highlight of the day. Those simple moments of joy feel like a lifetime ago compared to the life he lives now. He waits patiently on the bench while the winter wind blows around him. Whatever is coming next, he is ready to face it head-on without moving an inch. A sudden ringing sound captures his attention as he sits in the chilly air. He is about to get a message or a call that might just flip the script again. Jihu's quiet night gets interrupted by a buzzing phone displaying a call from Paran Bank, and he hesitates for a second before answering. He picks up only to hear a representative from the bank greeting him on the other end. Hodgel stays on guard and immediately starts questioning why a bank would even be reaching out to him right now. Hodgel is told about a pension insurance policy he doesn't remember signing and immediately suspects he is being set up. Hodgel loses his cool and jumps off the bench when he hears they want $1,000,001 from him. He doesn't hold back and calls them out for being a pathetic voice phishing scammer right then and there. He thinks about how these heartless financial predators deserve to be brought before a judge and punished for their crimes. He wants to see these criminals rot in jail for the rest of their lives, for the way they prey on innocent people. He refuses to let this person intimidate him or steal the money he worked so hard to save. He prepares to shut down the conversation and show this person that he isn't going to be another victim. He realizes that this one phone call is just the beginning of a much larger nightmare he will have to face. The reality of the situation begins to sink in as he contemplates his next move against those coming after his livelihood. Hodgel stands alone in the freezing night, trying to make sense of the financial nightmare ahead of him. He listens intently as the voice on the other end explains complex payment options and tax implications that feel like a total death sentence. The gravity of his situation starts to truly settle in as he stands alone in the middle of the freezing night. He feels completely abandoned by the world, while everyone else sleeps soundly in their warm beds. He collapses onto a park bench as the weight of his recent decisions finally catches up to him. A single tear hits the screen of his phone as he realizes his entire reality has fallen apart. He has officially hit rock bottom and can't see a single way back up from the depths of his despair. Our boy finally loses it and lets out all the pent-up frustration and grief he has been holding back for so long. He sobs uncontrollably in the middle of the snowstorm, grieving the life he just lost forever. Time jumps forward as the harsh winter fades into a beautiful spring filled with blooming cherry blossoms. Life moves on for the rest of the world, even though his heart remains frozen in that dark night. In a busy city district, a suspicious-looking lawyer office opens up right in the middle of a bunch of shady loan shark businesses. People passing by laugh at the absurdity, calling the new office a total scam before they even see who is inside. A desperate man clings to his prison bars, surrounded by massive, intimidating inmates who look ready to pounce at any second. He looks out with pure terror, searching for any sign of help in this absolute hellhole. Our broke lawyer is literally on his knees, begging his landlord for just a little more time. He tries to hype up his failing business by promising that a massive case is about to pay off a whole year of rent. The landlord isn't falling for the same old lies and boots him right back into his messy office. The door slams shut with enough force to make him realize his excuses aren't working anymore. He collapses into his chair and stares at the ceiling in total defeat. It looks like the weight of his financial ruin is finally starting to crush his spirit. He laments his miserable situation, because money is definitely not pouring in like he hoped. Instead of becoming a successful legal eagle, he's just watching his last few cents leak out of his bank account. Out of nowhere, the office door swings wide open and shocks him out of his misery. Someone has actually shown up, giving him a tiny glimmer of hope for a potential case. He snaps into a hilarious military salute to try and look as professional as possible for his new guest. He's putting on a total show, hoping this person is the wealthy client who will save his career. He doubles down on the ridiculous salute, trying his best to look like a high-end professional instead of a man on the brink of eviction. His professional act immediately crumbles when he sees it's just a kid at the door, and he starts screaming that he doesn't have a single cent to give away. The lawyer's jaw hits the floor when the kid pulls out a medical seat cushion, making him realize he's being asked to help with a very sensitive and awkward medical situation. He can't believe his ears when the kid asks to cut his already cheap fee in half, making him wonder if his law degree is actually worthless. His blood begins to boil when the kid has the audacity to call his legitimate business a scam, leaving him completely stunned at the sheer disrespect. Suddenly, this mysterious kid in a red hoodie pops up and makes himself comfortable. He looks up with a smug expression, clearly waiting for Hodgel to notice him. Hodgel stands there completely stunned, demanding to know what this stranger is doing in his office. The kid just sits there like he owns the place, adding to the total confusion. Things get even weirder when the conversation turns to finding a place to work within the building. Hodgel tells him that if he really wants to learn, he should go bother the professionals on the upper floors. The dark reality of the idol industry starts to surface as the girls are dragged into hellish contracts that they can never escape. On the surface, the life of an idol looks like pure magic under the stage lights. These girls perform with perfect precision, making everyone believe they're living the dream. The center girl beams at the audience, looking like the picture-perfect star. She puts on a brave face, hiding the reality of what's happening behind the curtain. But as the performance continues, the physical and mental strain starts to take a visible toll. Every drop of sweat tells a story of the exhaustion she's forced to hide from her fans. Hodgel focuses his gaze, realizing that the truth is hidden right in front of him. He's starting to see the cracks in the industry's polished exterior. Finally, the mask slips entirely as the idol falls to her knees in tears. She drops the celebrity persona and desperately begs Hodgel to save her from this nightmare. Once the full scope of the crimes is out in the open, the authorities finally descend on the hideout to bring the whole operation crashing down. The police waste no time pinning the culprit down and dragging him away in handcuffs, while he desperately screams in protest. The hero finally shatters the heavy chains holding him back, as he awakens in the middle of a blazing inferno. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the true power within begins to wake up. This surge of light signals a major turning point that will change everything for our hero. Three beautiful idols take the center of the stage and start a high-energy dance routine. They perform a perfectly synchronized routine while singing about a love that is finally starting to bloom. A mysterious observer watches the performance from the shadows, with a devious plan already forming in his mind. Hodgel decides to move forward with a chaotic plan that is guaranteed to cause a massive scene. The poor guy is paralyzed with fear after realizing he just messed with the absolute wrong person. Hodgel gets ready to dive into the middle of the mess to settle the score once and for all. Down in a quiet alleyway, the girl thanks them and asks how she can repay the favor. Bjorn Hodgel tells her to just be careful at night, because she looks like she lacks a single dime. The girl remains completely silent as the tension in the air becomes almost unbearable. She bends at the waist deeply to show her gratitude, and her hat falls right off her head. He starts to get suspicious and wonders if there is a much bigger secret being kept from him. He starts yelling and asks if she is actually some secret billionaire hiding in disguise. She is completely caught off guard by the question and has no idea what they are talking about. He points her way and asks his friend if this girl is actually some famous celebrity. He begins fumbling through his baggy jacket pockets to find something very important. Our boy reveals that he's actually a lawyer named Bjorn Hodgel and tells his partner Watson they should bring the girl back to the office for a cup of tea. They head over to his law office, which is conveniently located in a building packed with sketchy quick-loan businesses. Instead of actual tea, he serves her a tiny paper cup overflowing with black bean noodles. Everyone gathers in the cluttered office, while the girl looks totally out of place and nervous. His associates completely ignore the serious mood and start playfully feeding each other noodles while laughing like maniacs. She stays completely silent while trying to process the absolute absurdity of the situation she's found herself in. The girl holds her tiny cup of noodles while looking like she might break down any second. The guys kick back on the sofa and explain that hiring a lawyer is a serious business. Her tears start splashing onto her legs as she sits there in a state of total despair. She falls to her knees and begins to tremble as the weight of the accusations becomes far too much for her to bear. She finally hits her breaking point and can no longer hold back the tears. The lawyer guy rests his chin on his hand and thinks hard about the difficult situation. She's crying uncontrollably now, because her entire career and future are on the line. The idol group arrives at the airport, having no idea that their lives are about to change forever. Suddenly, she's spotted by a mob that is already convinced she's a villain. Angry fans corner her and demand the truth, refusing to listen to her desperate pleas for innocence. An angry woman grabs her by the hair and starts screaming about her brother's suffering. The internet explodes with vitriol as former fans publicly announce they are abandoning her for good. A highly edited video goes viral, making a perfectly innocent moment look like a dirty scandal. Back at the office, she breaks down in tears as the weight of the false accusations crushes her. The lawyer listens to her tragic story, trying to find a single piece of evidence to turn the tide. He examines the footage of two people entering a hotel, which is currently the biggest piece of evidence against her. He suggests they might need a digital undertaker to make this digital mess disappear forever. Her hands won't stop shaking as she realizes how easily her life was dismantled by a few clips. She explains that they stayed out until dawn because their manager suddenly got very sick. She points out that the surveillance footage was twisted to make a simple walk look like a secret rendezvous. The poor girl breaks down in tears because she feels completely abandoned by her talent agency. She worries that her life is over if the public continues to believe these horrible rumors. He realizes the situation has spiraled out of control and that normal legal tactics won't be enough. Deepfake pornography is becoming a massive criminal problem, and unfortunately, someone is using it to target her reputation. He explains that someone clearly used deepfake technology to frame her and spread the video. Hodgel starts weighing his options, trying to figure out the best way to destroy these nasty lies and get her life back on track. She feels like the entire world is crashing down on her, reaching her absolute limit as she struggles to see a way out of this scandal. Hodgel suddenly stands up with a surge of determination that fills the entire room. He has heard enough of the sad story and is finally ready to take some real action. Jihu warns him that if a lawyer is seen hanging around her, the enemies will immediately know she is fighting back. He wants to keep their counterattack a secret to catch the liars off guard. Hodgel isn't worried because he's already cooking up a creative plan that goes far beyond what a typical lawyer would do. The group discusses the wild possibility of him joining the industry to stay close to her. Hodgel quickly shuts that down by explaining he has zero interest in becoming an actual idol. He lets her in on the secret details of his master plan, preparing her for an undercover operation that will catch everyone off guard. The sheer audacity of his proposal leaves them both stunned, but it might be just crazy enough to actually work. Anna hits the streets to start her busking journey, and honestly, she's a total natural. Passers-by stop dead in their tracks because they've never heard a voice this fire from a random street performer. The video of her performance goes viral instantly, and the YouTube algorithm starts doing its magic. Everyone in the comments section is losing their minds over her insane vocal range and stage presence. The hype train just keeps picking up speed as fans start claiming her as their new favorite person. People are already proposing in the comments and fighting over who gets to call her their girlfriend first. Suddenly, someone connects the dots and realizes this isn't just any talented stranger. The word spreads like wildfire that this legendary busker is actually a member of the idol group Area. Flashback to the glory days when Area was absolutely dominating the stage under the bright lights. The entire stadium shakes as thousands of fans scream their names in a massive wave of energy. Anna shines brighter than anyone else, looking like the ultimate top-tier idol in her school concept outfit. She has that perfect star quality that makes it impossible for the audience to look away from her. Even at the airport, the atmosphere is total chaos because of how massive their fan base has become. Huge crowds gather hours in advance just to catch a single glimpse of the girls passing through the terminal. The fans go absolutely feral the moment Anna appears, screaming their lungs out to show their devotion. They even start begging her to stay an idol forever and promise to never get married so she can stay their fantasy. She wades through a sea of flashing cameras while carrying massive piles of gifts and letters from her supporters. Every single person there is desperate for just 1 second of eye contact or for her to take their handwritten note. It gets so intense that the other members of the group are practically invisible to the obsessed crowd. Fans start shouting at the other girls to move aside because they only have eyes for the main attraction, Anna. Arya basks in the limelight, holding an armful of gifts while telling her adoring fans that she owes all her success to them. She plays the part of the perfect, caring idol to a T as she encourages everyone to finally head home and get some rest. Suddenly, the mood in the crowd shifts as everyone starts getting notifications at the exact same time. The fans look down at their screens with total confusion and disbelief as a major bombshell drops online. Arya stays professional and continues signing autographs, blissfully unaware of the chaos brewing in the digital world. She kindly asks for the next person's name while still wearing her perfect celebrity mask. One fan finally breaks the silence and asks her if the shocking rumors circulating on the internet are actually true. Arya stops dead in her tracks, clearly caught off guard by the sudden and blunt confrontation. The girl shoves her phone right in the idol's face to demand an explanation for the evidence everyone is seeing. Arya tries to play it cool, but her voice wavers as she asks what on earth they could possibly be talking about. Her heart sinks the moment she actually looks at the screen because someone just leaked the one thing she never wanted the public to find out. The realization hits her like a freight train that her carefully crafted career might be over in an instant. Arya's innocent image is destroyed when intimate photos of her and a mysterious man leak online, sparking a massive scandal that she can't possibly talk her way out of. While the idol world burns down, the story returns to our main man, who is living a much less glamorous life these days. Hajil wanders through the backstreets while bragging about his status as a legendary lawyer, acting like a total big shot even though his current reality is far from impressive. His nephew calls him out for being lazy and making a kid carry all the heavy groceries, but Hajil shamelessly admits he just didn't feel like doing any heavy lifting tonight. Hajil is stuck lugging a massive bag of groceries while his partner casually dangles a melon bar in front of him. Even after getting roasted for being lazy, he still makes the younger guy do all the heavy lifting. The two continue their banter as they walk down the dark street, arguing over whether superhuman hearing is even a real thing. Hajil isn't buying the nonsense, but his partner is convinced he heard something suspicious. His partner is in a great mood, waving his popsicle around and insisting they celebrate their partnership with a meal at a restaurant. Hajil just wants to get home and drop these heavy bags before his arms fall off. Their casual evening takes a sharp turn when a woman's desperate scream for help echoes through the narrow alleyway. Both men freeze instantly, realizing someone is in serious trouble nearby. While Hajil is still processing the situation and balancing the groceries, his partner is already transitioning into hero mode. The atmosphere shifts from a grocery run to a rescue mission in a split second. The partner doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat, sprinting toward the danger while screaming at the thugs to leave the innocent citizen alone. He moves like a blur to stop whatever crime is going down in the shadows. The thugs have already made their move, with one of them roughly grabbing the girl by the wrist to keep her from escaping. Two massive thugs have a young woman cornered against a wall, claiming they are simply doing their jobs. She tries to stand her ground, but she is clearly outnumbered and in a terrifying spot. The situation turns even uglier as one of the goons mutes her cries by clamping a hand over her mouth. They are ready to drag her away and don't care who sees them in this deserted alley. Suddenly, the thugs are interrupted by the partner standing tall at the entrance of the alleyway. He starts lecturing them about their behavior, leaving the criminals wondering who this random guy thinks he is. One of the thugs loses his cool and charges straight at the partner, thinking he can take him down with a surprise attack. The guy suddenly freezes as he realizes he messed with the wrong person. The pure terror in his eyes says it all before the hit even lands. The partner delivers a devastating kick that sends the big guy crashing into the back of the alley like a sack of potatoes. The remaining thug can't believe his eyes when he sees his pro wrestler buddy get folded like a lawn chair. He starts shaking as the reality of the situation finally hits him. Seeing the partner slowly approach, the thug panics and tries to use the girl as a human shield to save his own skin. The poor girl is trapped and terrified as the thug grips her tighter to stop her from escaping. She looks on helplessly, hoping her savior can finish the job without her getting hurt. Hajil casually prepares his next move while holding a simple wooden stick like it is a deadly weapon. He remains completely calm while the criminal across from him is losing his mind. Our boy stares the thug down with a look that promises nothing but pain for anyone who touches an innocent person. He is about to teach this guy a lesson he will never forget. The criminal realizes his leverage is slipping away and starts barking out desperate threats to keep Hajil at bay. He is clearly out of options and just waiting for the hammer to drop. Instead of just throwing punches, Hajil starts reciting the exact legal punishment for kidnapping to let the guy know his life is officially over. He is playing mind games now, making sure the thug knows exactly how many years he is about to spend behind bars. Hajil stands firm in his casual sandals, coolly. Assume the guy on the right is Hajil, or Jihu asks his uncle if he actually lost his mind or got shot in the head. Hajil feels the burn from that comment and clarifies that he never intended to be an idol. Our boy starts posing like he is the main character in a high fashion shoot. He drops the bombshell that he is going to become a manager instead, while Jihu looks confused. Hajil starts cracking up and grabs Jihu, while their friend just watches the madness unfold. The group begins their stakeout, while Hajil shamelessly wears a shirt with a giant face on it. He lies back and claims the CEO is definitely the prime suspect in this whole mess. Our protagonist peeks through the blinds like a low-budget detective trying to stay hidden. These area members are under a microscope because people track every single detail of Anna's life. Hajil gets himself ready to head out and put his plan into motion. Hajil checks himself in the mirror and realizes that deep down people really never change. Chaos erupts outside as reporters swarm Anna with questions about luxury lounges and her clubbing habits. Anna is in no mood for help and roughly shoves the staff member out of her way. Anna is fed up and pushes right past Hajil, who is disguised in a staff vest. The constant harassment from the paparazzi has Anna feeling completely drained and ready to snap. Anna is paralyzed with shock as she realizes that her private life is about to be exposed to the entire world. The reporters start gossiping about a mystery man, while Hajil and Jihu watch the van speed away. Hajil suits up in his staff gear and resolves to see this crazy plan through to the very end. Hajil starts to lose his mind and screams in frustration as he realizes his entire plan is falling apart. The sheer weight of the situation finally hits him, and he starts to completely freak out. Hajil ends up carrying a massive load of gear while wearing high heels because the girls complained about their feet hurting. One of the idols starts showing off her waistline while Hajil tries to keep it professional. A van tears through the city streets at night as the pressure of the schedule hits hard. Hajil reaches his breaking point and tries to hijack the steering wheel to force the driver to go faster. Hajil seizes the opportunity and pitches his services with a burst of sudden confidence. He does not take no for an answer and shoves the card right into the guy's pocket. Back at the office, Jihu and Hajil start scuffling because the tension is just too high. A firm knock on the door signals that it is time to face the music. Hajil peeks inside a dark room to see what is really going on with their star. He finally drops the goofy act and locks in, because he knows there is no more room for mistakes. Anna is left reeling from the sudden turn of events as the crushing weight of her failing career finally starts to catch up with her. He watches her with a cold, calculating gaze, trying to peel back the layers of her celebrity persona to find the truth. She slumps in the corner of the room, feeling utterly defeated as her discarded lyrics and failed dreams lie scattered all around her. She stays huddled up trying to block out the world and the crushing weight of her career. Hajil stands in the doorway watching her, and he can finally see the cracks in her armor. He starts to close the door to give her some privacy from the outside world. She presses her headphones against her ears, desperate to drown out the noise of the outside world and find a moment of peace. She checks her phone with a weary expression, as if expecting more bad news from her handlers. Hajil handles a pushy guy outside the room and forces him to back off from Anna's door. The manager sends over a text full of lies about technical issues, just to justify pushing the schedule back even further. She finally hits her limit and tells the intruder to get their filthy hands off her before she loses her cool completely. The law office stands quiet at night, while the city lights hum in the background of the drama. Hajil is totally wiped out in his chair, while Jihu just stands there with cleaning supplies. Our protagonist wonders if everyone is just acting, because the cameras are always rolling in this town. He is deep in thought, trying to figure out his next move in this dangerous game. Jihu flashes a bright smile and makes it clear that he is definitely not helping with this. He points a finger up and tells Hajil that he is on his own for this one. Hajil is left completely speechless after hearing the kid is just going to walk away from the deal. He starts losing his mind at the sheer audacity of Jihu refusing to cooperate. Out on the street, Hajil can't stop ranting about the kid's ridiculous spending habits. Hajil eventually makes his way over to the area house, dreading whatever nonsense he's about to walk into. He prepares himself to face the music, knowing things are about to get complicated. Instead of a dangerous confrontation, he's greeted by a group of girls just wondering what they should eat for lunch. Hajil finally snaps and corners the kid against the wall, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Hajil gets right in the kid's face to make sure he understands the gravity of the situation. He needs to know if this guy is actually ready for the mess they are about to step into. Back at the hideout, the lady of the hour questions the true motive behind this dangerous gamble. She is not looking for a simple answer and wants to know what he is really after. Hajil continues his lecture, explaining that they are walking a thin line between success and total disaster. He makes it clear that one wrong word could end their careers before they even start. She rejects the idea of being used as a simple bargaining chip for a quick payday. It turns out she has a much deeper connection to the man she is protecting than anyone realized. Hajil's gaze turns ice cold as he explains why their current plan is nothing more than a suicide mission. He has seen others try this before and knows exactly how it ends. He stops the rookie mid-sentence with a sharp gesture, signaling that he has heard enough excuses. This is not a game, and he needs the kid to start acting like a professional. Standing outside the office, Hajil dismisses the slim chances of their success with a grim outlook. He knows the odds. Hajil explains that creating such high-quality fakes would require a massive database of thousands of face scans and hundreds of unique videos. They begin analyzing the footage of Anna and realize her expressions look far more human than any AI should be capable of. He points out that the sheer complexity of these videos means they are looking at a much more sophisticated crime than they originally thought. Hajil starts breaking down the case with his uncle to see if they can find a flaw in the evidence. He's suspicious about the quality of the videos that are circulating online. Our boy notices a major red flag while reviewing the footage of the idol Anna. He realizes she looks way more human and natural than any computer-generated deepfake should look. His uncle confirms the suspicion and realizes they are finally onto something huge. This one observation could be the key to winning the entire legal battle. They hit the jackpot when they find a specific clip of Anna in her everyday life. This footage is the smoking gun they needed to prove the videos weren't just random AI creations. Hajil explains that most people making these fakes just use whatever public clips they can find. They usually look polished and professional because they are taken from official music videos. He points out that every single public video of Anna follows a specific idol persona. There's no way a random internet troll could have found footage of her looking so casual. The sheer amount of raw, unedited footage means an insider must have leaked the files. Someone close to Anna is definitely the one who handed over all this private data to the criminals. Hajil is actually impressed and admits he was wrong about his uncle being a total fraud. He finally sees that the old man really earned that law degree and knows how to build a case. The uncle stands tall and lets Hajil know he shouldn't be so surprised by his brilliance. He is a professional for a reason, and he is finally ready to show off his real skills. A confident smirk grows as they realize they finally have the upper hand. The hunt for the whistleblower is officially on, and they are going to make them pay. Hajil is completely caught off guard by his uncle's sudden surge of confidence as they prepare to track down the person behind the leaks. The Mate Entertainment headquarters becomes ground zero for a massive scandal that is about to tear the idol industry apart. Inside, an executive is losing his mind over a new recruit who apparently couldn't handle the heat. He screams about how kids these days have absolutely no perseverance or drive anymore. A staff member rushes in to show the boss some shocking news on a phone. It looks like their internal problems are about to become a very public disaster. The boss nearly has a heart attack as he realizes their darkest secrets are being leaked to the public for everyone to see. To make matters worse, one of their associates who used to be a totally normal guy is now at the center of a firestorm. Everything about his life has flipped upside down in an instant. Angry protesters corner the man in the street and demand that he take responsibility for the situation. They want justice for the girl involved, and they aren't going to let the company off the hook easily. Back in his office, the executive tries to stay calm, but the weight of the scandal is clearly crushing him. He knows that one wrong move now could end the entire company. He pops a pill to manage his skyrocketing stress levels while trying to think of a cover-up. The pressure of the idol world is proving to be way more than he bargained for today. He clutches his head in pure frustration as the situation continues to spiral out of control. It seems like the whistleblower has truly backed them into a corner they can't escape. Just as things seem to hit rock bottom, a strange voice catches Hajil off guard and leaves him questioning if the day can get any worse. A mysterious intruder watches the disaster unfold with glee, ready to turn Hajil's nightmare into his own personal playground. Hajil spins around in shock when the intruder asks if the company is hiring, completely ignoring the massive scandal currently destroying the office. Out of nowhere, a flamboyant superfan wearing a custom idol shirt makes a grand entrance like he owns the entire building. He leans against the wall with maximum confidence, completely ignoring the tension in the room. Hajil explodes with anger and reminds everyone that he specifically told security to keep outsiders away from the premises. Despite the yelling, the bold intruder just laughs it off and slips a business card right into Hajil's pocket. The self-proclaimed fan keeps acting like he is the star of the show, while the regular staff members start to have an absolute meltdown in the background. The workplace energy has shifted from professional to a complete circus in a matter of seconds. Hajil holds up the business card and demands to know if his employee actually went behind his back to hire these eccentric characters. The poor staff member looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole under the pressure of Hajil's glare. Hajil looks back one more time, his face frozen in a mix of shock and pure exhaustion. He is starting to realize that his authority in this office might be slipping away faster than he thought. Just when things couldn't get any weirder, the actual idol from the poster shows up in person and leaves everyone completely speechless. Jiu doesn't waste a second and jumps right into the middle of the drama, acting like Hajil's best friend, despite the obvious tension in the room. Hajil stares at the name on the card in disbelief, realizing that his life has officially turned into a total circus. This luxury apartment complex functioned like a fortress for the rich and famous, making it nearly impossible to get inside without a special invitation. Our boy Byon Hajil walked into the lobby with that flashy manager guy who looked like he stepped right out of a disco. They were trying to look natural, but they clearly did not belong in a place this fancy. The security guard did not look friendly at all. He stared them down like he knew exactly why they were there and what they were planning. To stay hidden, they ended up squeezed into a cramped storage room surrounded by boxes and literal piles of bananas. It was not the most glamorous base of operations, but it was the only way to stay out of sight. Byon Hajil sat there quietly and started piecing together everything he noticed about the girls living upstairs. Suddenly, the sparkly suit manager gasped in total shock. Something just clicked for him, and he could not believe what he was hearing. Hodgel asked the manager if he noticed anything strange earlier that day, but the guy was way too busy clinging to his weird body pillow to pay attention. Our boy pulled out his phone to show him the proof. He had been watching their every move through the screen to find the culprit. Anna was just eating a simple meal, but her expression seemed completely off compared to how she usually acted. Bjorn Hodgel explained that he spent hours observing how the group members interacted back at their dorm, while nobody was watching them. He remembered seeing the other girls acting all friendly in the kitchen, while they were supposedly cooking a meal together. The protagonist finally realized something dark was happening right under everyone's noses as the truth of the situation hit him. He found a tube of wasabi that had been tampered with and tossed it straight into the trash. Talk about a nasty prank from the other members. On the surface, the three girls looked like best friends, posing for a cute group photo together in the kitchen. The manager finally started taking the situation seriously now that he understood the danger Anna was in. They both stared at the phone screen again to analyze the latest social media update from the group and find any clues. The post looked like a fun celebration party with everyone smiling and having a blast. But our boy knew it was all a lie. Under the fake smiles, the comments were absolutely brutal. People were tearing Anna apart for her appearance while she looked completely exhausted and unwell. This dude was actually starting to use his brain for once. He knew they had to find a way to frame the real culprits behind this mess. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious trolls is already huddled together in a dark room, planning their next move to completely destroy Anna's reputation. The manager bursts into a manic laugh as he realizes he finally has a plan to turn the tables on these bullies. He catches the two mean girls right at the door and demands to know where they think they're going so late at night. Yejin and Hana casually stroll past him in their fancy party dresses, without a care in the world, leaving a sick Anna behind to go hit the clubs. The elevator display lit up as it started its long journey up to the higher floors of the tower building. They even had the nerve to act all sweet and innocent while talking to the security guard on their way out of the lobby. The red numbers on the display ticked up until they finally reached the 34th floor, where the apartment was located. Back in the storage room, the manager starts getting ready for his undercover mission, even though the others warn him that he is going to stand out way too much. He stands there proudly wearing a sparkly blue jacket, paired with ridiculous elephant boxers, leaving his friend staring in total disbelief. His face was dead serious now. No more games, because it was time to execute their secret plan to protect their friend. He told our boy to stay behind and make sure to contact him immediately if anything went sideways during the operation. Anna sits alone in her quiet apartment, feeling completely heartbroken and defeated by the constant bullying from her teammates. The manager burst in carrying a huge pile of blankets and pillows, like he was planning on moving into the place for good. He started tossing the bedding onto the floor while claiming he was not interested in Anna at all, so she should not worry. He realizes that the security in this building is incredibly tight and starts to worry about his situation. Anna pulls the curtains back to show him the view, but the manager immediately starts screaming because he is deathly afraid of heights. Bjorn Hodgel stands at the threshold with his belongings, realizing this might be the point of no return for his relationship. He wonders if walking through that door means everything they built is officially over for good. Our protagonist was left all alone in the dark storage room, with nothing but a pile of bananas for company through the night. The manager gave a confident wink and boasted about how a grown man should never be scared to sleep alone in a new place. The manager walked through the lobby and complimented the security guard on being a total professional. The guard told him he had a sharp eye for people. The elevator sensor registered someone entering as the light flickered above the heavy metal doors in the silent hallway. His eyes bulge in pure shock as he witnesses something he never expected to see. The manager lets out a deep, tired sigh while trying to endure the longest night of his life in this cramped space. He finally settles down on the hard floor, surrounded by nothing but cardboard boxes and a massive pile of bananas. Meanwhile, another girl is struggling in silence as she huddles on the floor with her headphones cranked to the max. She is trying her best to block out the entire world and just disappear for a while. A mysterious pair of eyes watches with intense focus as the tension continues to build. This person seems to be calculating their next move in the shadows while everyone else is distracted. She lives in a room overflowing with idle merchandise and expensive fan gifts. But all these symbols of success only make her life feel more lonely and cluttered. Our girl lies listlessly on her bed, scrolling through her phone while the weight of her fame crushes her spirit. She looks totally exhausted from the constant pressure of being in the public eye. She starts spiraling as she wonders if the online hate has finally started to die down. The urge to search her own name is becoming almost impossible to resist. In a moment of strength, she tosses the phone aside and decides that she simply cannot handle seeing any more negativity. She knows that looking at those comments will only break her heart again. Her peaceful moment is interrupted when she hears a sudden noise coming from the other room. She is completely caught off guard because she didn't expect anyone to return from the party so soon. She calls out for her manager while staring toward the closed door with a mix of confusion and annoyance. The silence from the other side makes the situation feel way more suspicious than it should be. She eventually gathers her courage and heads toward the hallway to see who is actually there. Her heart is racing as she prepares to confront the unexpected guest. She finally gathers her courage to open the door and finds a total creep lurking right outside her room. Her heart sinks as she realizes this stranger has been waiting for her in the dark the whole time. The intruder casually walks into her home, brandishing a sharp blade, leaving her paralyzed with fear as she wonders how this psycho even managed to break in. He reveals that he has been following her since her very first fan club recruitment began. It turns out this obsessive stalker has been watching her every move for a lot longer than she ever suspected. Her eyes dart toward her phone sitting on the bed, but it is way too far away to reach safely. She realizes she is completely trapped in her own home with no way to call the police for help. Screaming might just make him snap, so she tries to keep her composure to survive this nightmare. She desperately needs to find a way to calm him down and convince him to leave before he uses that blade. She desperately begs him to believe her, hoping that she can somehow talk her way out of this terrifying situation. Her pleas are cut short when he suddenly lunges forward, closing the distance and trapping her against his body. The stalker leans in close with a chilling expression, his twisted obsession finally reaching a dangerous boiling point. She pulls him into a tight embrace and rests her hand on the back of his head to comfort him. She desperately cries out for help as her heart begins to race with fear. Hodgel wakes up in a complete daze, finding himself trapped on a mat and surrounded by piles of bananas. He lets out a groan of pure exhaustion as his body refuses to cooperate with him. Suddenly, 3 beautiful women waltz into the room and casually ask him what he wants to eat for lunch. They act like him lying there in a sleep mask is the most normal thing in the world. One of the ladies leans in close to check on him, clearly noticing his confusion. She seems to be leading the charge in this strange new living arrangement. Hodgel gets forced into a flashy blue sequined suit and starts hyperventilating from the sheer intensity of the situation. His buddy stands next to him looking completely done with these high-energy antics. The girl in the hoodie swipes a black VIP card and tells Hodgel he should get one for himself as well. Hodgel starts panicking because everything is moving way faster than he can handle. He desperately tries to loosen his bow tie and make a run for it, but they catch him immediately. He realizes he's basically a prisoner to their whims at this point. His eyes nearly pop out of his head when he catches a glimpse of his new reality. The shock of the situation finally hits him like a freight train. The woman in the robe points toward a dark, gloomy doorway and explains that the manager has a special designated space. It looks a lot more like a closet than a proper room. Hodgel gets tossed into a cramped storage area filled with boxes and even more crates of bananas. He screams about the absurdity of the house, while the girls just wish him good luck and shut the door. The mystery deepens as the girls leave him to rot in his new banana-filled dungeon. This marks the beginning of a very long and very weird chapter in Hodgel's life. The scene shifts to this massive luxury skyscraper where the real secrets are hidden away. Even though it is late at night, the lights are blazing because someone is clearly working overtime on a scheme. He tries to stay focused on his original mission, to track down the person responsible for the deepfake scandal. He sits alone in the storage room and realizes that his plan is falling apart in the most ridiculous way possible. He knows he can't afford to waste another second, and rushes out to catch them in the act before it's too late. As he approaches the room, he starts to feel a sense of dread about what he's about to walk into. He finally gets a clear view of the situation, and his heart stops when he sees what's happening. He spots the girl collapsed on the floor while the others tower over her, making it look like a textbook case of bullying. Convinced that he's just stumbled upon a brutal hazing ritual, he prepares to jump in and save her. However, he quickly notices that something about their behavior is off, and he begins to doubt his first impression. The entire situation turns out to be a massive misunderstanding when he realizes they are actually celebrating a birthday. Hajil is absolutely stunned when he realizes he completely misread the situation, and it was actually just a birthday party. He starts sweating bullets because he came dangerously close to blowing the whole surprise and making a fool of himself. The girls are all smiles as they present a feast and hope the birthday girl enjoys the special meal they prepared. Hajil just stands awkwardly in the background, feeling like a total outsider while the group celebrates together. The birthday girl happily digs into her seaweed soup while the others get excited about capturing the moment. They decide to record everything because this wholesome dinner is definitely going to make for some top-tier vlog content. The group gathers around for a classic proof shot to flex their friendship on Instagram. They joke around and strike poses, reminding everyone that they are just as photogenic as any influencer out there. Despite the happy vibes, Hajil still feels like something is off and starts lurking around the corner to spy on them. He stays hidden in the shadows, waiting for any sign that this party is just a cover for something more sinister. Hajil locks in with a look of pure intensity as he refuses to let his guard down. He is determined to see through the act and find the truth no matter how normal things might look on the surface. Hajil was just trying to get some sleep when he suddenly felt a suspicious hand reaching out for him. The intruder is completely paralyzed with fear because he knows he just got caught red-handed. He loses it and lunges forward with a blade, and things are looking real bad for the girl. He is swinging with everything he has got, but she is trapped and has nowhere to run. Out of nowhere, Bjorn Hajil catches the arm like it is nothing and tells the guy to just freeze. This absolute legend is standing there in his pajamas and a sleep mask while staring down a literal murderer. Talk about a cold entrance, everyone. Our protagonist slowly lifts his sleep mask because he was clearly interrupted from a good nap. Hajil doesn't have a single care in the world and just smirks while the intruder starts to lose his mind. Instead of fighting, Hajil just starts snapping photos like he is at a fan meeting or something. The sound of the camera shutter is the only thing filling the room while this guy stands there frozen. Hajil tells him that he made sure to get the lighting and composition just right for the police. He is literally mocking a guy holding a knife, and it is honestly the most disrespectful thing ever. Our boy casually checks the photos on his phone to make sure the evidence is crystal clear. Hajil starts acting totally eccentric and waves his hands around just to mess with the guy's head. It turns out Hajil recognized him because of the very specific sound his heavy work boots make. He remembers seeing this guy earlier, and his instincts were screaming that something was totally off about him. Even while lying down earlier, Hajil was tracking every single step this creep took in the hallway. Those heavy work boots were the dead giveaway that a predator was stalking the hallways. Hajil sighs and mentions how expensive those shoes are, and wonders why such a lowlife is wearing them. He is standing there acting totally bored while the girl in the back is terrified for her life. He just laughs in the guy's face because he knows this fight was over before it even started. The intruder goes for one final desperate strike, and Anna screams for Hajil to watch out. The blade is coming down fast, but our protagonist does not look worried even for a single second. Hajil casually holds up a book and tells Anna to look away because she shouldn't see the bad stuff. He is being a total gentleman while preparing to absolutely demolish this trash bag's entire career. He uses the book to block her vision and then delivers a massive kick that sends the guy flying back. The impact is huge, and the room practically shakes as the intruder gets blasted across the floor because our boy really does not hold back when it is time to get violent. Hajil decides to drop a totally random question about a mole on her chest to keep her distracted. He is trying to keep her brain occupied so she doesn't process the brutality happening right in front of her while he plays three-dimensional chess with her emotions. The creep realizes he is completely outmatched and starts begging for a chance to explain himself. He desperately tries to de-escalate the situation now that he knows he is facing a monster. Anna is looking at him and thinking that he is actually pretty cool, but also completely out of his mind. She realizes if she screams, she might be next on his list, because he is just that terrifyingly calm. Hajil calmly leads Anna away from the mess and assumes the stalker probably used a stolen manager access card to get inside the building. Anna is left standing there completely stunned by the sheer chaos that just unfolded in her living room. The guy tries to pull a fast one by putting the knife in his mouth and charging like some budget version of Zorro. He is desperate and thinks he can still win this fight if he catches Hajil off guard, but he just looks pathetic at this point. Hajil dodges the attack effortlessly and tells him that if he was going to offer a knife, he should have offered some trust too. He lectures the man while basically dancing around his pathetic attempts at a counterattack, because the skill gap here is just massive. He delivers a final brutal kick that flips the guy midair and slams his head straight into the hard floor. The intruder gets completely folded like a lawn chair, and it is officially lights out for this clown. Our boy stands over the unconscious body with a cold look like he is just taking out the morning trash. Anna watches him walk away, and she is clearly feeling some type of way about her strange savior. The police finally arrive at the scene with their lights flashing to take the trash away to the station. Hajil tells the officers to teach the creep a lesson, but they inform him that he needs to accompany them to the station to file a formal report. He heads down to the parking garage, knowing the real trouble is far from over. Hajil stays on the line, realizing he can't leave Anna by herself for even a single second. He realizes that if a professional was hired to target her, they wouldn't just give up this easily, which means they are likely still watching. The gravity of the situation hits him, and he knows he needs to hurry back to her side immediately. He worries about Anna being completely defenseless while he is stuck down here. Just as he is about to leave, a massive figure blocks his path and stops him in his tracks. Back at the apartment, she tries to keep her cool and find a way to get the creep to leave without a fight. The stalker begins to lose his mind, demanding she strip down to prove her identity. She is absolutely terrified and scrambles for any possible way to de-escalate the situation before he snaps. Suddenly, a massive fist shatters a concrete pillar in the garage, showcasing some terrifying raw power. The concrete cracks like glass, making it clear this new opponent is on a completely different level. Hajil realizes his hunch was right, and that the pervert from earlier was just a distraction sent by someone much more dangerous. He stares in disbelief as he recognizes the monster standing right in front of him. The brute taunts him, mocking the fact that a fighter of his caliber is reduced to acting like a glorified bodyguard for an idol. Hajil grits his teeth, realizing he has just run into the last person he wanted to see in this dark garage. The atmosphere turns heavy as Hajil prepares to confront a terrifying nightmare from his past. This beast is a B-rank powerhouse with grip strength 5 times stronger than a normal human, earning him the codename Chimpanzee. He immediately starts talking trash, asking Hajil how much longer he plans on living his life like a pathetic loser. The big guy is confused and wonders what kind of item Hajil is reaching for in his pocket. Hajil pulls out a banana and makes a literal monkey face to mock the guy's chimpanzee grip strength. This is peak disrespect, and you just know the fight that follows is going to be absolutely legendary. This new opponent just laughs off the mockery and reveals a sinister, toothy grin. He clearly finds Hajil amusing and is not intimidated by the disrespect at all. Suddenly, the crazy guy launches himself into the air like a wild animal, claiming he has the instincts of a chimpanzee. He goes full beast mode as he charges right at our protagonist. The attacker smashes his hand into a nearby car with enough force to dent the metal, forcing Hajil to scramble backward. Hajil somehow keeps his cool and even starts citing criminal codes for property damage mid-fight. Hajil locks in and focuses his gaze, realizing this guy is actually a legitimate threat. He realizes he cannot just joke around anymore if he wants to make it out in one piece. The monster grabs hold of Hajil, and the sheer pressure is enough to tear through everything. Hajil is genuinely shocked by the inhuman power behind that grip. A massive blow misses Hajil by inches and completely shatters the surface behind him. Our hero barely manages to leap out of the way before his head gets turned into mush. The villain taunts Hajil for his past weakness while preparing another aerial assault. He demands respect and wants Hajil to acknowledge just how outclassed he really is. Hajil fires back with a savage roast, explaining that he only avoided eye contact in the past because the guy's face was so hideous it made him lose his appetite. It turns out this creepy stalker has been hoarding a massive pile of gifts and fan merchandise in his secret hideout. This is way beyond just being a dedicated supporter and enters total obsession territory. Looking at the evidence, the girl finally connects the dots and realizes what is actually going on. This is the moment everything starts to click into place for her, and the mystery starts to unravel. Suddenly, the villain loses it and lunges straight for Hajil with a murderous look in his eyes. He is done playing games and wants to end this fight right now with a brutal strike. Hajil barely has time to react as a heavy blow comes crashing down towards him. He manages to throw up a guard just in time, but the impact is absolutely devastating and sends shockwaves through his arms. The sheer force of the strike is insane, completely smashing into a nearby car and sending metal fragments flying everywhere. This guy is hitting with the power of a literal freight train and shows no signs of slowing down. The villain stands his ground and reminds Hajil that they once ate from the same pot. He issues a cold warning for Hajil to back off immediately if he actually values his life. Hajil stares at the wreckage of the car, wondering if he is even fighting a human being anymore. He tries to lighten the mood with a sarcastic apology, but the tension in the garage is still through the roof. In a classic Hajil move, he completely kills the serious vibe by making a ridiculous monkey face while holding some bananas. He is literally mocking the guy's insane strength right to his face to get under his skin. The atmosphere gets incredibly heavy as both fighters lock eyes for the real showdown. It is time to see who is actually the top dog in this parking lot brawl as they prepare for the next exchange. A police officer stumbles onto the scene and is absolutely floored by the heavy tension lingering in the air. He can tell immediately that a massive showdown just took place in this underground lot. The garage has been turned into a total war zone with smashed luxury cars and massive craters blown into the concrete. Convinced that a full-scale terrorist attack just went down, the officer frantically calls for immediate backup. Back at home, Hajil is trying to process the sheer scale of the chaos he just left behind. He paces around his dark living room, completely lost in thought about how things escalated so quickly. He starts piecing the puzzle together and wonders why a high-level glory killer would even be involved in this mess. He knows Haitian is a total creep, but he suspects someone else might be behind the sophisticated deepfake trickery. Hajil realizes that the stakes have reached a whole new level now that professional assassins are being hired. His gaze sharpens as he understands that the enemies aren't just playing games anymore. To keep his composure, he forces a laugh and tries to act like everything is totally fine. He puts on a brave face despite the massive weight of the conspiracy resting on his shoulders. The fake laughter dies down instantly as he senses something is off in the other room. He shifts back into serious mode, his instincts screaming that the danger is much closer than he thought. A mysterious figure sits waiting in the dim light of the bedroom, casting an eerie glow through the shadows. The heavy silence in the house is starting to feel a lot more like a warning than a comfort. Hajil is officially done playing defense and is ready to hunt down whoever is responsible for this mess. Meanwhile, Anna huddles on the floor in total despair, feeling completely overwhelmed by the nightmare she is trapped in. Anna struggles to find the strength to move, while the weight of the night still hangs heavy over her. Hajil decides to take charge and starts securing the room to make sure she finally feels safe. He starts covering the windows and boasting about how he has basically turned this place into an impenetrable fortress. Poor Anna is still just sitting there on the floor, completely drained and shell-shocked from the night's events. Our guy even promises to add 7 different locks to the door just to be extra safe. He gives her a confident wink, trying his absolute best to lighten the heavy mood with his usual bravado. Suddenly, a forgotten memory from the past hits Hajil like a ton of bricks and stops him mid-sentence. He stops everything and tells her straight up that he finally remembers exactly who she is. Anna can only stare back in silence, surprised that he is finally making the connection after all this time. He flashes back to those cold, predatory eyes that have been lurking in the shadows of his mind. This was not just a random encounter, as the pieces of a much darker puzzle start falling into place. He vividly remembers the terrifying moment a creep cornered her with a knife at a recent fansign event. This guy was a total stalker who had been targeting her from the very beginning. Anna is absolutely stunned that he actually paid enough attention to recognize her from such a chaotic day. It is the exact moment she realizes he might be the only person who truly understands the danger she is facing. But then Hajil flips the switch back to frantic manager mode and starts stressing out about her brutal schedule. He warns her that she only has 2 hours to rest before she has to survive 16 hours of touring the country in high heels. Anna remains silent as she listens to Hajil's frantic rambling, trying to find a moment to actually speak. She can see he's clearly spiraling out of control with worry for her. Hajil completely loses his mind and starts laughing hysterically at the sheer absurdity of their situation. He's reached the breaking point where everything just seems like one big, stressful joke. He starts storming around the room and screaming about how the evil business owners are overworking her to death. Our boy is officially ready to fight the entire industry to protect his star. With a wild look in his eyes, he raises a finger and claims he has the ultimate solution to their problems. He's definitely entered full-on delusional manager mode now. The intensity in his gaze reaches a terrifying new level as he hyper-focuses on his next crazy idea. He is so locked into his own world that he's practically vibrating with energy. Before he can do anything truly reckless, someone reaches out and grabs his hand to physically stop the rant. It's time for him to snap out of it and face the real world. Anna stares him down with a look of pure concern, trying to ground him before he does something he'll regret. She realizes she needs to be the stable one while he's losing his grip. The mood takes a dark turn as she realizes the true extent of the betrayal that just occurred. She stands frozen in shock, unable to believe that things have actually gone this far. The manager in the office is absolutely floored, barely able to breathe from the sheer horror of the news. This scandal is turning into a total nightmare that could ruin everything they've built. Memories of her happy moments with fans come flooding back, making the current situation even more painful to swallow. No one wants to believe that the girl in that controversial video is the same one who loved her supporters so much. She finally catches her breath and feels a massive weight lift off her shoulders, thinking the worst has passed. It seems like the guy has finally returned to his senses after being totally out of it. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as he starts losing it again, realizing he has backed himself into a corner with 0 options left. He clutches his head in total despair while she watches on in pure confusion. He looks up with a terrifying, unhinged grin that proves he has officially gone off the deep end. This sudden burst of madness leaves her absolutely stunned and questioning what he plans to do next. He towers over her with a clenched fist, his threatening posture making it clear that he's reached a breaking point. She stares up at him in absolute shock, terrified by the sudden change in his demeanor. Anna looks totally drained and defeated as she stands in her room trying to process everything that has happened. Hajil explains that every person is essentially the same, meaning her current struggles are something everyone eventually faces. Bjorn Hajil tells her that sometimes you just have to do something crazy when life gets this messy and unpredictable. Anna is left completely speechless by his bizarre advice and can only stare at him in total silence. Anna tries to get one last word in before she finally gives up on the conversation. She realizes this guy is on a completely different wavelength and she just needs to sleep off the stress. She lies down on the bed looking completely exhausted from all the drama and scandals surrounding her life. Our protagonist jumps up and tells her to just group all her questions together, instead of asking them one by one. He is starting to lose his patience with all these constant interruptions and thinks it is time she hears the truth. Feeling completely overwhelmed, she reaches out for him as if she is grasping for any bit of stability she can find. Hajil realizes she is at her breaking point and decides to finally stop joking around so he can actually help her. He pulls out this old wooden back scratcher and starts talking about his past as a total high school troublemaker. He settles in and offers to tell her a story since neither of them can sleep anyway tonight. Hodgel starts his story by describing a teacher from his past who apparently looked a lot different back then. This guy actually had a full head of hair before life eventually took its toll on him. This teacher used to show off his leg and tell the kids that this was their future if they did not study. Hodgel did not care about the threats and just raised his hand to announce he was dropping out of that place. The teacher went absolutely ballistic and started swinging around like a madman trying to teach him a final lesson. Our boy had to deal with the consequences and ended up with tissues stuffed up his nose after the fight. He decides to take a little memento of the fight and swipes the teacher's favorite back scratcher on his way out. Back in the present, Anna laughs at his petty revenge story and asks if he is actually proud of being a thief in his younger days. Hodgel just gives her a confident smirk because he knows exactly what kind of man he is. Anna clings to his finger as she drifts off, making him promise that he won't sneak away the second she falls asleep. The lights in the massive skyscraper stay bright while the rest of the city falls into a peaceful slumber. Once he is sure she is finally out cold, Hodgel starts creeping toward the door like a ninja to make his move. He stops for a second to look back at the girl, who is finally getting a moment of rest after a long day. Seeing the bruises on her face makes his blood boil as he realizes the people she is up against are far more dangerous than he expected. He makes a silent vow that she does not have to worry anymore because he is taking charge of her problems tonight. She continues to toss and turn in her sleep, clearly haunted by the trauma of everything they put her through. Hodgel gives her a firm reassurance that he is going to handle every single person responsible for her misery. He is officially stepping up as her protector to end this nightmare tonight. The title card drops as the prologue ends and the real hunt begins. It is finally time for the villains to realize they picked a fight with the wrong lawyer. He leaves her room and all her belongings behind, officially stepping out of his role as a lawyer to become a hunter. Fireworks explode over the fancy Shella Hotel as the elites gather for a massive celebration. The elites have all gathered inside the ballroom to enjoy their high-class lifestyle without a single care. One of the guests starts complaining that Jihu has no idea what kind of hell he had to endure today. Jihu ignores the noise and picks up a phone call to hear some very important news. He's stunned by the update and asks the caller to clarify what's actually happening. Jihu takes a call and hears that there is something very important he needs to know right this second. Meanwhile, the other members of Area are losing their minds because everyone is still obsessed with Anna. She vents about their reputation being in the trash while they desperately hunt for a company sponsor. Jihu overhears them from the hallway as they worry about the group disbanding and who leaked the video. Everything finally starts to click for him as he realizes the culprit is missing the most important part of a successful crime. It turns out the ones hit hardest by this whole situation were the other two members of Area themselves. This guy is now certain that the group members weren't the ones who sent the assassin after them. He decides he has nothing left to learn from his target and quietly slips out of the room. He calls his contact and excitedly brags about how the job is finally done. This guy boasts that he is the one who absolutely wrecked the target. Hodgel struggles to understand why his former colleague was sent to take him out, and why the organization would risk using a high-level B-rank fighter for this job. He begins to realize that this situation is spiraling into a much bigger conspiracy than he ever could have imagined. Elsewhere, a man is caught completely off guard when he receives a mysterious phone call from someone he doesn't recognize. The scene shifts to the local police station as the investigation into the recent chaos continues late into the night. A man is baffled after the authorities suddenly decide to let him go, and he knows he needs to disappear before his luck runs out. As the sun rises on a new day, a bus makes its way across the city bridge to start the morning commute. Inside the bus, a teacher tries to keep order as a group of energetic kids gets hyped up for their school trip. While the kids play, one suspicious passenger keeps his head down and tries to remain as invisible as possible. Anna is at her breaking point and desperately asks Hodgel what her next move should even be. She is completely lost while our protagonist stays cool and collected on the floor. She confesses that the constant fear and public scrutiny have turned her life into a literal waking nightmare. The weight of the world is crushing her, and she does not see a way out of this mess. Anna remembers the terrifying moment she was swarmed by cameras and hateful stares at the airport. Meanwhile, a sketchy thug corners a nervous passenger on a bus and asks if he is ready for a little trip. The thug starts playing psychological games by acting like his feelings are hurt when the passenger cowers away. He mocks the man's terrified expression while keeping him trapped in his seat. This creep gets uncomfortably close and starts acting like they are the best of friends. He enjoys watching the poor guy sweat as he tightens his grip and continues the intimidation tactics. The passenger starts frantically begging for his life and swearing that he never said a word to anyone. The villain just smirks because he already knows the truth and is just enjoying the hunt. This psycho decides he can't leave any loose ends and silences the poor passenger for good. He knows dead men tell no tales and won't risk even a tiny chance of someone talking later on. Little did he know, a young witness was watching the whole thing from the back of the bus. The kid is absolutely paralyzed with fear after seeing a scene straight out of a horror movie. Instead of taking another life, the killer just flashes a bone-chilling grin and tells the boy to keep his mouth shut. That creepy shushing gesture is enough to haunt the poor kid for the rest of his life. Terrified and shaking, the young boy quickly nods to show he understands the deadly threat. He's officially been sworn to a secret he never wanted to have. With his business finished, the predator casually hops off the back of the bus while wishing the witness a safe trip. It's a terrifyingly calm exit for someone who just finished such a brutal act. Bystanders on the street can't believe their eyes as they witness a figure practically flying through the air. They start shouting in disbelief at the superhuman speed and agility on display. Meanwhile, a massive fireworks display lights up the night sky over the luxurious Shella Hotel. It looks like a high-profile event is in full swing for the city's elite. Hodgel stays on the line while trying to wrap his head around the mysterious figure everyone is talking about. He wonders what kind of person this legendary chairman could possibly be. A man in a flashy floral suit makes his grand entrance into the party. Every step he takes oozes the kind of confidence only someone with immense power could possess. The crowd goes absolutely wild as the stylish chairman finally reveals himself to the guests. He soaks up the cheers and admiration, looking more like a celebrity than a typical businessman. Chairman Kim offers a smug grin while toasting the crowd with an expensive glass of bubbly. He clearly enjoys the spotlight and knows exactly how to command a room with his flashy style and overwhelming confidence. People can't stop gossiping about how even the biggest business moguls have to beg this guy for money. Our main man Hodgel listens in, wondering if this man is actually as powerful as the rumors say. As the high roller walks through the lounge, everyone watches his every move like he is a total rock star. He carries himself with the kind of confidence you only get when you own half the city. This man carries an aura of mystery and expensive taste that sets him apart from every other mogul in the room. You can just tell he is the kind of person who always has a secret plan hidden away, never letting anyone see his true intentions. Suddenly, a clumsy waiter shatters a bottle right at the chairman's feet, causing a massive scene in the middle of the party. The guests hold their breath, expecting a rich guy tantrum that would end this poor man's career. Instead, the chairman acts like a total saint and tells the terrified worker not to worry about the mess. He puts on a perfect front of being a kind and understanding leader for everyone to see. The host finally drops his act and shows everyone that he's a total psychopath who enjoys violence more than anything else. He doesn't care about the witnesses, as he turns a simple accident into a bloody nightmare right in the middle of the party. This nightmare spills over into the digital world, where a poor girl gets torn apart by a toxic live chat. People leave heartless comments without realizing the real-life horror she is currently living through. The trauma becomes physical as a predator stalks her even in the safety of her own home. She feels like she is constantly being watched and slowly suffocated by a past she cannot escape. Hodgel listens to the dark reality of this girl's struggle and realizes the situation is way worse than he initially thought. He knows he has to step up before another life is completely ruined by these monsters. Hajil can't believe his eyes as he records the absolute chaos unfolding in front of him. Even the onlookers are paralyzed with fear, realizing they just stepped into a total nightmare. Someone just used a glass bottle as a weapon, and now blood is dripping everywhere while a victim groans in pain on the floor. The party atmosphere vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold, violent reality that leaves everyone breathless. Instead of helping, the flamboyant host starts digging through his bag to pay off the victim for his trouble. He treats a brutal assault like a minor inconvenience that can just be solved with a stack of cash. He tosses a thick pile of bills onto the bleeding man as if that makes everything okay. This guy clearly thinks money can buy his way out of any crime, no matter how messy it gets. The psycho casually walks through the stunned crowd like he didn't just smash a bottle over someone's head. Everyone watches in silence, too terrified to speak up or stop him. He reaches the bar and grabs a fresh drink, acting like nothing happened at all. His level of calm after such a violent outburst is seriously disturbing. He raises his glass and addresses the room, demanding that the party continue despite the literal body on the floor. He wants everyone to ignore the blood and focus on having a good time. The most insane part happens when the crowd actually starts cheering and clapping for this monster. They are so desperate to stay on his good side that they'll celebrate a literal attempted murder. Hajil realizes these people have completely lost their minds and their humanity. He knows he can't just sit back and watch, so he prepares to get the authorities involved before things get even worse. The host continues to walk around, patting guests on the shoulder and forcing them to stay and enjoy the party. The guests are shaking in their boots, knowing that saying no might end with them on the floor too. The flamboyant host gets uncomfortably close to a guest to make sure nobody even thinks about leaving the party early. He leans in with a creepy smirk as the poor guy breaks into a cold sweat under the intense pressure. Our boy Hajil stands ready for whatever comes next, while Jihu agrees to follow through with the next phase of their plan. Both of them look incredibly focused on the high-stakes mission ahead of them. Jihu locks in and prepares himself for the social minefield he is about to walk through. He knows one wrong move in this place could ruin everything they have worked for so far. Suddenly, the host spots them across the room and calls out Jihu by name, effectively blowing their cover. The eccentric man waves his drink and heads straight toward them with a predatory grin. She is completely stunned by how nonchalant Hajil is being about his own misery. She cannot believe he is acting like his constant suffering is just another part of his daily routine. While she pours her heart out asking why he continues to suffer through this, Hajil just casually picks his nose like it is no big deal. He honestly does not understand why she is getting so emotional about his personal struggles. She takes a deep breath and prepares to reveal the heavy secret she has been carrying around. The tension in the room becomes suffocating as she finds the courage to speak her truth. Hajil is caught completely off guard when he finally realizes how much pain she has actually been hiding. Her sudden honesty hits him like a ton of bricks and leaves him speechless. She clenches her fist and declares that she is only holding on because of the deep love she once felt for being on stage. Even though the industry is crushing her spirit, she refuses to give up on her original dream. The weight of her words finally breaks her down as tears start streaming down her face. She has been playing the part of a strong professional for so long that she forgot how to handle her own heartbreak. Hajil finally speaks up, trying to break through the girl's despair with a dose of harsh reality. He keeps his cool while she struggles to keep herself together. Tears continue to stream down her face as she processes the end of her career. She feels like every sacrifice she made has been for nothing. Our boy Hajil leans back and asks her if becoming an idol is really the only way she can express her love for music. He challenges her entire worldview while she sits there in shock. The weight of her failure is still too much to bear, and the crying doesn't stop. She's trapped in her own grief, mourning the life she thought she would have. She cries out that this was her ultimate dream, and everything she worked for is officially ruined. The atmosphere in the room is heavy as Hajil listens to her vent about her lost future. A sudden realization hits her when Hajil suggests a different path forward. Her crying stops instantly as she tries to figure out if he is being serious right now. She lifts her mask to stare him down, completely stunned by his unexpected proposal. This could be the turning point she never saw coming. Hajil tries to make sense of the situation by explaining the ironic process theory, hoping a bit of psychology can help her understand why she is struggling so much. A flashy man delivers a brutal blow that sends blood flying everywhere, as the story kicks off right in the middle of a high-stakes brawl. Our protagonist, Byon Hajil, is definitely dealing with some dangerous people in this fancy room. The younger kid can't look away from the violence unfolding right in front of him. He is completely paralyzed as he realizes just how much trouble they have actually walked into. A group of massive security guards surrounds Hajil and a younger kid. Hajil just casually introduces himself as the lead attorney of his own law firm and does not look intimidated at all. One of the guards gets right in Hajil's face trying to act tough. He wants to know why a lawyer is so worried about security protocols. Hajil gives him this sharp look that says he knows exactly what this guy is trying to do. He is scanning the area and looking for any openings. The guard suddenly snaps and grabs the younger kid, manhandling him while ignoring his desperate screams to let go. Hajil watches the scene unfold with a look that says he is about to end this man's whole career. Hajil stands his ground against three guys who are twice his size. The kid is struggling in the background, while Hajil keeps his cool in front of the main attackers. Hajil actually has a smug smile on his face as the guard reaches out to grab him. This dude has no idea that he just picked a fight with the wrong person. Hajil stops playing nice and sends the guard flying through the air with a perfect shoulder throw. He makes it look completely effortless as he shuts the big guy down in a split second. Hajil pins the guy's hand to the floor and stares him down. He asks if they are really ready to take responsibility for what happens next. The kid in the tracksuit is absolutely stunned by what he just saw. He probably thought they were done for, but now he realizes Hajil is a beast. Hajil has the situation completely under control, while the other guards just watch in silence. The guy on the floor is clearly in a lot of pain and cannot move an inch. Hajil keeps that chillingly calm smile on his face the whole time. He is treating this like it is just another day at the office. The guard on the ground is screaming his head off and looks like he is about to pass out. Hajil is not showing any mercy to someone who touched his people. Hajil applies even more pressure, crushing the man's hand until he can barely breathe. It is a total power move that leaves the rest of the guards too scared to even move. Hajil keeps the pressure on while the rest of the security team watches in total shock. He mocks their boss for hiring such incompetent help and warns them that things are about to get much worse if they stay in his way. A mysterious man in a flashy floral cardigan suddenly appears, clearly showing off the kind of expensive taste that only comes with a high-ranking player. This red-haired eccentric looks like the real boss of the operation, and he seems to be getting a kick out of all the violence happening right in front of him. Hajil starts walking away with the kid and asks if Secretary Kim looked like an easy target to them. He is making sure these guys know that everyone on his team is dangerous. The man lets out a chilling smile, making it obvious that he's a total psychopath who finds this entire situation amusing. Every single guard in the area drops to a bow as the red-haired guy walks forward. Hajil and the kid just stand there watching this weird display of authority. The red-haired guy gives Hajil a mocking bow and says his guards do not really understand etiquette. He is trying to play it off like it was all a big misunderstanding. He keeps smiling and claims that he does not even know how to properly apologize for the mess. You can tell he is lying through his teeth. The vibe shifts instantly as he reaches for a nearby metal pole, proving that things are about to take a very dark turn. Hajil stares back with an incredibly intense expression. He is not falling for the polite act, and he is ready for whatever this crazy guy throws at him. The red-haired guy suddenly loses it and starts attacking his own guard for not listening to orders. He is screaming at the top of his lungs and looks completely unhinged. It is clear that this man is a total loose cannon who could snap at any second. Hajil and the kid just watch in silence as the guy continues his violent tantrum. The kid is visibly shaking because this guy is legit terrifying. This guy has a history of being a monster, once hosting a party where he demanded to know why his guests weren't enjoying themselves. Even with bodies scattered across the floor, He forced everyone to keep clapping and cheering as if nothing was wrong. Back in the present, he is digging through a wallet over the guard he just beat up. He does not care about the person at all and is only interested in what he can take. He pulls out a check for 500,000 won and just leaves it on the ground. He acts like money can just fix the fact that he almost killed a man. The guy turns back to Hajil with a face covered in blood and that same haunting smile. He is pure evil, and he is not even trying to hide it anymore. The location shifts to a high-end penthouse, where the atmosphere instantly transforms from a street brawl to one of high-class luxury. The host starts slicing into a prime steak, as if he hasn't just walked away from a bloody crime scene. Hajil and the red-haired guy are now having dinner together in a high-rise penthouse. The guy asks Hajil if he is a lightweight when it comes to drinking alcohol. The young kid leans in and tries to whisper a warning to Hajil about how dangerous this situation really is. Hajil completely ignores the tension and starts stuffing his face with the expensive food like he hasn't eaten in days. The red-haired guy continues his arrogant display of wealth, while the dinner atmosphere remains suffocatingly tense. The red-haired guy holds up a piece of meat and starts talking about people who work multiple jobs. He is trying to act like he is superior to everyone in the room. The rich brat keeps rambling with his mouth full of food, trying to maintain his air of superiority despite his messy habits. He brags about having a massive advantage in life, because he already knows all the winning lottery numbers for the years to come. He makes a disgusting comment about Hajil's relationship with Miss Anna, to see if he can finally get a reaction out of him. Hajil tells him that he can tolerate a lot of things, including people looking down on his artists. But he is about to flip the script on this arrogant rich guy. Hajil stares him dead in the eyes and says that actually it is the other way around. He is the one who is looking down on the red-haired guy, and it is the ultimate insult. The red-haired guy signals his guards, and they immediately move in closer behind Hajil. The dinner party is officially over, and it is about to get violent again. Hajil grips his knife so hard his hand begins to tremble from the sheer force. He is barely containing the urge to lunge across the table and end this right now. The billionaire doesn't even try to act civilized, stuffing his face with a crazed look in his eyes that proves he's completely unhinged. The massive penthouse is a monument to his greed, filled with multi-million-dollar supercars and luxury decor that scream how untouchable he thinks he is. The atmosphere in the room turns ice-cold as the two men lock into a silent standoff, where the first person to flinch loses everything. The villain watches with a smug, condescending grin, clearly getting a kick out of the fact that he's getting under Hajil's skin. Hajil forces himself to keep chewing, trying to maintain his composure even though his blood is absolutely boiling. Hajil tears into the meat with a primal intensity, showing that he can be just as dangerous and unpredictable as the monster sitting across from him. Hajil delivers a chilling warning, telling the billionaire that once he starts a job, he has no idea how to stop until it is finished. Outside the penthouse, the city streets remain quiet and unsuspecting, unaware that a declaration of war just took place inside that building. While walking away from the scene, Hajil's companion is losing his mind over how the villain basically confessed everything to their faces. He desperately asks Hajil why he doesn't just use his insane combat skills to end the guy right then and there. The target stands by his window looking completely unfazed in his flashy cardigan, confident that his wealth puts him above the reach of the law. Hajil maintains a cold and focused expression as he listens to the reality of the situation. He gives a simple acknowledgement, knowing that brute force alone might not be enough to take down someone this powerful. The weight of the mission starts to visibly strain Hajil's partner as he realizes the caliber of the monster they are hunting. This guy isn't just a criminal. He's a mastermind who has been watching them the entire time. Hajil realizes his secret identity is completely compromised because the villain already dug up his entire history. This invitation wasn't just a gesture. It was a psychological trap to show Hajil that he's been watched the whole time. Hajil grinds his teeth in pure frustration at the realization that he is currently trapped in a legal stalemate. He knows for a fact that the villain is laughing at him because they currently lack any hard evidence to make an arrest stick. His partner throws his hands up in confusion, unable to comprehend why someone with unlimited wealth would ever risk it all on such dirty crimes. He is struggling to understand the twisted motivations of a man who already has everything. As the two walk through the neon-lit streets, local girls try to catch their attention with some playful flirting. Even in the middle of a high-stakes investigation, the rest of the world continues on as if nothing is wrong. Hajil acts like he just hit the jackpot, and his confident look says he's got the whole situation under control. The guys pull up a photo of a slick-looking dude with bright red hair and designer glasses. This mysterious man seems to be the key to the next part of their investigation. They present the image to a girl who seems completely clueless about why this man would claim to know her. She struggles to place his face, even though Hajil is certain there's a connection. It turns out this mystery man isn't just some random guy. He is actually a high-profile chairman of a major company. People in elite circles recognize him instantly, making his link to the girl even more suspicious. Hajil presses her for more info, but she claims she deals with so many different faces every day that it is impossible to keep track. He is clearly not buying her excuses and knows she is holding back. Suddenly, the pieces start falling into place, and she's hit with a terrifying realization that makes her heart sink. She completely loses her cool and starts shouting, demanding to know where they got that picture. The calm interrogation turns into a heated confrontation in a matter of seconds. Her voice trails off as she connects the dots, realizing the situation is much crazier than she first thought. Her initial confusion turns into a deep sense of dread as the puzzle pieces fit together. The two guys stare her down with serious expressions, waiting for her to stop stalling and start talking. They aren't moving an inch until they get the full story out of her. Hajil kicks his feet up on the table and gets comfortable, acting like he owns the room. He knows he finally broke her resolve and settles in to hear the truth. The opposition's plan was simple but dirty. Find every single unedited photo of Anna without her makeup. They were hoping to find a flaw they could use to tear down her carefully crafted public persona. Hajil leans back, completely unfazed by their petty tactics. He knows exactly how to handle this situation and keeps his cool while others are panicking. Hajil suddenly notices a tiny detail, hidden in the data, that completely flips the script on their investigation. Anna decides she is done hiding and sends a message declaring her plan to be honest with her fans. She believes that her true supporters will stand by her if she just shows her sincere self. She grabs her phone and starts a live stream right from the practice room floor, ditching the fancy lighting and editing to show her fans her real self for the first time in ages. With over 1,000 people watching, she looks directly into the camera and speaks her truth, confidently telling her audience that she has nothing to hide and has always acted with integrity. As the viewer count starts to explode, she prepares herself for the potential backlash with a look of pure determination. She clenches her fist, ready to fight for her career and her reputation no matter the cost. Back at the office, Hajil's friend is absolutely stunned by Anna's boldness and admits he never would have had the guts to go live and face the public in the middle of such a massive scandal. The tension in the room is suddenly shattered when the office door is kicked wide open with a loud bang. A staff member bursts into the room, frantically waving his phone at Hajil. He is completely losing his mind over how fast the situation is evolving online and needs them to see the latest update immediately. At a crowded party, a flamboyant stranger spots one of Hajil's associates and heads over to hunt for some juicy information about what the protagonist is up to lately. The mood shifts instantly when the man asks specifically about Hajil's current status. His target is left speechless, wondering how this random guy knows so much about their private business. Meanwhile, Hajil and his buddy are staring at a phone screen with their jaws on the floor. They can't believe how quickly a scandalous video is starting to trend across the internet. Seeing the blatant abuse of power on the screen makes Hajil grit his teeth in pure fury. He has absolutely no patience for people who treat others like garbage just because they have money. The footage takes us to a fancy luxury boutique where the elite come to show off. This is the setting for a massive scandal that's about to rock the entire entertainment industry. The leaked video shows Anna acting like a total diva at a luxury boutique, looming over a terrified employee who is bowing and desperately apologizing for a minor mistake. Things turn violent as Anna starts swinging a heavy garment at the poor worker, proving she has completely lost control and doesn't care who sees her acting like a total monster in public. With a cold and menacing stare, she demands that the worker bring her a size 44 immediately. Her entitlement is off the charts as she treats the staff like they aren't even human beings. The physical assault continues as Anna repeatedly strikes the bowing woman who can do nothing but take the abuse. This is the exact kind of power abuse behavior that ruins careers overnight once it goes viral. Hodgel watches the leaked footage and knows this is the perfect weapon to use against his enemies. He tells his friend that he's already hit rock bottom, so he's not afraid to play dirty and release this to the world. Hodgel slams his hand onto the desk in absolute disbelief after seeing the contents on the phone. He cannot believe the audacity of his enemies and demands to know what is going on immediately. He starts piecing together the mystery of who could have accessed the private, makeup-free photos used to create those malicious deepfakes. It becomes clear that this was an inside job by someone with high-level access to the original files. Hodgel's partner suddenly has a breakthrough as a specific face flashes through his mind. The missing piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place, and he realizes exactly who has been pulling the strings from the start. Meanwhile, a sinister laugh echoes from behind the heavy doors of the executive offices. Someone is clearly enjoying the chaos they have unleashed on our hero's life. The trail leads straight to the president room, the ultimate seat of power, where the biggest secrets are kept under lock and key. This is where the true mastermind is hiding out while watching everything crumble. Everything traces back to a previous encounter where a flamboyant man in a designer suit approached Hodgel's partner during a crowded party. This stranger acted like they were old friends, and even insisted on setting up a dinner date soon. Hodgel's friend felt a chill run down his spine during that conversation, because he was certain he had never met this man before. He began to spiral while wondering how a total stranger could know so much about his private identity. The mysterious man walked away with ultimate confidence, leaving Hodgel's associate standing there completely baffled and on edge. It was obvious that this encounter was a calculated move meant to rattle their entire team. This guy knows he has successfully baited his hook and is now just waiting for Hodgel to make a desperate mistake. He holds all the cards in this dangerous game and is enjoying every second of the chaos he's created. This marks the official entry of the infamous killer lawyer into the fray. The battle between the justice-seeking protagonist and this corrupt legal titan is about to get incredibly messy. Hodgel immediately starts throwing shade and acting like he owns the place. He wonders why everyone is making such a big deal out of nothing, and makes it clear that he isn't the least bit intimidated by his surroundings. The guys start scouting the neighborhood and realize this place is way more suspicious than it looks. They discover that one single person owns this entire block, making them realize they have stepped into some serious territory. Hodgel tries to act like he is a total gentleman, but his partner is not buying any of his nonsense. He scoffs at the idea of being rude while clearly getting under everyone's skin with his over-the-top attitude. Our main man starts to drop some heavy logic about why things feel so off in this district. He is about to reveal a major clue that connects all the dots regarding the suspicious activity around them. Hodgel notes that the stench of blood has been hanging over this area since the moment they arrived. He connects the dots to a guy named Jin Junhong and realizes the money flowing through here is anything but clean. They finally arrive at the massive high-rise headquarters, where all the dirty money is being funneled. As Hodgel and the kid approach the main entrance, they are immediately met by a couple of beefy security guards standing in their way.